You keep calling the phone.
I know she wanna lay that up in that bitch, she wearing Prada. 20 of her friends be that Delilah. See us get the line, I know she about it. I know she about it. I know she wanna lay that up in that bitch, she wearing Prada. 20 of her friends be that Delilah. See us get the line, I know she about it.
You keep calling the phone. You keep calling the phone.
I know she wanna lay that up in that bitch, she wearing Prada. 20 of her friends be that Delilah. See us get the line, I know she about it. I know she about it. I know she wanna lay that up in that bitch, she wearing Prada. 20 of her friends be that Delilah. See us get the line, I know she about it. I know she about it. We don't wanna go too hard. We just wanna party, party. We don't wanna go too hard. We just wanna party, party. We don't wanna go too hard. We just wanna party, party. We don't wanna go too hard. We don't wanna go too hard.
You keep calling the phone. You keep calling the phone. You keep calling the phone. You keep calling the phone.
I know she wanna lay that up in that bitch, she wearing Prada. 20 of her friends be that Delilah. See us get the line, I know she about it. I know she about it. I know she wanna lay that up in that bitch, she wearing Prada. 20 of her friends be that Delilah. See us get the line, I know she about it. I know she about it. We don't wanna go too hard. We just wanna party, party. We don't wanna go too hard. We just wanna party, party. We don't wanna go too hard. We just wanna party, party. We don't wanna go too hard. We don't wanna go too hard.
I just can't erase my thoughts of you. I just can't erase. I just can't erase my thoughts of you. I just can't erase. I just can't erase.
Happy Tuesday, everyone. Happy Tuesday. Get the good Tuesday out there, ain't it? Ain't it? All right. Let's see who we Oh my god. Let's see who we have here, shall we? Let's take a look here, guys. How's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing? Let me see who we have. James Nordoff, first one here. James Nordoff, one of the greatest members of the community. Hello, James Nordoff. So glad you're here. So glad you're here. I apologize for everyone else in this community, James Nordoff. You're one of the good ones. Okay, the rest of them are kind of, James Nordoff, Anyway, so glad you're here, James Nordoff. Hello, Chairman Bart. Hello, Chairman Bart. Yeah, I had some issues at the beginning of the stream. I had some issues. For one, my OBS crashed randomly, and I didn't notice, but we don't need to talk about that. I fixed it pretty quickly. Hello, Sir Bart. So glad you're here. Excuse me, Chairman Bart. Forgive me. Forgive me, sire. LaCroix, LOL, first time I've seen a stream. I know, right? LaCroix, I don't know what the fuck happened. It was definitely a F. It was definitely an L. I had an L on the screen there before it even started. Hello, Jay Williams. How are you doing? By the way, hello, LaCroix. I hope you're doing well, okay? Hello, Jay Williams Art. Everyone, Jay Williams Art is an artist. You can check out his work if you join our Discord, which is linked at the top of the Twitch chat, bottom of the YouTube chat. Find his page. Find his username, open it up. You can go to some links that he has there. You can see his art, and he takes commissions. He's a great artist. So please do that. Hello, Jay Williams. Yes, I know, Jay Williams. It was kind of a weird beginning to the stream. Hello, Elevator Lady. Love having you here, Elevator Lady. Elevator Lady, one of the founders of the book club. I forgot to advertise the film club. I'll do that here in a second. Please join the book club. We have a book club over on Discord. If you go to the book club channel, you can participate. Right now, I think we are deciding on what book to read. No, we know what book we're going to read. We're going to be reading The Jakarta Method by Anthony Bevins. Not Anthony Bevins, is that who it is? Well, whoever it is, by Bevins, okay? If you want to be a participate in that, you don't even have to read the book. Just come to the meetings. We chat about it. We learn. Oftentimes it descends into madness, which is fun. So please do that. Thank you, Elevator Lady, for all you've done for the community, etc. Now, Elevator Lady is very much involved in the film club, and I think we're gonna have a music club at some point because of Elevator Lady. We'll see what happens. Maybe not led by her because she is already doing a lot, but we might need to make one just for her sake. Okay, hello, Elevator Lady. So Chairman Bart, I see. Okay, got that one. Fuck you, Jay Williams. Okay. LaCroix Boomer Sam on your Jester bingo cards. Fuck you, LaCroix. All right. Who else we have here? Hello, Virtual Violence. How are you doing, Virtual Violence? So glad you're here. I always missed you, Virtual Violence. Always miss you, Virtual Violence. So glad you're here, okay? Hello, Weirdomorphous Blob. The Blob is back. The Blob is back, and you're gonna regret it. Hey now, the Blob is back. Okay. Hello, Weirdomorphous Blob. Another great vanguard of the book club, okay? And great intellectual vanguard of the community. Hello, Weirdomorphous Blob. So glad you're here. Chairman Bart says, what do you think of Oreos, CR? Chairman Bart, that is a rude question. That is a personal choice on my end, and I would rather not talk about Oreos right now because I know why you're asking, and that's really rude, and I don't think we need to bring that up right now, especially not during a live show, Sir Bart. If you have an issue with that, you can speak to me privately in the Discord, and you can send me a DM, but there's no way I'm going to talk about that publicly, okay? That's really rude. Anyway. Hello, Tater Tot. How dare you, Sir Chairman Bart? How dare you? Hello, Tater Tot, another established member of the community. So glad you're here, Tater Tot. You make me very happy, Tater Tot. You're very funny. I love having you here. Again, you're one of the good ones, Tater Tot, unlike the rest of these degenerates. So glad you're here. Hello, Jonas. How are you doing, Jonas? I'm so glad you're here, Jonas. I feel like you haven't been around as much, Jonas. Am I wrong? Maybe you've been busy. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Maybe I've just been ignoring you or something. But hello, Jonas. So glad you're here. Another great member of the community here. Jonas says, I was watching Minuteman, Mini Minuteman. Y'all in America were doing forced sterilization all the way into the 1970s. Yeah, Jonas. Yay. Especially in southern states. That only ended in the 1970s. There's women. There are a few women who are alive today who are actively suing the government for involuntarily sterilizing them during the 70s and 60s, etc. Especially black women were oftentimes involuntarily weren't even told that they were being sterilized and were sterilized. So yes, God bless this country. We did the Nazis far past the Nazis. Isn't that fun? Okay. Dolly Boy. Hello, Dolly Boy. How are you doing, Dolly Boy? So glad you're here. So glad you're here, Dolly Boy. As always, Dolly Boy, one of the pinnacles of the community, one of the pinnacles. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. You're right, LaQuaba. Also Native American women, not just black women, Native American women. Crawl. Hello, Crawl. Yeah, Crawl, we're not gonna have a glee club, okay? How dare you, Crawl? Fuck off, Crawl. Okay, I love having you here, Crawl of Xanth, as always. Love having you here, Crawl of Xanth. All right. Hello, Philly cheese. Hello, Philly cheese. No, Philly cheese, no smoking club, okay? No smoking club. I don't want to have to get out. You know what? We're not even gonna talk about this. No fucking okay, bad sandwich. Hello, Philly cheese. It's so great to have you in the community, as always, I guess. Hello, Philly cheese. Hello, Ice. Hello, Ice. You say, hey, oh, finally found out what's wrong with me. Just working on dosages, bit dead today, but yay, should be improving once I cut back on the doses. I'm so glad, Ice. I'm so glad to hear that. Okay, glad to have you here, Ice. Always glad to have you. The music club is unofficial. Okay, yeah. Chair Brown. Hello, real life cat DJ. Oh my God. Hey, CR. Can I just say you make me wish I was in school again, which is a massive because I have so much trauma associated with school. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, real life cat DJ. I'm sorry you had a bad experience with school. A lot of people do. And it's unfortunate because people who have a good experience with school like to engage in lifelong education. If you have good teachers and stuff, it can be a major boon to your life. And then if you have bad ones, it can make things really difficult going forward. Yeah. So yeah, I'm glad though that I can kind of change your perception on that, real life cat DJ. Um, let's see here. Oh my God, Jonas. God, you and Dolly Boy are disgusting. Yes. Yep, LaCroix. Let's see here. How dare you? Okay. Reese's peanut butter Oreos are the bomb. I agree, Tater Tot. It's amazing. It's going well, Dolly Boy. Going very well. Kim just going through. But we just need to return to when America was civilized. And when was that again? Weird and Morvis Buffy, because I don't think it ever was. All right. Hello, Mellow Munchies. Hello, Mellow Munchies. How are you doing, Mellow Munchies? So glad you're here, Mellow Munchies. As always, we love having you here, Mellow Munchies. Mellow Munchies is a great member of the community that actually participates in Discord occasionally, too. So glad you're here, Mellow Munchies. I need to know more about you, Mellow Munchies. What's your social security number? What are the three numbers on the back of your credit card? Things like that. Maybe I'll send you a message over in the Discord. Okay, maybe not about that, obviously, but I want to know a little bit about you. So I know, so we, just so I can, you don't have to tell me much. I'll just stalk you a little bit. Okay. Native American women too. Yes. Do. All right. Let's go. Let's get through it. Let's speed this up. Dolly Boy, I'm doing good. Just got home from the cinema with a friend. We were watching The Odyssey. Did you like it, Dolly Boy? Jonas, the more I learn, the more I believe you need another revolution. Really, Jonas? Oh, shocking. Thank you, Jay Williams, for the flowers. Really, thank you, Jay Williams, for the flowers. Shocking, Jonas. You think I would never say that, Jonas. That would be against the law and things like that and get me banned, etc. So I would never say that publicly. But I don't know about you, Jonas, but I think you might be right on that regard. But I don't know for sure, and I'm saying theoretically, but I suspect that might be the case that we need another 180 turn in things, if you know what I mean. Okay, we need another 180 in the way things are going. Okay, I'm doing well, Dolly Boy. Thank you very much. Maybe we start a juice club, whatever, LaQuaba. Just stop. Bad. Okay. Yes, you are the pinnacle of the community, Dolly Boy. Forgive me. Without you, the community wouldn't be possible. Thank you very much for being here, etc. Hello, I hate you so much, your life, Cat DJ. Okay. Okay. Hello. I am Sammy, 1992. I am a boomer. I have a mixed race family, and I had to say this to you. You are insanely amazing. I hope you and yours have a wonderful day in spite of whatever is bothering you. Thank you. I am Sammy, 1992. Thank you. Are you a regular viewer of the streams? Do you normally watch the streams after they're posted, or are you in here when they're live? I'm just curious. I can give you some shout outs. I am Sammy. Thank you for the compliment. I really appreciate it. Okay. Um, do 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 do. The Weirdomorphous Blob. He'll want your social security card, state identification, driver's license, and every number. Correct, Weirdomorphous Blob. The Juche Club. No, no, LaQuava. We're not going to have a Juche Club. We're not going to have a Juice Club or a Juche Club. Okay. No, bad. All right. That's not exactly good PR for the community. Okay. God damn it. All right. How dare you, Mellow Munchies? Don't you dare hit me over the head with that bat. Okay. All right, all right, all right. We're done with this. We're done. Okay, guys. So we got a few things we're gonna do today. Honestly, folks, I don't have my no, we don't, LaQuaw. Okay. I don't have much prepared for in regard to talking about Nazis today because we have a lot of other stuff to do. If take a moment, so we'll definitely do more later, okay? Either Thursday or tomorrow if I decide to stream tomorrow. But I might do some Nazi stuff today. I might just kind of wing some of it. But we have so many other things that I wanted to look at today. I thought we might take another brief break. But because there are a few videos I want to watch with you that will take some time. And so we might not, we will do, there, we're going to be learning, okay? We're going to do education. We're going to talk about the Civil War because we're going to be watching Matt Walsh's video about the Civil War. Yay. I'm glad I am Sammy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay. I'm glad you just found me here, okay? So we will perhaps watch the Matt Walsh video on the Civil War. We also are going to watch at least some of the debate from last night between Stevens and Al-Sayed, which I watched a lot of last night. I didn't finish yet. I know some other people have already seen it, but I thought it'd be fun for us to watch it together. There aren't really any good clips of it so far. Okay. There aren't really any good clips of it so far. So we're going to just watch the whole thing, or at least we're going to start at the beginning and we might skip some parts. But we'll see here what we can do. We'll watch some of that. We also there's a lot of things out there we're going to watch. I also found a great video that I started watching, but again, didn't finish about, is America making a socialist turn? Okay. Thank you. I'm Sammy. Is America making a socialist turn? There is growing evidence that, there's a growing DSA, especially DSA sponsored left-wing candidates that are winning all over the place and appearing to be, appearing to make major gains. So I found a great video about this, kind of analyzing it that we could look at. So there's a few things we're going to talk about. It's going to be mixed in with education, as you will see. So don't think we're not going to do education. We are. It just might not be about Nazis today, just because I want to get through some of these things, okay? If we have time, I will talk about the Nazis a little bit later. I mean, how can I help myself, right? Okay. Hello, Doug. How are you doing, Doug? So glad you're here. Antifa, you another pillar of the community. By the way, I want to point out, I had three gift Discord turbos to give to people because of of having a Discord community. I don't know why. Discord gave me 3 gift Discord turbo memberships that I could give to 3 people. Okay, so that's where I guess Discord Turbo is like their subscribed version, where if you hand it out, you can give people a free membership, which allows you to do certain things in your profile and things like that. I gave those to 3 people in the community. I already handed them out, folks, because I think I had to give them out pretty soon. Regardless, I gave one to Dolly Boy. So Dolly Boy, I don't know how you can find it in the server, but I gave you a free. Yeah, that was real, Dolly Boy. I gave you a free Discord membership. I don't know how it works. I don't know if you have to sign up for it or anything. And if you do, you don't have to do it. Just give it back to me and I'll send it to someone else. I gave one to Matt Psy Guy. Okay. And who did I give the last one to? Doug. Antifa, I gave one to you too. Okay. Because Doug, you've been in here forever. All right. So, and other people have too. But as I get more folks, I will send it to more people. So, Doug, you now have a Discord Turbo. So do you, Dolly Boy, and Matt Psy Guy also, okay? So just wanted to hand those out to folks. Next time I'll do it more randomized, but I thought it'd be nice to give folks those things, okay? So anyway, let's go on here. I hope so. If you can, guys, if you guys are able to boost the server with that, I would highly appreciate it. I would highly appreciate it if you could boost the server with that, okay? All right. So let's go on here. Let's get into it. All right, so let's start with watching some of this debate last night, okay? Oh, nothing is showing up. Hello, Venamos. How are you doing? All right, so guys, let me make sure we capture the right window. Okay, so this is, let me make sure it's actually working. Yes. Okay, so this is the debate from last night between Haley Stevens and Abdul El Sayed, and he kind of crushes her. So hello, Alyssa, how are you doing? So let's see if we can, let's see how it goes, okay? There might be parts we skip if it gets boring, but I kind of wanted to watch it with you. I know some of you have seen it. I know Philly cheese, so.
Democratic Senate debate.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Alyssa. Alyssa says, I am dying from a stomach bug rampaging my house right now. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, Alyssa. I hate stomach bugs.
Live from our Fox 2 studios, here's
Statements are made about another candidate.
I'm a doctor. I became a
Okay, so here
studio
we go.
audience. Folks watching at home, I am so grateful to be here. My name is Abdul El Sayed. I'm a doctor.
Second debate,
I became a
outer
doctor because I
signal.
go 15 minutes from where I grew up and travel a difference of 10 years difference in life expectancy. Instead of practicing clinically, I went into public health, rebuilt Detroit's health department, led Wayne County's Department of Health, Human and Veteran Services. We did things like put glasses on kids, took on corporate polluters, made sure that our kids weren't breathing the worst coming out of smokestacks, and eliminated medical debt. But I'm running because it just shouldn't be this hard. I've been down to 110 different cities, 475 public events. I could go to a living room in Lansing. I could be in a church in Detroit.
I'm going to turn
No
it
matter
down a
where I
bit
go,
so you
people
guys
tell
can
me,
hear me.
I need to be able to
How
afford
does this
my
sound?
groceries.
Can
I need
you
to be
guys
able
hear
to
me
afford my
over it?
gas. I need to be able to see a doctor when I get sick.
Or do I
My
need to make
friend
it a
is
bit
going
louder?
to frame this race about me and her. It's not about that. It's about you. It's about what you deserve. It's about you deserving a politics that's not bought off by the same corporations picking your pocket at every single turn. I'm looking forward to the conversation about how we get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, and pass Medicare for all.
Thank you, Dr. Abdul Al Sayed. Next up, Congresswoman Haley Stevens, you have 1 minute for your opening statement tonight.
Well, thank you to everyone tuning in
Thank you,
tonight.
Mellow
As we
Munchies.
know, the stakes of this race couldn't be higher. Costs continue to go up. Our health care, voting rights, civil rights, it's all on the line, in addition to Social Security and
By
Medicare.
the way, the
And if
moderator does a great
Mike
job
Rogers
tonight.
wins this race, all goes by the wayside. Look, Michigan deserves a senator who can win and who can deliver. I'm the only one on this stage who has flipped a Republican seat, and I was named Michigan's most effective
She is,
Democratic
Alyssa.
lawmaker in Congress.
Shut up.
Because my only
I see
focus
Israel
is
in
you.
my dreams.
Abdul is
Or what did
running
she
for
say?
celebrity. Republicans are propping up his campaign, and Mike Rogers just the other day said in a secret phone call that he makes it easier for him to win, that he's the one he wants
Israel
to run
comes
against.
to me in my
Look,
dreams.
this
That's what
isn't
she
about
said.
the DC or New York influencer crowd. This is about
shut
putting
up.
Michigan first, and I've got the receipts to do that, which is why Governor Whitmer and so many others are joining my campaign to win in
Great.
November.
Congresswoman Dr. Al Sayed, thank you both for your
Yeah,
opening
Philly cheese.
statements. Listen, just want to give you an idea of how we're going to do things a little bit differently from other debates where perhaps it's a little more formalized. This is going to be a conversation
LaQuan.
where I'm the moderator. I'll ask you questions. The time cues will be given by me. No
He does a
clocks
great
here.
job,
So
by
let's
the way.
go, and we'll begin with this.
Props to the
So many
moderator.
people have questions about affordability. It's the number one thing we hear about from people. What are they doing in Washington to make sure that life is more affordable for me? Dr. Al Sayed, what are you doing? That's something that perhaps we haven't heard before in Washington that's different to keep the cost of living down.
So let me just tell you, for me, it's I don't take money from the corporations who are jacking up your prices in the first place. When you're bought off by DTE and Blue Cross and Big Pharma and
Yep.
Big Tech and APAC, don't be surprised that there's a pro quo that comes with that quid. That money doesn't just fall off trees. $60 million from outside organizations in this race didn't just come from nowhere. It's because those exact same organizations expect something on the other side, and that's that they get to expect to own your next U.S. senator. So it starts with being able to say, I'm the only candidate in this race who doesn't take any money from corporations. Never have, never will. And then from there, I actually can stand up to them. I can do things like enforce our antitrust policies that haven't been enforced.
Yep.
I
Guys,
can do
to be
things
clear,
like
I also-
tax billionaires their
Well-
wealth so we could take that money and invest it
Never
in
mind.
you and your kids, in your schools. I can do things
There you go,
like
Colin.
make sure that rather than sending your money somewhere else to drop bombs on other people and their kids, we can keep that money here at home.
Yeah, outer
and
signal.
just in case you don't believe me, just think about this. Just last week,
God,
Our
imagine if
friend
he
here
wins and then runs for
voted
president.
to send $3.3 billion of your tax dollars to a foreign government. That is the pro quo that comes with the quid of $30 million spent by AIPAC. So it really comes down to how are you funded?
Dr. El-Sayed, thank you. Congresswoman Haley Stevens, we heard a lot from Dr. El-Sayed. Some of that was about your record in Washington. I want you to be able to address that, but also tell us what you would do to keep the cost of living down.
Yeah, our affordability crisis is choking us out here in Michigan. You know, everywhere I go, if it's at the fish fry in downtown Detroit, or the working single mom who just the other day told me her health care costs continue to go up, that the grocery bill is only getting harder. We don't need lip service. We need action. And Abdul's going to talk about where employees from certain corporations are spending their money, but let me tell you about what I am doing. Because DTE and our utility companies are selling out their ratepayers, and I'm giving them an option. I'm saying DTE, either stop raising rates or lose your federal funds and cut executive pay. Look, we need proven fighters.
She doesn't
in
get to
these
decide that. What the
positions.
fuck does she?
And that is what I have done time and time again. I've got the receipts to show it.
Does she think she'll be able
why
to?
Governor Whitmer and AG Nessel, you know, two proven fighters who want to see results, have endorsed me in this race, because Michigan, it needs a workhorse in the United States Senate, sleeves rolled up, ready to tackle our problems on day one.
15.
And I'm not just stopping there. Let's lower the cost of groceries.
That's
with my
true,
bill.
elevator
No
lady. You're
tariffs on
right.
groceries.
I do want to get into the weeds a bit with this, because I want to ask you a very direct question that so many people ask us. Are these folks getting money from big utility? Congresswoman Haley Stevens, are you taking money for your campaign from DTE or consumers?
No, but let me say this, Roop.
Lie.
I have been transparent.
Liar. That is an absolute lie.
I have been transparent throughout this campaign, and let me just say this, that the only thing that ever motivates my work is the people of Michigan, the people who I hear from. You know, my opponent is on these big podcasts. You know, he's running a podcast himself. These folks are making fun of the way I sound, but yet I sound like the people who need help, who are talking to me about what they need
Congresswoman,
done.
that was a follow-up to ask the direct question, whether you're taking money from utilities or not.
No.
The answer is no. Thank you. Dr. El-Sayed, I'm asking you the same question. Any money from anyone that we don't know about?
No and never, but then $40,000 in direct receipts to her campaign from DTE's corporate PAC. And then there's, I don't know, Center for Democratic Priorities, which released its funders, but then they're behind these shell organizations, these 501c4s. So I'd really like to revisit that question, because I don't know how to explain $40,000 directly to her campaign from DTE. I'm the only candidate in this race who's never touched a dime of corporate PAC money.
I do want to ask both of you about your campaigns respectively when it comes to certain questions that people have. Congresswoman, we'll begin with you, and we'll dive right into that right now. You've heard many people ask the question about AIPAC.
I agree, Alyssa.
And it seems as though on many instances you haven't directly answered the question. Do you see why some people are bothered by the fact that so much money, $40+ million, has come from AIPAC for these PACs?
Fucking God. I didn't know it was $40+ million to her campaign.
About you and to promote you and to put you up as her candidate.
Yeah, and I appreciate the question, Roop, because this moment in this country and here in Michigan, people have every right to be frustrated about our campaign finance system. My opponent here on this stage, Abdul, he's got a super PAC that his father-in-law funds that has millions of dollars going into it. And look, in terms of foreign policy,
yes,
you know, Abdul and I do differ. I believe in a two-state solution. He has attacked me by name for purporting that the people of Palestine and the people of Israel deserve to live side by side peacefully. The goal is always long-term peace. And
that is absolutely insane. $40 million from one PAC for a state Senate race. Oh my fucking God! I knew it was a lie. I didn't know it was $40 million. I mean, that she is literally on a leash to Israel. I don't know what else to, like, that's what that means, okay?
So the Prime Minister of Israel has attacked me by name. They both represent the extremes. Look.
Remember Abdul El-Sayed's policies, free health care for all, ending ICE, corporate tax reform and affordability. Not taking political bribes and a career focused on
Thank you, Mellow
helping
Munchies.
people. Vote LC.
Thank you, Jonas. We needed this. That was a good one, Jonas. That was very well timed. Thank you very much, Jonas. I deeply support that.
Michiganders want peace. They deserve to see peace, and that is where I have always cast my vote, and that is the work that I want to do for Michigan in the U.S. Senate.
Specifically about AIPAC money, more than $46 million has been spent on AIPAC spending to back your campaign. A lot of people wonder if that is something where you're going to do their bidding should you win this seat. Is that something people should be concerned about? And if not, why not?
Absolutely not, Roop. Look, I have been very clear, consistent, and transparent, and I have continued to be. I want to see long-term peace. I want to see a two-state solution. I am deeply proud to represent one of the largest Jewish populations in
100%
congressional
megastar,
district
100%.
in the country. This is a community that I have grieved alongside, that I've mourned alongside, and have fought to bring the hostages home. And I'm still working to get us.
But I will not try to save Palestinian children from being burned alive or smashed under concrete. But I did help bring the hostages home. So yeah, I like the dead children and the dead women and the dead everyone in Gaza. But I did help bring the hostages home. Okay, so.
To long-term peace.
But no concern about the $46 million plus spent on the behalf of AIPAC
moderator.
That should worry people about perhaps you doing their bidding should you win the seat.
Well, I don't think there's much difference between super PACs going in for Abdul or super PACs going in for me. We have a problem with campaign finance reform in this country. I have an A rating from End Citizens United. I have been endorsed by Defend the Vote. I have voted consistently, and I'm going to stop.
Wait, is that 46? One second. Is that 46 million going into a super PAC or a PAC? Super PAC. So guys, 1 second here. Let me just show you something to make this clear for those who don't know what the hell was being talked about here. Okay. So there are PACs. There are PACs, which mean political action committees. Okay. So political action committees. Now, political action committees they coordinate with the candidate that they are helping or that they're supporting. So, for example, if let's say Haley Stevens has a PAC, okay, if Haley Stevens has a PAC, that means that PAC is working for Haley Stevens and is doing advertising for Haley Stevens and working for Haley Stevens, and they have to reveal whoever donates to the PAC. So if someone donates to the PAC, that name has to be published. They have to openly show who donated to that PAC, which is where you get information like what you see on the site Open Secrets. So that is PAC money sent to PACs. Okay, a lot of it, some of it's also directly sent to her campaign, but that's also a PAC. Okay, so then a super PAC, this stuff is confusing, but this is a very important thing to understand that is disturbing. So a super PAC or a super political action committee, and if you have a super PAC, the rule is the super PAC cannot directly work with the candidate it's supporting. So if Haley Stevens has a super PAC, it cannot coordinate what it's doing to advertise for her with her directly. Now, obviously, that is a stupid rule because they're gonna find out. They're gonna find a way to coordinate. Obviously, all you got to do, even if you don't directly coordinate with her, just see what advertising she's doing and basically copy it, or secretly communicate. That's fucking easy too, and no one will ever know. Okay. So what you have to do instead, so the condition for being able to, because they don't directly coordinate as a super PAC, any donations they receive can be, are hidden. They do not have to reveal who is donating to them. So you can send what's called dark money, who we don't know where the money comes from, get donated to super PACs. So that is disturbing because super PACs often do a lot of the advertising for candidates, but we have no idea who's funding them. With the exchange that they don't directly coordinate with the candidate, which is stupid. Okay? Like, it's really fucking stupid that's legal. Yeah. And they are like these dark entities that no one knows who donates to them, who can get away with doing a lot of funding. Yep, super PACs have basically infinite money too, I believe. There's no limit. Yep, yeah, they can accept unlimited donations from people. There are limits in a PAC about how much a person can donate, but there are no limits in a super PAC. Okay? So, like, these are dark entities. No one knows who's donating to them. People can donate infinite amounts of money as long as they don't coordinate, but of course they're coordinating. So, okay. Both of these are corrupt, by the way, political action committees and super PACs, but super PACs are the worst of the worst. All right. So I will say this, and I don't know if what she's saying about Al Sayed is true. Al Sayed, about him having a super PAC run by his father-in-law. I don't like that. I got to tell you, I am not saying I don't like Al Sayed. I do. I love Al Sayed. And I think it's pretty fucking likely that he's not getting bad donations for that super PAC. And I don't even know if it's true. But if he is, it wouldn't be surprising that has a super PAC. But she is 1,000 times worse. She has regardless of the amount of money any super PAC of his has raised, she has raised far more money than he has. Like, as I'm pretty sure, she's raised a lot more money than he has, and she has more super PACs than him and PACs than him. So to be clear, she's still far more corrupt than he is, and also has tons of super PACs that are deeply corrupt. And a lot of her super PACs are directly linked to certain corporate interests in Israel and things like that. Okay? Yeah, they should be, Matt Saigai. Matt Saigai says Modi government tried to legalize super PACs in India. The Supreme Court ruled that super PACs are illegal and unconstitutional. Right. Well, because India is a much more civilized country than the United States. Clearly, Matt Saigai. Because it's insane to have super PACs. Okay. Yeah, American politics is fucked up. Capitalism eats democracy. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. So anyway, let's go on here.
Mike Rogers from getting anywhere close to the United States Senate, which is why he doesn't want to run against me, and which is why somebody like
Is that so, Outer Signal? I forgot about that. So now they're allowed to coordinate with the campaign. Is that true? Is that what the Supreme Court ruled? That the super PACs couldn't coordinate with the campaigns? Well, I mean, they were doing it anyway, so it's not that big of a deal, I guess.
Is supporting me in this race.
Congresswoman Stevens, thank you. I want to give some equal time here to Dr. Al Sayed, and specifically I want to talk to you a little bit about this geopolitical weight that we all feel in this community, which is about the Israel-Palestine issue. It obviously has colored this election greatly. It colors the Democratic Party. How do you see yourself moving forward, should you become a senator here, handling the situation with Iran, Israel, and Hamas?
So I just want to say the difference between us is $46 million of AIPAC spending. They've set a record in this race to help elect my opponent because they know that she'll be a reliable vote, just like she took last week to send your tax dollars to a foreign government that is aiding, arming, and abetting the very people who want to foreclose on the possibility of Palestinian self-determination. Look, at the end of the day, my job is to take care of you here. I want to be your U.S. Senator. I want your tax dollars spent in Michigan to provide schools in Michigan, to build health care in Michigan, to build roads in Michigan. And I think that money sent over there to kill kids and women is the worst use of our tax dollars. And yet, that's exactly what $46 million in spending will buy you. And I believe deeply that we have a responsibility to make sure that we don't make other people's problems worse. So I believe in equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination for Palestinians and Jewish Israelis alike. I believe that we should not be fighting stupid wars that AIPAC wants us to fight in the first place. And I believe we have a responsibility to keep our money here, to invest here. That really is the difference. We're being outspent in this race 12-1. Chances are you're going to see an ad, probably two of them, on behalf of AIPAC for my opponent in the next commercial break. That's what that buys you, lying about a record around President Obama's endorsement or lying about me and my character. But that's exactly what happens when you stand up and say, maybe Palestinians should have rights too, and maybe we should have rights to our tax dollars here at home.
Dr. El-Sayed, I'm going to give Congresswoman a chance to respond, as you made a couple of accusations there about her record. Go ahead, Congresswoman.
Well, as I said, I have been transparent, and that is why I have released my full tax returns, and Abdul still hasn't. We need to ask him, what's he hiding?
I'm pretty sure that's a lie.
Going to uncover
I'm pretty sure he
in
has
the general
released his tax
election
returns.
that they will use against him. I am the only non-millionaire in this race. I have been recognized as an effective Democratic lawmaker who, yes, governs in a clear, consistent way on complex challenges. I am beholden to the people of Michigan, the people who I hear from when I am in the grocery store line.
Oh, shut
people
up.
who've broken down.
Did AIPAC walk up to you in a grocery store and cut you a check for $46 million? Is that right? I'm sure that's who you're going to listen to, or the average Michigander in a grocery store.
Tears asking me how we can address this affordability crisis. And that is what I am doing. That is what I will do on day one. And I have the receipts to prove it. Dana Nessel agrees with me.
Dr. El-Sayed, I do want to ask you a question about
Dana
the tone
Nessel?
and the tenor of this campaign. It is safe to say that everyone from Washington to Washington Township in Michigan are sick and tired of people pointing fingers, screaming, yelling, and insulting one another. We've seen a lot of that all across the country.
Me too, Jonas.
Earlier this week, we heard that there was some kind of a Zoom call in which you had referenced an opponent as ogre on a pike, and so many people took offense to that, and it really pointed to the bigger question about the tone and tenor that you've been accused of having in this campaign.
I don't like tone questions.
Do you
I don't give a shit.
any of the comments that you've made, and do you think that
he was
this
talking
race
about
could
Fetterman,
take
by the way,
a more
who is
productive and a more substantive tone if we kept those personal slams out?
Look, I took to Twitter last week and said that the tone in which people talk about my opponent is unkind, and I asked anybody who supported me to not talk about her that way. In fact, when she got booed on the stage at the Michigan Democratic Party convention, I called her personally and said that that was unkind. My supporters had nothing to do with it, but I don't think that that's the way we want to do politics. I was referring to a guy named John Fetterman, who's a senator from Pennsylvania, who has done terrible things, got elected on a set of values, and is now completely throwing those values in the mud. And I do think it's important for any senator in Michigan to have a relationship with folks who are in the U.S. Senate. And if those folks are not
he is an ogre.
Like, with what they got elected on, I think it's important for all of us to have an honest opinion about what we're going to do to make sure that our Senate looks like the people it represents. But when we talk about unkindness, I also just want to speak to the fact that on behalf of my opponent, UDP, another name for AIPAC, has been running attack ad after attack ad after attack ad on my character. I'm the father of 2 daughters. I'm raising them to be stronger than any man. My wife is a doctor. My mother was the first tenured professor of engineering at her university. I was raised by strong women. To say that somehow, because I wrote an op-ed 15 years ago about First Lady Michelle Obama, or I ran against Governor Whitmer, that somehow I'm disrespecting anybody is just inconsistent with the truth. So I really think it's important for my...
So UDP, the United Democracy Project, is a super PAC affiliated with and heavily funded by the American Public Affairs Committee. Okay. American Israel Public Affairs Committee. So that's a super PAC, UDP, which you just mentioned, which means it is financing all these ads on behalf of AIPAC, okay, with unlimited secret donations to it.
Opponent to speak to why she thinks it's okay to spend $10 million of AIPAC money coming after my character. I'd love to understand that, because I went on Twitter and I said that those comments are unkind. I'd like to see the same thing.
Congresswoman, we're going to get to some questions from our audience in just a moment, but Congresswoman, I do want to give you a chance to address that civility issue that is lacking severely in American politics. Is this something that the ads that you see on television, whether you paid for them or whether someone else paid for them, do you think they're doing an injustice to voters by just filling the room with vitriol and hate and not getting to the issues?
Well, look,
I really
there was
don't care,
something else
honestly.
that was
This is
revealed
politics.
in the phone call that Abdul was mentioning, which is that he said that he's not going to be able to get much done, that he's not focused on policy for the first 2 years that he is in the United States Senate, that he's going to be focused on national politics. Again, Michigan needs a workhorse, and I am offering these ideas on day one.
Congressman, respectfully,
Yes,
I do want don't answer the question.
But
it's about
it is
civility.
important to
It's
be
about civility.
transparent about what is being said here. And look,
Me too,
Abdul's a great
Jonas.
guy. He's a great father. You know, only he can account for saying that, you know, Whitmer's bought and paid for, or that,
Because she is. Literally, Whitmer was bought and paid for.
you know, no one cares about Debbie Stabenow, or that Mallory McMorrow isn't smart enough. You know, that is certainly on him to respond to, which we certainly just did hear from him on that.
Can I respond?
Dr. Al-Sayed, you have a quick minute here.
Look, I told you at the outset that my opponent was going to make this race about me and her. But this is about you. This is about whether or not you deserve a politics of the people, by the people, and for the people, or of the corporations, by the billionaires, and for the special interests. In an effort to talk about civility, I just took another attack. And I just want you to ask yourself, what is it that you deserve from your politics now? Do you deserve a politician more focused on their opponent because they want to be in a seat? Or do you deserve a politics where we're all asking, how do we actually serve you best? Because that's what I'm focused on here in this debate and been focused on for this entire...
So Mellow Munchies, you say this is why I don't care for these debates, because it's all about dodging and just attacking the other candidate. So Mellow Munchies, if these were two corporatists, I would agree with you, okay? Because in that case, it doesn't really matter because they're not going to criticize each other's donors very much. But what we need more of is the left pointing out the corruption of the other candidate, okay? And he's doing a great job at focusing on how corrupt she is, which will massively impact the policy she puts forward. I don't think there's a point in debating policy if the other person is massively corrupt, because the corruption indicates the policies, right? If we just say words like I'm going to be pro, I don't know, Medicare for all, but then you're being massively funded by the healthcare industry, it won't fucking matter, right? So I actually like his approach to pointing out how corrupt she is. Now, I will say, yeah, maybe he could talk more about what he plans to do. But given the differential in funding between both of their campaigns, this is one of the few platforms he has to really highlight that the person doing all these attack ads against him is very corrupt. So I really don't see that big of an issue with it. Like, if they were to just talk policy, we wouldn't really learn anymore. We wouldn't really learn much because they would look equal. Like they would just have policy disagreements, even though they're not, because one is massively corrupt and the other one is not. But Mellow Munchies, I still get your point. I do. Okay. Yeah.
15-month campaign that we've been running on.
Well, and thank you for clarifying that you didn't call me an ogre.
No, again, for the record, it was Mr. Fetterman that was apparently called an ogre in the call, not you. However, I do want to get to some audience questions as well. It's time to take questions from our studio audience. We want to remind you that we are taking your questions at home as well. Just scan the QR code on your screen or text it to 248-200-5042.
So SoCal, I know, guys, I am defending Sayed a little bit here. I don't have a monopoly on truth in this regard, but SoCal says he's saying the right things, but all too often the ones who say the right things do the absolute least. So SoCal, do you think so listen, the main thing I look at when I look at a campaign is funding. Based off the funding, do you really think that he is going to do the least or she's going to do the least? So words don't matter as much to me, as much as who the fuck is funding the campaigns, who is paying them to do what they're doing. So I don't think it really matters even if he said the wrong things. If you say the wrong things, but if you're not funded by major corporations, I might actually still like you more. You see what I mean? Words are cheap, folks. Words are cheap. It's all about like image. Okay. It's all about image to me. Like what you say is what you say. Like we don't know, even if we agree with a bunch of his policies, he might not be able to get a lot of them done because he'll be in the Senate and has to deal with the Senate and stuff like that. But I feel like if he would be the one who's more likely to push for things that are good, that we like, right? If you look at the things he's offering on his website and the things he says out loud. So, and based off the funding too, especially. Exactly. He's way better than the alternative. We'll judge him by his actions ultimately. And that's the point, guys, is we don't know what he'll do. We don't know what anyone will do when they're in office. So it's always a guess. It's always sort of, you do the best you can with the information you have. And from my experience, the funding is what really matters. The funding, the words don't matter as much. Yeah, that's fair, SoCal.
Make sure you tune in at 8 o'clock to stream
Absolutely.
Fox Local on fox2detroit.com. These candidates will be answering your questions, but right now we begin with Hannah, who is a voter who's here today. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. So, what I wanted to ask was, compared to neighboring states, Michigan consistently ranks among one of the worst for power reliability and rate affordability. As hotter summers and severe storms strain our infrastructure, what federal policies or grid investment standards will you champion to ensure Michigan residents get reliable, affordable power?
We'll begin with Congresswoman Haley Stevens for an answer on that.
Yeah, well, and Hannah, thank you so much for asking such an important and palpable question
shut up.
to so
Oh my
many
God, I hate
Michiganders.
this.
It has been deeply
Michigander.
frustrating to see Donald
just
Trump
likes
get
saying
rid of the
Michiganders.
clean energy tax credits. It has been deeply frustrating to see our utility bills go up and up and up. These companies
No, I totally agree, Egg and Cheese. I feel like the moderator does a great job in this debate.
do not care about the ratepayers, and they are selling us out. I am not offering lip service to this issue.
Yes, you are.
I'm offering a solution, which is to say to these companies, either lower the rates or lose your federal funds.
How?
Look, I voted for the infrastructure bill. I secured funds for us back here in Michigan. I want to do more of that, passing the largest climate bill in the history of this country. Donald Trump's trying to erase it. We need a science-forward agenda, delivering for us, meeting the moment for who our families are, what our children deserve, and that's why I'm running for United States Senate.
Hannah, we
Yeah,
have
exactly. Whereas Bob, they are selling us out. It's funny when you're bought and paid for by a utility company,
an
right?
answer from Dr. El Sayed as well.
Anna, thank you so much for such an important question. I just want to speak directly to what's happening right now. You've got DTE, which is the biggest spender in our entire politics. They spend on 93% of the entire elected state legislature, as well
Oh my fucking God.
as
Okay.
most of our congresspeople, including my colleague here. And that allows them to get away with things like building one of the largest hyperscale data centers in our state in ex parte approval. Now, that's fancy terms for saying approval without actually going through the normal process. And this is going to increase the load on our grid by more than twice. Now, we just lost our power for 5 days in a row because of a mid-level storm. We need to do a lot better. To me, it's about transparency in policymaking. People should not be able to take that money and then turn the other cheek and then allow for these approval processes that aren't approval processes at all. I still have yet to see a plan from DTE about how they're going to improve our reliability while doubling, more so, the amount of electricity they're expected to provide for a data center that nobody asked for. I put out a terms of engagement because these data centers, that was one of 15 that proposed last year alone.
No, I agree.
We need to be serious about
I
the
think-
incoming threat that's going to make all of this so much worse.
Thank you both, and thank you, Hannah, for your question. I want to address both of the candidates, and by the way, we are going to get to some text message questions as well from all of you at home. But I want to talk specifically about your campaigns, and I think it's
Why is
noteworthy
she just
that
standing
one of the
there?
reasons we're
They
doing
need
this
to tell
debate
her
is
to
to
leave.
contrast the two of
There we
you,
go.
where you stand on so many issues, but also on how you go about doing your business, how you campaign. Dr. El Sayed, I'll begin with you. The Democratic Socialists of America have not made an endorsement in this particular race, but when you go to our rally, and we've covered so many of them,
Wait a minute. The Democratic Socialists haven't made an endorsement?
so many of them are from that
Is he DSA?
organization.
Maybe he isn't.
Who are you when it comes to your political stripes? Many people call you progressive. Some have accused you of being a socialist. Not that that's a bad word, but people have said that about you. Where do you stand on your politics? How would you describe your politics?
Roop, I'm a doctor and a scientist. I want policy solutions that actually map to the problems that we face. My governing experience is rebuilding a health department in the city of Detroit, leading Wayne County's Department of Health, Human and Veteran Services. We had to go in there and work with a diverse community to be asking, what are the challenges we face?
He has a
and how do we
history, I
actually
just
solve
read,
them?
he has a history of
We were able
connections
to
with
identify the
DSA,
fact that
but has
our
not
county
called
ranked
himself a
number 8
socialist.
for medical debt nationwide, and we could eliminate that for a penny on the dollar. So we set aside $7
Yeah,
million.
he's not a member of the DSA, but I will say, from what I'm reading here, guys, he has a history of he's attended and spoke at least 6 DSA-affiliated events between 2017 and 2022, including headlining a 2019 Detroit DSA fundraiser. Interesting. Excuse me. He said he distances himself from the organization's formal label for electoral purposes in Michigan. Okay. So it might be a strategic thing on his part.
To erase up to $700 million in medical debt. When kids couldn't get glasses, 30% of them would get tested positive for needing glasses and wouldn't get a pair.
The last one was a fundraiser.
We put optometrists
the other ones I don't know.
outside of schools so that as soon as a kid got a positive test, they go out, get a full optometric exam, and get a pair of glasses delivered within 2 weeks of a vision test. Now, working with a diverse community of people, you come to realize that not every solution fits the same way. You've got to be thinking about the solution in the right way. When it comes to the question of socialism, I'm not a socialist. I'm just a capitalist who understands how capitalism works.
There we go.
The biggest threat to capitalism was never the idea of government regulation. It was always monopoly. I want you to think about the stuff that you have to buy, whether it's your groceries and the number of stores you can go to, or it's buying a flight to see your grandmother, or it's picking a phone or a phone provider. You have like 2 or 3 options, and that shouldn't be legal, but that's the way our economy works right now. So I think government ought to be there to regulate on monopolies and oligopolies so that everybody can actually participate in an economy without having to be paid.
Maybe the government should just own the utilities. Have you ever think of that? Instead of people having to choose between competing companies, maybe the people should just own the fucking company. I know. He's not as far left as we are, but still.
Pay more or get paid less for the work they do.
Congresswoman Stevens, another question about your campaign. We've seen just in the last few days, of course, Senator Sanders, we've seen AOC, and we've seen Elizabeth Warren just today, and they're all behind Abdul. These are the people who worked with you in the same room, have watched you for your 4 terms. Should that concern voters that they're taking the outsider side in this case? You have a minute and a half.
Well, I think that we should look at
that is fair.
The fact that Brenda Lawrence, my longtime mentor and dear friend, Congresswoman from Oakland County representing Detroit, has been an early endorser of mine in this race, alongside Governor Whitmer, Senator Stabenow, Senator Peters, who, like myself, has been recognized as the most effective lawmaker for our state. But let me be really clear right now, because I'm going to tell you what kind of politician I am. I am Michigan's manufacturing geek, okay? I have visited hundreds of small to mid-sized manufacturing shop floors.
That doesn't mean a fucking thing. Visiting manufacturing shop floors doesn't mean a fucking thing. Hitler literally visited tons of factories and did photo shoots, okay? Trump has done that too.
CNC machines in my life previous to being in elected office. I have a deep passion for the bread and butter of our state and a unique understanding of it. So when Donald Trump and Mike Rogers go to lick the bootstraps of China and start a trade war with Canada, screwing us over and selling us down the river, I will be standing up for us and securing things like what I did with the CHIPS and Science Act.
Me too.
To deliver for our youth and equity and inclusion that is so very important to our future.
Guys, can I say something that I don't want to be taken the wrong way? And I want you guys to be charitable to me, because you all know I'm angelic and I would never mean anything mean by it. Okay? And I know I shouldn't say this. Listen, I love people from Michigan. I want to point that out. I'm just going to say it because I know people are too respectful out there. But she's kind of goofy, isn't she? She's kind of goofy. And I don't mean that as a compliment. She's kind of silly, isn't she? Like, there's something off about her. I'm just saying, listen, I know that's like not politically correct to say, but she's a little bit goofy, right? She's kind of a little bit goofy. I don't know what's going on there, and it's kind of worrisome. Hey, Jonas, how dare you? Anyway. So there's something a little off about her, just saying it. No, it has nothing to do. Look at this face. Nothing to do with her being a woman, by the way. I'm not being a sexist here, okay? I'm just saying there's something a little bit goofy about her. Michael, hello, Michael. You say, as an engineer that currently works in manufacturing, I can tell you she's probably doesn't have the slightest clue of the bottlenecks and current issues of manufacturing in America. Oh, 100%. 100%. Okay. Oh, I agree, okay? I totally agree with you, Michael, right? Yeah, there's literally anyone who would... Okay, fair. Maybe I was exaggerating. The pushback I would get. Okay, whatever. Outer Signal, screw you, Outer Signal. Outer Signal says all that buildup for a basic bitch take. How dare you, Outer Signal? Okay, whatever. It's fine.
jobs for everyone, lower costs, and yeah, stop these abuses of power that are coming down from Trump and Rogers, who are treating it like the stock trading floor.
Congresswoman Haley Stevens, Dr. El Sayed, we thank you so much for your time. We're not done at all. In fact, the debate is only halfway through. Our conversation continues. We have a lot of text messages. This bat phone's been blowing up when it takes some of your questions. The debate continues on our streaming platform, Fox Local. Here's what you do. Scan the QR code on the right of your screen, go right to fox2detroit.com.
Okay, let's go on.
Bring back manufacturing by my friend here.
All right.
Is to make sure that we are thoughtful about actually
we're halfway through, folks. She only halfway through, her brother. She's really getting cooked. From what I saw, guys, after the debate, they took a bunch of they did a bunch of surveys, and they found out most people said that he won the debate easily.
The way that corporations and the top of corporations make decisions. Number one, I think we need to ban stock buybacks. This is this process by which corporations will literally buy their own stock to artificially raise their stock price, taking money away from the future of R&D and the workers themselves. Number two,
this is a common thing, guys. This is a common thing, stock buybacks. To be clear, oh, thank you, Dolly boy. You're an angel. Thank you very much. I love you. You're the best, okay? To be clear, stock buybacks also profit the CEO that orders the stock buyback, because the CEO typically has a large percentage stake in the company that they're doing the stock buyback for. So that will increase their wealth as well. So stock buybacks are extremely corrupt. And lots of times, like if a company is doing really well economically, they'll do stock buybacks instead of raising their employees' wages. Or something else they'll do is that, like, when the government gives money to corporations to, like, for example, bail them out, oftentimes those corporations use that money for stock buybacks to increase the wealth of their shareholders and their CEO. So anyway, I think they absolutely were. It's useless economic activity that artificially props up the company's stock prices. So anyway,
I actually think that there's a pathway, unlike the stupid tariffs of Donald Trump, which is around-the-clock tariffs for everyone.
Totally real-life,
there's a place for targeted tariffs. If you think about free trade like cancer, I think we need some chemo. And the way that that would work is that they were transparent, specific, directed to particular product lines. And then number three, I think we need to massively invest in continuing to be the best place to make an internal combustion engine in the world, and also to invest in EVs and EV infrastructure. And I want to talk about what I mean by that. I don't believe in a mandate, but what I do believe is that you should be able to buy a $25,000, 300-mile range car brought to you by the big three. Why? Because that's the way that we're going to be able to create a product line.
Not really. I get it. He has to say this shit because he's in Michigan, which was a car manufacturing hub for a long time. What we really ought to do is we need to make it legal to buy cars from China. That's what we should do. We should allow Americans to buy cheap Chinese electric cars. That'd be nice. Alas, that'll probably never happen. But if you really want to fight back against the climate change stuff, but he would never do that because he does, the people in Michigan wouldn't like that because that would offer competition and threaten their jobs. So anyway, that's okay though. I get it. There's a lot of weird love. It would be nice if you could just do it yourself. Yeah. Move to Canada and you can get your sick, reasonably priced Chinese EV. That'd be nice. I would love that. There's a lot of weird love happening over on YouTube right now. I don't know what the fuck is happening anyway.
Can compete all over the world with the kinds of cars that China is now manufacturing and eating our lunch on. But that means we have to invest in workers. And that really is the most important piece here. The UAW has built the American automotive industry. We need to be invested in them. We need to make sure that we continue to have the best manufacturing and engineering talent in the world. And that means ending the restriction that we've seen, and it means investing in our workers again. Again, we have an opportunity to continue to lead if we're willing to actually think past the ridiculousness of the Trump administration into what the future can be and into how we continue to invest in workers, engineers, and a product line be fit for the future.
Congresswoman, I know you have a lot of notes and a lot in your mind and heart about manufacturing, but does it disturb you at all that the UAW put their endorsement to Abdul when you've done all this stuff for manufacturing that you've talked about?
Look, I am so...
Oh, so the UAW endorsed him. Good.
Deeply proud to have a longstanding relationship with retirees and UAW members and to have 17 labor endorsements in this race by a long shot. And I'm also very proud to have receipts. And
Oh, of course, Maddie Holmes, which is unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. Because, it'd be nice if we did allow that. Yeah, her first smile is forced. By the way, isn't that funny how the UAW backed El Sayed, and then her response to that is, well, I have a lot of friendships with people who are, who are former members of the UAW and retirees of the UAW. Okay, well, that doesn't fucking mean shit. Okay, Michael, I could be wrong, but manufacturing America seems to have become a buzzword to me because there's still little to no incentives. 100%, Michael. It's not going to come back anytime soon. It's really never going to come back anytime soon. Unfortunately, because our country, the corporations in this country are run by private tyrants who do whatever is best for their bottom line. They don't give a shit about the jobs people have, okay? They will move overseas immediately if they think it's going to get them more profits. And we allow that. And as long as we allow that, they're not going to come back. And there's just too much competition right now with countries who can produce things cheaper. So, I don't think the idea that manufacturing will come back is not really, I don't think it's, some of it, you can have some of it come back, but there need to be some major changes before that happens, and we're nowhere close to that. Let's put it that way. All right.
Plans, and I'll show you where I'm leading the charge. Costs are killing us in our manufacturing sector. All right, the trade war with Canada has sold us out. There are 1,000 Cleveland Cliffs workers, mostly in downriver, that are out of work right now. Mike Rogers wants to rubber stamp all of this. The stakes couldn't be higher. November is 50-50. He said on the leaked call he wants to run against him.
If she wants Mike Rogers to lose, then she should vote for El Sayed because I feel like he has a bigger chance of winning, but that's just my thought.
He knows that I passed bipartisan wins for Michigan with chips and science.
Guys, I'm sick of bipartisan. I'm sorry. I'm sick of the bipartisanship. I know this sounds dark, but I'm so fucking sick of the bipartisanship. Anything in this country that gets passed that's bipartisan sounds just, I don't believe it. I don't think it's not a good thing. Okay, because at this point, if it's bipartisan, that means both of the corporate-backed parties want it, which means it's going to fuck us over. So I would rather we get things passed that are one-sided left-wing things. I know that sounds dark. I know. But who the fuck can, I got bipartisan things passed. Well, it's going to shaft us if it's bipartisan, right? Or it's going to be a half fix or a quarter fix. It's not going to actually fix things. Oh my God. All right. Yeah, I like that the audience was just looking at her like, exactly. Kind of real life Catty J, I suppose you could say that. The romanticism. All right.
Lessen our dependence on China, that I want to do that with critical minerals, which will lower costs and create jobs and continue to propel us as a manufacturing hub. And look, Roop, I was deeply proud to play a role in the Obama administration when our big three was on the line, particularly General Motors and Chrysler.
Yeah, she's like, I loved voting to bail out the big three.
Hundreds of thousands.
So that they could do big stock buybacks and increase the salaries of their CEOs, which they did, by the way.
Of manufacturing jobs across our state. That was a long time ago, but it was policy that worked. We cannot take for granted that this incredible state of ours, Michigan, is just one of a handful left in the country whose central economy, all the jobs, drive through manufacturing. I'm going to be the champion for that in the United States Senate, and I'm going to run through anyone and anything that gets in my way to deliver for us.
Yeah, it did not work.
One of the things and one of the reasons we wanted this debate to happen right now, just hardly a week away from the big election.
Yeah, so guys, the election's a week away.
Always understand the differences between the two of you. Some of them are clear, some of them are not. So I'm going to ask you a question.
Which I will be live streaming.
That is really mirrored.
So don't go to fucking Hassan's stream. Watch my fucking stream because I will be live streaming. Okay, I may not have streamed yesterday during the debate because of the root canal, but fuck all of you. You will watch me and not go to Hassan's stream.
In this text message from one of our Fox 2 viewers, and I think this is really a poignant question. Dr. El Sayed, I'll begin with you. What is the number one thing Senate Democrats are failing to do right now that you would do differently?
No egg and cheese. No bad egg and cheese. To be clear, egg and cheese, I like Hassan. I'm just jealous because he's a larger streamer and he's very sexy and it makes me upset, okay? But he's fine. You can watch him if you want, okay? But don't you dare egg and cheese.
Well, number one, I just think the filibuster itself is anti-democratic. And we had an opportunity to break the filibuster. Now, let me just talk about what the filibuster is. The filibuster is a process by which all of the Senate can hide behind one senator who wants to filibuster, which requires a 60-vote threshold to break. And that means that you need 60 votes to pass something when it really should just be the majority number of votes. I oppose the filibuster. I think the filibuster has been anti-democratic for a lot of reasons. And once you get past that, we have the opportunity to get money out of politics, to take on Citizens United. We have the opportunity to put money back in pockets by doing things like passing the PRO Act, to stand with unions like the UAW who've endorsed us. We have the opportunity to start changing and enforcing our antitrust policies so a few corporations can't pick your pocket at every turn. We have the opportunity to tax billionaires their wealth, and we have the opportunity to finally guarantee every single person in this country health care through Medicare for all. But we've got to get the democracy part of it right. And right now, the biggest risks to our democracy are the filibuster, it's anti-democratic at the Senate, and money in politics.
Thank you. Okay, I say the biggest risk to our democracy is, which we don't really have to begin with, is money in politics, and this, in my opinion, the Senate altogether. So to me, the two things you should abolish are money in politics and the Senate. The Electoral College would be nice too. If you get rid of those three things, I might go back to saying America is much more of a democracy. Okay, I might say America's is actually some kind of democracy. If you do get rid of the Senate, get rid of campaign finance, okay, of the campaign's finance laws, and get rid of the, what is it called? What did I say? The Electoral College. I know it'll never happen, Drusilla, but okay, yeah. So Jonas, the filibuster. The filibuster in the Senate is this. There are two kinds of filibuster. It used to be that the filibuster meant that a member of the Senate could speak for as long as they wanted to. Okay, which would hold up the passage or vote on a bill. Okay. That works, Michael. No bid contract sounds fantastic to me, okay? There's to be clear, Michael, there's other things I would recommend too. But yeah, that's a good point, Michael. So yes, so you could speak for however long you want, as in you could hold up any legislation. Well, in the 70s or 60s, in an effort to prevent desegregation, in an effort to prevent desegregation in the South, okay, literally, they changed the rules so that they wouldn't get stuck on legislation like that with people talking for so long. So they turned it into, you have to get 60% of people in the Senate to vote yes on something to pass a bill. And that's what it is today. You have to have 60% of the Senate vote to pass something before it can pass, instead of just over 50, instead of just 51%, which is, yes, cloture, right, LeQuabois. So right now, the filibuster is you have to have 60% of the Senate vote yes for something for it to pass, which is undemocratic. However, you can overrule that if you want to. If you're in the majority, you can do a simple majority vote and overrule the filibuster in order to pass legislation with just 50% of the vote, 51% of the vote, I should say. But like a lot of times they don't do that. Definitely the Democrats always use it as an excuse to not pass popular things. So let's say they have 52 people who are willing to vote yes on something like higher minimum wage. Democratic leadership will come out and be like, sorry, we can't do it. Because we need 60% because of the filibuster. They could do it. They could literally just vote to overrule the filibuster and they'd be able to pass it. Okay? But they use it as an excuse so that they don't have to pass things that their donors don't want them to pass. Jonas, why don't they not do it? Nope, Jonas, the only negative is that it would piss off their donors. Okay? So whenever there's something they don't actually want to pass because of their donors, they will pretend like, oh, there's nothing we can do because of the filibuster, which is just not true. They could easily overrule it. Okay?
The attack ads that you've seen probably in the last commercial break itself that change our political system. When you ask $60 million to come into a race for you and then say that somehow you're electable, I think you don't quite understand what electability means. If you need a $60 million crutch, you probably can't be elected on your own terms. So I would just say that you should probably, if you really want to beat Mike Rogers, find the candidate who is electable without having to ask for a $60 million crutch to do it.
Congresswoman?
Well, look, you talk about the senators who've come in here from the coast to campaign alongside Abdul. And I think one of the things they are really missing is what we need here in Michigan. You know, an understanding of what makes our state.
Oh, of course
tick.
they are, Jonas.
You know, go and visit.
Jonas, literally. So Jonas says, mind my language, but politicians are some pussy-ass bitches. To be clear, Jonas, how do you think they got into power? That's literally, who do you, okay, I'm not joking here. We've created a system where the worst people become the politicians because the people who give money to campaigns want a politician who doesn't think for themselves, who is literally an empty vessel that does the will of their donors. That is literally how that works. So what that does is it creates an incentive structure where the weakest people, the people most inclined to not think for themselves and to do what they're told, get the most money to become politicians. And then once they get into office, if they do what they're told by their donors, they're guaranteed to get even more donations during their next campaign because they're showed to be reliable for their donors. So that then they become a good investment for more donations, which then makes it harder to get them out of office after they've already done the will for corporations and the rich once or twice. You see what I mean? Which is also one of the reasons why we have so many old motherfuckers up there that are like dying while they're in there, okay, who are like barely standing, because now that they've shown themselves to be good little obedient lapdogs, they keep getting tons of money for every time they run for election, and they keep winning their elections. Okay, so we literally have set up a system like that. Right? You guys, I don't know if you guys, when you were in the American school system, you were likely taught that politicians, we're in a democracy where politicians have to respond to the will of the people. Not really anymore, right? That was the intention. That the whole point was that you're supposed to do what people want because, you know, otherwise you won't get reelected. But what really matters is the money you can raise, because you use that money to show people what they want to see to vote for you. You see what I mean? It should not be lucrative to Dongo. We should have publicly funded elections, all right? We should ban politicians from working in, we should give politicians lifelong, essentially, salaries after they leave office, and then say that they can't work for big companies and things like that so that they can't be bribed after they leave office. Because even, guys, another form of bribery that politicians receive is called the revolving door. After they leave office, they're almost always granted lucrative jobs on the boards of big corporations or other jobs inside the government that are lucrative, or they are rehired as lobbyists with massive salaries as a form of bribery. So even if they're not being bribed in office, they will often leave office and be bribed, which gives them an incentive to do the corporation's will while they're in office. So we need to make that illegal. You can't do revolving door stuff. You can't be bribed. Okay, so yeah, there's so many laws we need to pass to regulate political fundraising and what politicians get paid.
A small business. Go and talk to a Black-owned business. You know, I know it's great to host rallies and have these.
100%, LaQual. LaQual says it doesn't help that it's hard for normal people to follow politics because of how busy we all are. So people will just believe what the ads tell them. Exactly. And remember what happened in Nazi Germany, guys. The Nazis made people work longer hours. So it made it really hard for people to even spend time doing research to figure out what the truth was. And they had less access to information than we do because there was no internet at the time. Okay. So like the fact that we're all working so much, like, guys, the system is set up in such a perfect way to fuck us over. It really is. Like, who the fuck has time to do all the research necessary to really look into these things? I know some of us do, but you know, a lot of humans won't have that time. And they will just have to go off what passing ads they see on the TV or what they may briefly read in one, Fox News article. So, yeah.
Fun events, but everywhere I have gone in Michigan, I have taken the time to visit a minority-owned business. I want to see my bill
Jonas,
that would take an investment capital structure into black-owned businesses. So things like
Oh my fucking God, I hate this.
what we have on the Avenue of Fashion, which is a national best practice, that we can do that in Saginaw and Muskegon and Lansing. There's so much great economic development happening here, but our tax code.
Can I just point out, guys, listen. There's an issue with black capitalism, okay? The notion of like the way to raise up the black community is to have more black-owned capitalist businesses and things like that. If you look at American capitalism fundamentally, it is anti-black. It has been from the very beginning. Slavery, for example, was a capitalist enterprise that oppressed black people. In theory, if you had had black slave owners, that would have been black capitalism, but that wouldn't have been good for black people. Do you see what I mean? So my point is that a lot of times when you create these black-owned businesses, and I'm not saying you shouldn't do that. And if you're not going to do anything else, I guess that's better than nothing. Those black-owned businesses buy into structures that are racist. And I'm not saying that that means that their owners are racist. It means that the structure of capitalism is racist. They will likely source materials and things like that from the larger society, from white-owned businesses and things like that, and they will extract wealth from black neighborhoods and things like that, which will then go up to one or a few black people who own the business. Like, my point is that we need to do a lot fucking more than just help black businesses, okay? We need wealth redistribution to black communities because capitalism is extractive in a lot of ways. All right. Yes, it offers some jobs and brings some wealth back into a community, but not to the whole community, to the individuals that own it. All right. But all right, that we don't have to. You can see my point. Okay. But there's more to this than that. But there are a lot of like black activists out there that are capitalist liberals who their big advocacy is we need more black-owned businesses and stuff. That is not going to fundamentally fix the problems faced by the black community. I'm sorry, it's not. Okay?
And our tax dollars aren't working for us, which is why I have staked such a big part of my campaign on hope and equity so that every zip code gets equal investment. I have fought to bring these dollars into Pontiac, and I'm darn proud of it. You know, for the bridge and for youth recreation, we need to continue to do that across the state. And the people who aren't from here, who are so eager to campaign here, they should really come and spend some time with the residents and the people who I'm hearing from each and every single day. Look, there's a lot to be proud of for Michigan, but there is so much we could be doing to do more for folks.
I believe your question. I just want to make sure that the viewer had their question answered because I think it was about what was going wrong in the Senate, and we got this conversation about why senators should come visit, which is actually exactly what they just did. But I just
outer signal, I don't know. Although outer signal, I think it is possible in our lifetime. Do I think we'll see it? Probably not. And listen, it is true that if you're not going to do anything else, I guess you should support black-owned businesses because at least that'll give more black people power in the system we've set up. But fundamentally, that's not going to change the state of black folks in our society. But I get it. It's better than nothing. I just get tired with under capitalism. The solution to everything is more and better capitalism, which is not going to be what fixes things. Okay.
Just be clear about this. That at the end of the day, yes, you should go to small businesses. That's actually what we've done. We've also gone to 475 public events where we actually took questions from an audience rather than these baked and polished, made for a camera events that too often is the way that my friend has campaigned. And so, look, we do bring people in because we want to actually introduce them to Michiganders. And wouldn't it be better if one of our senators went to the Senate with colleagues ready to work with them on day one?
Well, I do want to ask you both about contrasting something that I think is really important right now. When we talk about ICE, this is something that obviously has seemed to kind of calm down a bit, but it's still fundamentally important to everyone who's watching right now. Congresswoman Stevens, where do you stand on ICE and the funding for ICE and where things should be going?
Well, I am leading the charge in the Congress right now to redirect $70 billion of your tax money, Michiganders' taxpayer money, that went to ICE at the expense of your health care, at the expense of food benefits, all things that I am hearing from Michiganders where they are experiencing pain points. We've got to redirect that $70 billion back into communities. I called for Kristi Noem to go. She was fired. But guess what? No reforms. Not a penny more for this rogue agency that is wreaking havoc. Look, I've talked...
Then why don't we dismantle it?
To administrators at Harms Elementary in Detroit, you know, parents who are afraid to drop their kids off for school because of these ICE raids. This isn't working for us. This is abuse of power. And I am standing up to Trump right now on these abuses of power.
Of course, Weird Motors blog. It's, guys, you're right. It's only been around for 23 years. The ICE has not been around for that long.
Bullhorn, not get in front of the first camera I see, but doing the hard work. That is what...
I love how she keeps complaining about him being a good politician. Like, I won't get in front of the cameras like he does. Do you want to beat the Republican or fucking not? That is, like, why would she's always complaining about how he's a better politician than she is.
Michigan deserves. Look, my opponent here, Abdul, he is such a talented guy. He's written 3 books. He's had 300 podcasts. You know, he's had all this attention. But the deal is we don't need a celebrity candidate. We don't need a celebrity senator. We need somebody who is committed to 6 years of hard, unglamorous work that's going to stand up to this junk that is wreaking havoc and causing chaos right before our very eyes. It's unacceptable.
All right, Congresswoman, thank you. Dr. El-Sayed, you heard Congresswoman Stevens there say, essentially, strip away some of the funding.
Yeah, we don't need a popular candidate.
For ICE. Is that not good enough?
Well, she's also voted to raise ICE funding 4 times. That's the part that you didn't hear. 4 times voted to raise ICE funding. Voted to thank ICE, in fact. So this is the same kind of D.C. hypocrisy, I hate to say it, that we often see. Say one thing in front of a camera, do another thing. I said that we need to abolish ICE. ICE is not about immigration. ICE is not about the southern border. We can have a safe and secure southern border. We can also enforce immigration policy. But ICE is not about that. ICE is about normalizing paramilitary force on our streets. And I just want to push back on the idea that it's calmed down. I mean, I was just in Genesee County this weekend, and you had raids in Saginaw. People are scared to death, and we've got a congresswoman who tells you that she's against ICE, has voted to raise ICE funding, voted to thank ICE, called the people who work in ICE, I don't know, very fine public servants and other things when she went and visited herself. So I'm just saying that I do the thing that I say I'm going to do. I don't think ICE needs to exist. For the better part of our country's history, we did not have an ICE, and I think we can do a much better job when it comes to immigration without one. And here's the last thing I just want to say about this. When it comes to the question of immigration, we need Democrats who are going to stand up and actually talk about the great good that immigration has done for our country in the first place. The idea that somehow we can't say abolish ICE because we're so afraid of what they're going to say when we've seen ICE terrorize people in our streets, to me, is exactly the kind of cowardice that we don't need from Democrats. So yeah, I'm going to take the bullhorn, and I'm going to say that I think we need to abolish ICE because I am not afraid of what they're going to say about me.
Doctor, I do want to follow up though with both of you. Isn't saying abolish ICE like saying defund the police? Is that just busting the whole thing open? Or do you believe that in order to have enforcement, you need to have an agency that knows how to do it?
Yeah, well, I just also ran government agencies. And I know that when a culture of impunity sets into a government agency, it becomes almost impossible to take out. And so I think the agency as it exists does not need to exist. That's not to say that we are not.
Yeah, the same thing is true with schools. There have been schools that have been sent into receivership because the culture at those schools is so bad that there's really no saving it unless you purge. This sounds bad. This sounds like I'm pro firing teachers, but in some cases, a school becomes so bad that it's really hard to change that culture unless you do massive personnel changes. Yeah, it's really hard once the culture of like an organization goes south to fix it. Yeah, unless you do like some major fucking changes and you lay down the law quite a bit.
Going to keep our streets secure. That's not to say that we're not going to enforce immigration policy. That's not to say we shouldn't have a safe, secure southern border.
How do you do it?
The same way we did it for most of our history, Roop. For most of our history, we didn't have ICE. We had INS. And they were targeted. They obeyed the laws of this land. They didn't terrorize people in places like preschools and parking lots.
Yeah.
They didn't run up in schools and churches. They understood that their job, yes, was to enforce immigration policy, but they did it under the protection of the Constitution itself. And that's what we're losing here. You've got ICE agents who do not understand that the central law of this country is the Constitution itself. ICE
Only
has
in
become
my
a
head,
tyrannical
J-Mac.
agency, and I think there is no way to get past that except for to undo the agency and then build from scratch.
Congresswoman, you have been on video saying on social media before about the fine people of ICE. Do you feel differently about that? Do you believe that both can be true, that there needs to be
She's
reform, but there
laughing.
are good people
Got
working
me.
with ICE?
Group.
I think there's fine people in the SS. Okay, the Schutzstaffel has fine people. We should stop funding them. I mean, we should stop raising their funding. I don't want to abolish them, but maybe we should not give the SS as much money. Okay, that's what her position is.
Let me just be very clear. Complaints and
Dolly boy.
slogans aren't solutions, all right? I went up to
More
an
funny
ICE
is-
detention facility to call out and see why people were losing their lives, why they were being held for long periods of time without due process. This
And
has
yet
been
you still want to keep funding them.
an outrage. And
Sociopath.
a lot of you remember Abdul from when he first
Literally, okay, I know I talk a lot about the Nazis, but, because I've been teaching you guys about them, I think I've been thinking about them more recently. When Heinrich Himmler, the architect of the Holocaust and like the head honcho of a lot of that shit, he went around to visit some of the sites where they were mass executing Jewish people using bullets called the Holocaust bullets. The Einsatzgruppen, who were groups of Nazis, would go out, hunt down Jewish people, find them, make them dig their own graves, line them up against them, shoot them, make their bodies fall in the graves, and bury them, okay? It was a massive... The Einsatzgruppen were vicious, murderous squads. And Himmler went out to actually see one of these mass executions. And, yeah, they were absolutely horrific. We will talk about them. We will talk about them when we talk about the Holocaust, guys. And while he was there, he saw the soldiers kill these Jewish people. And he was pretty close to when it happened. And this is content warning. I'm going to tell you guys what happened here. Yeah, content warning. One of them got shot. Some brain matter flew off of this person and kind of got onto Himmler's outfit. And Himmler kind of turned green, according to witnesses at the scene, and walked away and kind of gagged and almost vomited upon seeing the horror of this, and also for the first time, and also seeing, well, someone went up to him, and Himmler turned to this person, and you'd think for a moment that Himmler might be like, "Oh my God, I can't believe we're doing this to human beings." But of course, that's not going to happen because he's a Nazi. And he turns to this guy and he goes, "Oh my God, we can't do this to our soldiers. This is also so inefficient and a waste of bullets. Okay, we need to find a more efficient way of doing this that doesn't scar our soldiers as much." And that's where they came up with the idea of using gassing of vans to gas Jews, and then followed by gas chambers. Now, why am I telling you that? This is very reminiscent of a lot of the things I hear from like Republicans or from people like her, who says, we go into, "Oh my God, I saw the ICE detention center. It was horrible. Oh my God, abusing these people. This is not the way to do this. This is so inefficient. This is such a bad way to do this. This is bad. We should, maybe slow down the funding of ICE and, not completely get rid of them, though, right?" I always have that scene in my head of Himmler whenever I hear something like that, be like taking the absolute incorrect message from what she experienced. Okay? And Tom Tillis did the same fucking thing. Anyway, you guys see my point here? I know it's not necessarily comparable, but it is kind of comparable in my books. All right?
ran for governor in 2018. It didn't work out. So he started the podcast, he wrote the books, and now he's running for Senate. And he's already bought the website for president. It's just another rung on the ladder. That's not what this job is for me. That's not why I'm putting up my hand in this moment. It's not about celebrity. This is about making sure that Mike Rogers doesn't
It
get
does,
any
LaQual. It really
close
does.
to this seat. I'm the only one on this stage who has beat MAGA 4 times and delivered repeatedly for this state and for our values, for our rights, and our freedoms. And I promise you, Michigan, I will make us shine.
Dr. El-Sayed, there are people watching this right now, and every time they hear this podcast business, they're scratching their heads.
Blah, blah,
they're
blah,
putting
blah.
food on the table, gas in the tank. They're curious to know what that's about. Have you made a ton of money because of podcasts?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I told all the viewers at the outset that while my opponent was going to make this about me and her, I want to make this about you. Somehow she just really, you can listen to the podcast. It's there. Congresswoman, if you enjoy podcasts about public health, I welcome you to take a listen. You seem very concerned about that. I'm more concerned about the fact that people can't pay for their gas, they can't pay for their groceries. We're fighting a war that's cost us billions of dollars that has been pushed by the government of a foreign country, the same foreign country that the folks paying for your ads want us to send billions of dollars to. And that's the thing that I think Michiganders really want to understand. They're not that worried about the fact that I hosted a podcast. They're worried about the fact that right now, for a lot of folks, their kids go to schools that are unbecoming of their future. They are worried about the fact that they can't gas up their car because it costs, what, $4.50 a gallon? They're worried about the fact that the same corporations who funded your campaign are raising rates on the things that they can't go without, like their power. So I'd really like us to focus on the things that actually matter, which have nothing to do with the podcast, have everything to do with the future of Michiganders that we would like to serve.
Yeah, but it also is about transparency. And you have...
And how have you been transparent?
Not released your full tax returns,
Oh, shut up.
$300,000
Yes, he
in
has.
other income, while you sat in the podcast chair and you hawked junk healthcare cures that RFK Jr. would thumbs up. You talk about getting money out of
Blah, blah,
politics
blah.
and putting money in people's pockets, but still no one knows who's putting the money in your pocket. You know, I have been transparent, and I am
Yeah, we know exactly who's putting the money in your pockets.
offering, you know, real plans to address the cost of living crisis,
we want to be able to
tackle Donald Trump's
And you're talking
abuses
about what
of
you
power.
did, but you also made some accusations here. Dr. El-Sayed, that is a question that some people may have that Congresswoman's talking about. Talk about the money and the financial disclosures. You were going to release some.
We released all of our financial disclosures. Again, this is a distraction from the issues in your life.
Yeah, me too,
But not-
LaQual.
I'd
I don't
love
know
to
if
talk
that's
about
true at all.
transparency. I really would. Because I want you to ask yourself, there is this group called the Center for Democratic Priorities. They didn't exist until they popped up and started running ads for my opponent. And then there's this other group called Center Forward that paid for a flight for the Congresswoman and her mother to go to Portugal. And
Wow.
they just released their donors, and then it's a whole bunch of shell 501c4 organizations. They're the folks who are literally putting money in our pockets right now to
Yes.
try and mis and disinform us about this race. And here's the thing about it. None of it actually makes your life better. Think about the $60 million that got spent in this race. What could $60 million do for a community in Detroit? What could $60
That
million
is very
mean
good.
for erasing medical debt? I'll tell you. $6 billion it could erase. But they want to spend it to get
But his podcast.
the Congresswoman elected. Why? Because at the end of the day, they know that they're going to have a safe seat doing their bidding instead of yours. Every single dollar that DTE
true.
is spending is a down payment on knowing that they can raise your rates. Every single dollar that Blue Cross Blue Shield spends in this race is a down payment on raising your premium.
All right.
Every single dollar
Thank you, Dr.
comes with
El-Sayed.
something.
I want to ask some more questions from our audience at home right now. You're texting us. I got them
Jesus.
right here. The next question is, how will you ensure low-income communities receive equitable and adequate
Jim Mack.
education? You've heard so many people say Michigan ranks 44th when it comes to literacy for fourth graders. Let's start with Congresswoman Haley Stevens. What are you doing now? What do you plan to do should you become senator?
Well, we are certainly being robbed by Washington, D.C. and Donald Trump, who treats the Oval Office like a stock trade floor. This is why I want to end the corruption of seeing people who want to be celebrities or get famous or rich in office. I want to ban stock trading. Folks, I'm the only non-millionaire in this race. But let me tell
Jesus
you something
Christ.
about what I have worked on and what I am fighting for. Full funding for special education. You know, our public...
By the way, I literally don't believe her when she says she's not a millionaire. I don't believe her. There are ways to hide your true wealth. I know that might be controversial since they don't have evidence of this, but she's almost certainly a millionaire. I mean, come on. She might not have $1 million in the bank. It might be that she has $1 million in assets. I don't know. But like, I just don't believe it. But it
School-
doesn't matter. Even if she isn't a millionaire, that doesn't mean she's going to be good at her job.
Schools here in Michigan
There
are
you go,
getting
elevator
the
lady.
short end of the stick. And if we fully fund special education,
By the way, he's a doctor, which it's not unusual for doctors to be millionaires.
we could meet the needs that a family in Royal Oak has talked to me about, where they feel torn about making sure that their child with special complex medical needs actually get the
absolutely,
education they
LaQuadwa,
deserve.
absolutely.
This is also why we have to expand.
Yeah, and he's married to a doctor, so 2 doctor incomes is you're going to be able to do pretty well for yourself, okay? And by the way, being a millionaire you can be a millionaire and still be a fine person, right?
Medicaid, not just reinstate the cuts that Donald Trump cut. We have got to expand these programs. And I consider myself a warrior for public education. And this is also why I have written legislation and why I'm leading the charge to redirect grants to go into the profession of education, just like my father was. He was a first grade teacher in the city of Detroit
Grants?
doing
No, thank
reading
you.
recovery. In addition
We need more than just grants, okay? Grants are selective, okay.
to running his small business. And so I want to see more people go into that profession, go into our public schools, and that is going to
Thank you.
certainly solve a lot of problems for us.
Dr. El-Sayed, you heard the Congresswoman say redirect grant money. Is that part of the solution here? What do you
Redirect
think?
it from what?
Asked a really important question about education. I'd like to answer that question. I'm proud of the fact that the
There you go.
American Federation of Teachers has endorsed me
There you
in
go,
this
LaQuadwa.
race. And they've done it because I'm a proud product of public schools. I know what it's like to walk into a public school in Detroit in January.
Matt Saigai, grants promote meritocracy, Sam. Are you against meritocracy? Yes. Yes, Matt Saigai, I am. I don't think there's any such thing, but you know that.
And kids are bundled up because the boiler's broken, trying to learn how to read. You talk about a literacy crisis. How do you learn how to read when you have to wear a coat in the middle of the day? We put glasses on
Yes.
kids' faces specifically because we knew that it doesn't matter what's happening on the blackboard if you can't see the blackboard. But we need to radically rethink how we do public education in this country.
Remember, guys, that's one of the more radical parts of his platform that we were reading. He really wants to redo Michigan's education system, and like he seems pretty passionate about it, and I really support that. He wants to link teachers' pay to legislators' pay. He wants to do a wealth tax to pay for school systems and get rid of property taxes to pay for the school systems, which I highly appreciate. Okay, so he wants to do a progressive taxation system, wants to promote more teachers being hired, and wants to link their pay to legislators' pay. He wants to turn teaching back into a profession, which I deeply appreciate.
We are not invested nearly enough. I want to tie the support for public education through the Department of Education, which, by the way, needs not just to be brought back, but fully invested in.
Yes.
I want to tie that funding to the Department of Defense. So when they try to raise the Department of Defense budget, we're going to make sure we're invested in public schools too. I also think that the way that we have funded local education, specifically school buildings, has too often ported the historical racism of the past. Right now, we fund school buildings based on property tax. Property tax is a function of property value. Property value is a function of who's been able to live where as a function of redlining from the past. And when we say that same process should be patterning the social mobility of the future through public schools, that's a real problem. But I just want to say this. I actually agree with the Congresswoman on one really critical thing. We are being robbed. The money that we should have to invest in our schools is being sent to foreign governments to destroy other people's schools instead of investing in our own. And that is exactly what AIPAC wants you to do and why they're spending so much money to get the Congresswoman elected.
Dr. El-Sayed.
Jonas says if you pay teachers more, then people will actually want to become them. Right now, you're overworked and underpaid. Nobody wants that. Correct. So, guys, there's also an issue when it comes to teachers because the best and brightest are not becoming teachers. I'm not saying that to insult teachers. But the people who become teachers are very passionate about teaching and they're willing to sacrifice their happiness and their wealth to do it. But we should have a system where the smartest, the best and the brightest do want to become teachers. Because right now there's no real financial incentive to do that. If you're like an honor student, you graduate summa cum laude or whatever the fuck, okay? You're going to make a hell of a lot more money if you have a science degree going to work for a private company or doing something else. You're not going to want to go become a science teacher, okay? Because you're not going to make nearly that much money. Same thing with any other background. All right? You like there's not really an incentive to become a teacher, so the best and the brightest aren't becoming teachers, which means that you're not going to have teachers that are as good. Does that mean that teachers are bad? No. There are some bad teachers. A lot of teachers are really good, but if we want like the best of the best going into teaching, we should incentivize that by raising teachers' incomes. It also will retain more teachers in those positions. Okay? Because as I said before, the average number of years a person remains a teacher in the United States is 2 years. That's the average number of years someone works as a teacher before they find a new career. 2 years.
Congresswoman, it's one point in which at least partially you agree on. As one of you will be taking on Mike Rogers, people want to know, what are the defining differences? This next question comes to us from a young person herself who actually is a student in Detroit, a college student. And we thank you so much, Kimora, for being with us here today. What's your question to the candidates?
Thank you. Good evening, candidates. My name is Kimora Riddick, and I'm a Wayne State University junior studying broadcast journalism.
Yeah, Jonas.
And my question is about the wildfires. So the wildfires from Canada deeply affected Michigan's air quality, especially in Detroit. What environmental measures are you planning to decrease the dangers of air pollution?
Let's start with Congresswoman Haley Stevens.
Yeah, well, it is so great to have a student from Wayne here. I've just treasured working with that university in their science program and STEM education. And that is very much at the heart of why we need good climate policy, not the junk science that we are getting from the Trump administration. And let me tell you what I think that looks like. One, we've got to cut the carbon emissions. We've got to lessen our dependence on big oil and gas. Investments like I secured in our clean energy future, so that from Marquette to Detroit,
she loves
we
buzzwords.
were evolving and moving forward. You know, that has been stripped away by Donald Trump, and that's not right. But it's also not enough to just say, hey, we're going to go in there and just fight Trump. We've got to put forward our own creative ideas, which is why for 4 terms I've sat there on the science committee securing resources,
Jonas, say your fucking
looking
policy.
at alternatives for plastic and our supply chain. This is an opportunity for Michigan manufacturing, Michigan innovation to shine. I want to make sure that we are leading the way. And then when Kamara is a broadcast personality, she's talking about the things that we have secured in the United States Senate for Michigan, for our jobs and for our clean energy future.
Dr. El-Sayed, clean air.
Kamara, just be careful. If you become a broadcast personality, somebody might come after you. I just want to speak specifically to your question. I can tell you about what we've already done. We put air quality monitors all over Wayne County so folks can get real-time information about the air that they're breathing. Took on some of the biggest corporate polluters in our state when I was in the city of Detroit. Took on Marathon Petroleum, the biggest polluter and the most polluted zip code in the state. Forced them to invest their own money to reduce emissions when they had wanted to increase them. The truth of the matter is that these wildfires...
So, Sir Bart asks, how much did you make as a teacher, CR, if you don't mind answering? So, Sir Bart, now, this, to be clear, this is based off of it because I've taught in 3 different states, each of which had different costs of living. When I was in Massachusetts, which has a very high cost of living, okay, to be clear, Massachusetts is a very expensive state to live in. I made $52K a year, which is nothing. I know that sounds like an okay amount. It was not. For living in Massachusetts, that's practically nothing. When I lived in Indiana, all right, when I lived in Indiana and worked in a school in Indianapolis, I made around $47,000 a year. Now, that is a low cost of living state, so that wasn't that was still very bad. It was actually easier to survive on that than it was to survive on the $54,000 I was making in Massachusetts. And then when I moved back to Ohio and worked there, I made $42,000 a year. And yes, to be clear, by the way, the $42,000 was also was basically not survivable. But one of the reasons I left the job in Indianapolis is because the insurance program they had for teachers stopped paying for one of my key medications. They stopped paying for my Vyvanse, which is a key medication I take for ADHD, and it's a $300 medication unless you have insurance, and they stopped paying for it, and they refused to pay for it. So I pretty quickly had to quit the job and quickly find a new one in Ohio so that I could, for one, be around my parents who are getting older and need help, but also I could actually have insurance. And at least that new job I got very quickly at that school I ended up being fired from, uh, did offer that. So that's also one of the reasons I took a job at a religious school, is that was one of the few that was offering good uh, insurance that would actually pay for the medication that I had. Okay. So I haven't told you all that before, but that is another big problem I had. I kind of had to upend my life in Indianapolis to because they wouldn't pay for that anymore. Um, so yeah. Okay. And by the way, I also still had to pay high rent when I was in Indianapolis, which was about 1200 a month or something like that, maybe more, which cuts into that money I was making. Okay. LaQuabois, my fucking work insurance refuses to pay for one of my meds too. Why are we paying for insurance when they can just say no when they aren't going to pay for your meds? Yeah, guys, we don't actually they don't actually pay for your med. They don't actually insurance doesn't actually pay for your shit. It's a coupon, right? We have insurance companies which give you medication coupons, which is really fucking stupid. Jonas, and that was the cheapest apartment I could find, to be clear. Smith, you say you must be a great teacher. You explain everything so well. Smith, I've been told that before. I will say I love teaching. I probably never would have stopped teaching if I was survivable, if I felt like it was something I could do and actually make money. I will say I am making less money now than I did as a teacher, but I'm much happier because it was so fucking stressful having to deal with all the problems with the school system, et cetera, all the other stuff. But I would still be willing to do it if the pay was there, but it wasn't. Okay. Yeah. Yep. But real life cat TJ, that was literally the cheapest apartment I could find. So yeah. Anyway, so please don't listen. Let me use this as emotional blackmail. Please donate to me if you don't mind. If you're on Twitch, please, again, so I can do this full time. All right, let's go on.
Fires are happening more often because it's drier and hotter than it has been in the past. It's drier and hotter because we continue to rely on fossil fuels for our energy. We need to get to 100% renewable energy, and the only way we're going to do that is by taking the Chevrons and the Exxons of the world out of our politics. Now, guess whose campaign they supported? Well, if you guessed my Congresswoman colleague, you probably guessed right, because yes, they have both given to that campaign. So when you hear ideas of things that ought to be done, but they never actually get done, you should ask yourself why it doesn't get done. Well, because the people who sell oil in this country fund the politicians who make sure that they can keep selling oil.
Dr. Al-Sayed, Congresswoman, thank you so much. We have another text question, one of the many, many text questions. This one, I think, is important because, again, my main goal and our main goal at Fox 2.
By the way, I forgot to mention something else. That calculation I just gave you doesn't also count for the fact that I'm still paying back student loans. So not only am I taking the rent out of that amount, you also should take out student loan payments I had to do monthly, okay?
Let's differentiate between the two of you. What are the big differences here? So what would you do on your first day in office? We'll begin with you, Dr. Al-Sayed. What would you do on your first day of office should you become senator?
Anybody who knows me knows that getting people health care is the passion of my life. I went to medical school only to realize that too often our health care system is part of the problem. We need and deserve guaranteed health care through Medicare for all.
Oh, of course.
I have been thinking about this question. In fact, I've testified to the U.S. Senate twice. This wouldn't be my first time walking into the chamber on Medicare for all, guaranteeing health.
LaQuabois, literally. Guys, oh, you're triggering me, but like in a good way. LaQuabois says, Sam, you don't need to be able to afford food, though. Stop being so greedy. LaQuabois, you'd be surprised, literally. One of the schools I was at, they literally, at the beginning of the year, offered teachers the budgeting, like a budgeting class. Okay? to help you budget out the little amount of money you're making. And so they would like teach you in this class, like, hey, make sure you set a small amount aside. Don't go crazy with the food you're eating. Like they would literally say things like that. Okay. Like try to make sure you're always cooking the food. If you ever need to do beans and rice, that's fine. Like crazy fucking shit like that. Like trying to budget it out. And the school had good intentions by doing this because they knew the teachers were struggling, and that's all they could do because they don't really decide the salaries. It's the school board and stuff that do. But like it's kind of dystopian at that point, right? A little bit dystopian at that point. So yeah.
Care on eliminating the medical debt in this country, $225 billion. Now, on Medicare for All, there is work that we're going to have to do. We're going to have to get a president elected who can do it in 2029. Now, in the process, though, I actually think that we could eliminate all the medical debt in this country, $225 billion, just so you understand what that is. That is the amount of the GDP of more than half of U.S. states in this country. So on day one, I want to offer medical debt relief to everybody. I think we could get bipartisan support to do it, and I'd love to get that done. And let's start working through Medicare for All, and then let's make sure that we can get money out of politics so the big pharmas and the big insurances of the world aren't in the way when it comes down to finally getting this done for all Americans.
Congresswoman, in a minute
Matt
and a half.
Guy. If only we had India has a much more communal society than the United States, I would guess, Matt Guy, because don't really have that here. Okay. Unfortunately. See, I know this is off topic, but what do you know about who William Worthy was? It sounds familiar, sir, but I don't know. I'd have to look into it.
That's what you do on your first day in office.
Take a look here.
Yeah, day one, we have to stand up to the abuses of power. Take it from somebody who has been recognized as our most effective lawmaker. When I tell you I'm going to go to the United States Senate and ban stock trading for elected officials, their spouses, their children, for our president and our vice president, and for candidates for those offices, I am going to get it done. I am sick and tired of seeing Donald Trump sell us out to the highest bidder, go cut deals with every other country except for cutting deals for us here in Michigan. We have been paying the price, and it is not.
So I do know him, Sir Burt. It's been a long time, but he was the activist who was pushing for the right to travel.
Acceptable. And speaking of prices, day one actions to lower costs and to invest in small businesses, minority-owned businesses, right?
Outer Signal, what the fuck? Thank you, Outer Signal.
Here in Michigan, those are your tax dollars. And I believe in the effective stewardship of them so that they go back to our communities here. And I've got the receipts for that. I've got the proof points for that. And then lastly, we got to make sure that the jobs of the future are coming from the place that we all love to call home, which is why my manufacturing agenda on day one will also be in the hopper. I got all the bills ready to go, Roop.
We have 30 seconds left for each of you to answer the following question. What makes you think you're the formidable candidate who can take on Mike Rogers? 30 seconds, Dr. El-Sayed.
Well, poll after poll after poll has shown, despite what my colleague says, that I am the most competitive candidate to take on Mike Rogers. But it's also this, that you've got to have something you're fighting for. Ask yourself, if DTE funds both Mike Rogers and Haley Stevens, who wins? DTE wins. And Blue Cross, and Big Pharma, and Big Tech, and APAC, all funded by the same people. We need a choice. I'm the only candidate in this race who does not take corporate money. And so I offer a real contrast to a guy who has never seen a corporate dollar he did not want.
Congresswoman Haley Stevens, 30 seconds.
Well, look, Governor Whitmer, Attorney General Nessel, the chair of the Michigan Legislative Black Caucus, Amos O'Neill, they all agree that I will be Michigan's workhorse, that I will stand up for us on day
we have a golden Kappa train coming.
one, that I will beat Mike Rogers just like I have beat Republicans 4 times over.
Thank you so much. Congresswoman Haley Stevens, Dr. El-Sayed.
Okay, so I think he won that debate. Maybe I'm biased. I think he did a great job. So congratulations, El-Sayed, for crushing her. Let's really hope that he wins. Okay, the election is next Monday, so we'll see what happens. I'm kind of excited for it because I think El-Sayed will win.
Who wants coffee?
Jonas, I swear to God, I could actually use some coffee, Jonas, but I don't need it thrown in my fucking face. Anyway, Oh my fucking God, Jonas. I swear to God. I swear to God. Why are you so rude? Jesus Christ. I hate you so much. Thank you, Jonas, I guess. All right. I am Outer Signal. I am allowed to drink hot drinks. Dolly Boy, thank you for the 400 bits, Dolly Boy. Fine, your emotional blackmail work, sponsored by the Dolly Boycott. Thank you so much, Dolly Boy. You know you're the best. Thank you, LaCroix, for the 300 bits. Really, thank you so much for the 300 bits. I deeply appreciate you. LaCroix, last of my current biddies. Thank you, LaCroix. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everyone who's donating. I deeply appreciate you. Ooh. Oh my fucking God, Dolly Boy. I have not seen that one before, and that was deeply rude. That was deeply fucking rude. Jesus. Thank you, I guess. I, like, so much enjoy being pissed on. Don't clip that. Okay, I swear to God. Oh, my, oh, it's the Samara thing. I always forget that one. Oh, my fucking God, Jonas. I started looking around. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Jesus. Okay, thank you, Jonas. Thank you for making me paranoid there for a second. God damn it. All right. Okay, guys. Thank you for all that. You know what I'm going to do, folks? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go grab some... I'm out of... Oh, my fucking God. Thank you so much. Outer Signal, thank you so much for the 5 Tier 1 subs. Really, thank you so much for the 5 Tier 1 subs. Outer Signal, you're the best. Okay? Folks, check to see if you were granted a Tier 1 sub over on Twitch. Thank you very much. Happy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much there, Peck on Bad and Outer Signal. Thank you very much. Okay. You're all the best. Okay. All right. I love you all. You're so great. Thank you for everyone who donates frequently. I really do appreciate you guys. Dolly Boy, swear to God. Thank you, Dolly Boy. All right. So guys, let me go real fast. I'm gonna go pee and then I'll be right back. Oh no, you're the best, Peck on Bad. Thank you. Okay. Really, guys, especially for those who like donate quite frequently, you really do help me keep doing this. You're the only ones that, not the only ones. I'm saying like you're the ones that allow me to do this. So thank you. All right. Okay. So let's yeah, we have a level 3 golden kappa train, which is cute. All right, that's great. We have a level 3 train here. I really have to pee, but I don't want to leave while the train is happening. Okay, so you know what? I will. I'm gonna go and pee. I'll be right back, guys. Feel free to keep donating. I don't mind. But I've got to go pee. Give me a second. Okay, I'll be right back.
In the dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you, where the spaces can't erase this. You're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lost the feeling. You're disconnected in your touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? 'Cause all on to figure out how you lost the fire in your eyes. 'Cause I can't change it, what you're wasting. Now that your gaze is polarized. You lost the fire in.
All right, guys. Hello, we're back. And we're back. So I thought, you know what? I never handed out boops yesterday, so let's do some boops, okay? Let's do some fucking boops, shall we? Let's do some boops. First of all, Cicero Fields, you get a boop. Boop. Chairman Bart, you get a boop. Boop. All right, we got, looks, do we have a success here? Yay, guys, look, we got a golden kappa. We got a golden kappa. Yay, okay. The Quabwa, you get a boop. Boop. Mayflower Kid, you get a boop. Boop. Dolly Boy, you get 2 boops. Boop, boop. I don't fucking know who else. Did I get everyone here? Jonas gets a boop from a distance, right? Boop. I don't know. Did I miss anyone? Philly Cheese gets a boop. Boop. Outer Signal gets a boop. Boop. Tater Tot gets a boop. Boop. Pet Gone Bad gets a boop. Boop, boop, boop. I don't know why I gave you so many Pet Gone Bad, but whatever. It's fine. Real Life Cat DJ, you get a boop. Boop. Who else wants a boop? Smith, my dear Smith, you get a boop. Boop. Smith, another classic member of the community. So glad you're here, Smith. Doug gets a boop. Antifa, you. Boop. Okay. You want a bump? Bump, bump, bump. There you go, Outer Signal. All right. No one else gets a bump. Jay Williams, you get a boop. Boop. The Dongo gets a boop. Boop. Paleontology Dog gets a boop. Boop. Okay, anyone else want a boop? Anyone else want a boop? I really need a new stick. Look at this. It's falling apart, guys. It's fucking falling apart. I don't know why, but it is. But I try to hide that it's falling apart by only showing you this side, but it's fine. Okay, this is like the cheapest piece of shit plastic thing imaginable. Anyway, did anyone else want a boop? Did I miss anyone for a boop? Did I miss Matt Saigai gets a boop. Boop. Yes, this is symbolic of our democracy. Look at this. Okay, look at that. All right. I should call it the Weimar stick, right? There's a nerdy joke for you. Okay, Venamos, you get a boop. Boop. Okay, we're done with that. I'm done with it. All right, so guys, I thought we could, there's something else I thought we could. Oh, yes, Alyssa, you get a boop. Boop. All right. I already gave Cicero Fields a boop, Mayflower Kid. All right. So guys, let's go on here. I thought we could do something kind of fun. He naturally did it like the song, "Let me see that sexy body go bump, bump, bump." What? That's a thing? Oh, oopsie. See, I'm ignorant. I don't know shit, okay? I already gave one to Matt Saigai. God damn it. Okay, what do you mean, Outer Signal? I hate all of you. I hate all of you so much. Jonas, how dare you? Jonas says you're so white. I know I am. I'm like Casper the fucking ghost. If I lift up my shirt, you can see my goddamn liver through my goddamn skin. Anyway. Oh, yes, Weirdomorphous Blob, I'm sorry. You get a boop. Boop. Or I should say brimble. There you go, Weirdomorphous Blob. You get a boop and a brimble. All right. So let's go on here, folks. Let's go on here. Don't laugh, Outer Signal. Don't encourage Jonas. Okay, whatever. No, I'm not going to lift up my shirt. It's a joke. Okay, whatever. Fuck all of you. Okay, you can probably see my fucking sternum through my skin. Okay, like right here. You can probably see it if you look close enough. Anyway. Okay, guys. Let's go on here. It's a BK. What the heck is... You know what? I'm not going to ask. Because I'm going to embarrass myself. All right, let's go on, folks. So I thought we could watch something that you're all going to enjoy greatly. Okay? You're all going to enjoy so fucking greatly. Actually, you know what? Maybe we won't do that. I have a better idea. I never said that, Outer Signal. I never said that. Okay? I didn't say anything, so you don't know if I know what they are or not. I know. I'm sorry. I won't show you my liver. I apologize. Okay. So, I don't know. Do you guys want to should we do a little educational segment, or should we just go straight into another video? You know what? Let's go straight into another video first. Okay. Let's do that because I want to be more prepared for the presentation, I suppose. Okay, so you know what? This will be educational in itself. So let's do this. Oh my God, look who's on the screen. Look who's on the screen. Okay, no, we're not watching Triumph of the Will again, Jay Williams. I know that's your like what you want, but we're not gonna do that. Yeah, yay, this is like movie day in school. Hilarious. Okay. Great shots, folks. Yes, yes, yes. Crush his face. Well done. Well done, everyone. Well done. Great. Hit him in the fucking face. Okay, well done. Everyone, Jonas, Dolly Boy. That was a lot. Wow, you guys really hate him. I appreciate that a lot. Okay. So, Chairman Bart says, if you know what black salami is, why don't you tell us what it means? No, sir, Bart, I won't do that. You can look it up yourself. That's true, Jay Williams. Okay, so guys, let's go on here. Jump scare, right, Alyssa? He is not cute, Jay Williams. I mean, not Jay Williams. I'm sorry, Mayflower Kid. Great hit, LaCroix. Okay, so guys, this is a video. It's over an hour long, so we're probably not going to watch the whole thing. But you guys know I'm kind of a Civil War stan. I think the Civil War is super interesting, and it's super important part of American history. And as we know, this moron right here, Matt Walsh, has been doing these awful propaganda videos where he talks about how slavery isn't that bad, how the Native Americans weren't really slaughtered, and God knows what he's going to say about the Civil War, right? So, good shot there, Dolly Boy. Okay, well, nice, well done. You Charlie Kirked him. Well, would have to be a little bit lower than that to Charlie Kirk him. All right. So Jonas says, after his vid on Emmett Till, I wish I could censor, then knee him in the blank and then take a massive blank on his face. Oh my God, don't we all, Jonas? Don't we fucking all, okay? So let's see what he has to say. Says, what schools don't teach you about the Civil War? Now, this can only be a compliment to schools because clearly whatever he wants schools to teach is probably not right. So this is actually a pretty big compliment for the American school system if he thinks schools are not teaching what he's about to say. So let's see what he has to say, and then we'll do some education as things come up, okay? Let's do it. Ready? Let's go.
Today's Real History episode is brought to you by Mount Titano Media, publishers of Finding Our Words, Words That Made America, a collection of the greatest speeches in American history, featuring the voices and words
of David Duke
that built this country.
Norman Rockwell.
Go to mounttitanomedia.com to get your copy.
Charles Coughlin. I'm trying to think of people that are probably included in there.
Today.
I'm sorry, Jay Williams. I'm sorry. Okay, since we're going to be doing some history here, let's set the scene since apparently he's going to be talking about these things. Give me a second, okay? Where did I put Canva? I just had fucking Canva, and now I lost it already. Where's Canva? Okay, so the main thing, he looks like he's about to talk about two of Lee's biggest battles. These were two battles where Lee was probably the most clever, if you want to use that language, I guess. Or if we just think militarily, he had two pretty clever battles. One was called Chancellorsville. I'm spelling that wrong. Why does it look where? Why does that look wrong? Why does that look so weird to me? Chancellorsville. I spelled it wrong. Whatever, it's fine. Chancellorsville, there's an O there somewhere. Chancellorsville, whatever, it's fine. Whatever, it's fine. Chancellorsville, and the other one was Fredericksburg. And these were massive defeats for the Union. Okay, and this is like what everyone always gets all obsessed about when they talk about Lee. Oh, look at his victories at Fredericksburg and Chancellorsville. Yeah, they were pretty clever, but it was also a big mistake on the Union's part. So just let's see what else happened. Okay, so let's see what they tell us about Fredericksburg and Chancellorsville. All right.
That's what you do. Then imagine that after a week of the most intense fighting of your life, you realize that your side has somehow emerged victorious. In fact, you've won decisively.
Yeah.
You don't remotely understand how it happened. You thought it was impossible.
By the way, okay, I'm sorry. There's so many things wrong with this. I'm literally having trouble keeping up. He implied that the Confederates were not as well trained or organized as the North. That's not true. As a matter of fact, if anything, the Confederates were kind of better on a man per man basis in terms of combat experience and things like that, because there was sort of a military culture in the South, and there had been a long tradition of militias, like slave catching militias and things like that, and a lot of military installations and military culture was in the South. So Southern soldiers were actually pretty well trained in terms of military things. Um, and a lot of Northern soldiers were conscripts or draftees that may not have been as well trained. They had better equipment, but they may not have been as well trained. So for him to claim that, like, well, these ragtag group of Confederates who were less trained had this massive victory, that's not true. That's just not true for one thing.
The experience of a Confederate soldier named Dorastus Myers
cares?
during the Battle of Chancellorsville, which lasted from April 30th to May 6th, 1863.
Yeah,
On May
Dolly
11th,
Boy.
Myers...
Yeah, Dolly Boy. It wasn't too long after the Mexican-American War. Doesn't tell us anything. That's like any fucking... Guys, I don't know if you know this. Soldiers often reference God in their letters because it's a great coping mechanism, and you don't really blame people for being religious at the time, especially when, like, it's basically a roll of the dice, whether you're going to be hit by a bullet or a cannonball, right? If you're standing in lines on a battlefield getting shot at, that doesn't take much skill, right? You're not going to be able to figure out really what you do doesn't matter. You're either going to get hit by a bullet or you're not, which makes people really religious and makes you pray a lot because you need some way to control the outcome. So you pray a lot. I don't really understand. Like, the Union soldiers said a lot of the same things in their letters. Why the fuck why does it matter? Why does it matter okay, let me show you guys something real fast. So we're talking about Chancellorsville. If he's not going to go into the actual history of it, I will. Chancellorsville. Battle of Chancellorsville. I want to see the map of it. Where is this shit? Give me a map here so I can show you how this played out for a second. Is this it? Chancellorsville, Virginia? That's not helping me much. That's not fucking helping me much. Yeah, so here we go. The Battle of fine, I'll just use that one. So, okay. The cavalry went around, Lee went down to the back, and then the people did this. Okay, grand round of Stuart's cavalry. So, okay. So, there was a why the fuck can't I find a good... Whatever. I'm going to lose my mind if I can't find a good map of this to show you. The point is, okay, guys, the general point here is that they won a decisive victory, okay? The Confederates did win a decisive victory. All right? So, here we go. Oh, God damn it, it keeps going to that page. Why can't I just open this up? God damn it. Okay, there we go. Okay, this is better. So, let me just show you this. Here's a little map for you. And, can we just get a bigger one so you guys can actually see it? There we go. So this is how this fucking worked. All right. You had these, Lee did so Jackson was amazing. Jackson, Stonewall Jackson was his name. He was a pretty good commander on the Confederate side. You can see all of Lee's forces here. He fled. He did a feint. Lee did a feint where he ran from the Union soldiers who were down here, because the Union was stupid and they split up their forces into two groups, which was stupid. And he took his forces back, moved them over here, as you can see. Can you guys see my cursor? And he then, it's not that complicated of a maneuver. He sent Jackson, who is his cavalry commander, around to the back of the Union forces and surrounded them and crushed them. Okay? It's honestly not that complex of a maneuver. And it's more reflective of a failure on the Union side than it is of Lee's genius. Do you see what I mean? Like, come on, that's not that complex of a maneuver. You send your cavalry guy to go to the back of the enemy. And because the Union wasn't that competent, okay, like they didn't really defend their flank, and they shouldn't have split up their forces, and they shouldn't have marched to the south. Like, this isn't that complex of a maneuver. I got to tell you, it's more indicative of incompetence on the side of the Union than it is of brilliance on the side of Lee, right? Resident Union thug, yes, the Civil War, okay? Come on, right? Do you see what I mean? Anyway, but of course, the Lee stands will just be like, yes, Resident Union thug, will just be like, oh, what a brilliant maneuver. He outflanked the enemy and sent the troops around. Like, that's, yeah, no one, oh, wow, no one's ever thought of outflanking the enemy with cavalry before. Okay, yeah, this was much more of a failure of the Union because the Union, unfortunately, the leaders were kind of incompetent and slow, all right, compared to Lee. Lee was a much faster thinker and could notice when the Union was making mistakes, and he never interrupted the Union when it was making mistakes. This is why I say when Lee had to fight good generals that didn't make these mistakes, he lost. And then they'll say that Chancellorsville was a brilliant victory. No, it fucking wasn't. Okay, it was Union incompetence. All right, so there's that. Now, Fredericksburg. Fredericksburg. This one is a bit more, I guess, competent if you want to frame it that way. Oh, I may have mixed them up, actually. I probably mixed them up. No, that was Chancellorsville. Okay. Battle of Fredericksburg. No, just Fredericksburg battle. Yeah, this was another one that was kind of silly. See here, love how you decolonize, deconstruct history and propaganda CRs. Oh, thank you, Outer Signal. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, that was nice of you. Okay, so let's do the Battle of Fredericksburg here, okay? So here's the Battle of Fredericksburg. This is another, I guess, kind of interesting thing. Okay, so fortifications, communications, Union forces, it's not going to really help me much. I got to tell you, it really wasn't that great either. Burnside was a fucking idiot. So, okay, literally, okay, this was like one of the most lopsided victories they had. After Union, I'm just going to read this to you. After Union General McClellan failed, U.S. President Abraham Lincoln's blah, blah, blah. All right. So, okay. Basically, this one, guys, the Union, the Confederacy surrounded the Union, the Confederacy surrounded Union troops that were in this town of Fredericksburg. They were all up against this river right here, the Franklin River, which was stupid. Basically, Lee charged in really quickly when they saw them crossing the river and trapped them right against the river, which is smart. And the Union was dumb. They literally charged up hills at established Union positions. And who would have thought? I mean, I'm sorry, at established Confederate positions, and they were defeated. And like, wow, what a brilliant victory on Lee's part. He knew just how to surround them so that they would go charging right into his lines, apparently. Okay, now, I don't know about you. That's not exactly a major strategic brilliance or tactical brilliance. That is bad. That is just stupidity on the side of the fucking Union, right? Yeah. So that's not that brilliant of a battle. Now, his positioning was pretty brilliant. The fact that he was able to get there was pretty brilliant. But that's about it. Okay. Yeah, the mastermind of the South. So, okay. You get what I mean? There you go. So not that great. Yeah, and by the way, what people will say is that, well, the Confederates were outnumbered. Yeah, but if you're charging uphill into Confederate fire, it doesn't matter how many fucking troops you have, okay? You're going to be slaughtered by the Confederates. So, guys, what a brilliant person Lee was, right? What a fucking brilliant person he was. Anyway. Okay. No!
Jackson's profound...
Now, that's kind of fucking silly, isn't it? That he got killed by friendly fire. Whoopsie! Whoopsie daisy. That's kind of silly, isn't it? Kind of hilarious. Hilarious way to die.
Final words were documented by the historian Shelby Foote.
Shelby Foote. Okay. Guys, there are a lot of books written by Shelby Foote. Shelby Foote is like is quoted a lot by like popular shows and stuff about the Civil War, but he kind of has a pro-Southern look at things. He's pretty fair. Like, he's pretty fair about the North too, but he's way too nice to the South. So of course they're quoting Shelby Foote. Shelby Foote tries to glorify both sides and make it seem like they were both fighting for good things. He's a very popular historian, but is not exactly good as an academic. Okay. Anyway.
And he called the doctor and says,
you listen to his voice, you can tell. Look, let's just listen to his voice, and you can tell he likes to suck Southern. Well, you know.
Wife tells me I'm going.
Tater Tot said, "My hero Glenn Beck said the war was about states' rights, and I believe everything he says." Well, you wouldn't be the only one, Tater Tot, apparently.
God day, is that true? And the doctor said, yes, it is. He said, good, very good. I always wanted to die on a Sunday.
Oh,
Lee
wow.
appointed Jeb Stewart to.
God, who cares? Like, so those were his last words. What pathetic last words. Is that supposed to be cool and epic that he said, I've always wanted to die on a Sunday? What the fuck does that mean? What a stupid, like, come on, if you're going to die, at least have your last words be something clever, right? Before you get thrown into hell to burn for all eternity for being a monster. But, like, that's so fucking funny. Like, do they really celebrate those last words? Okay. Lincoln's last words were much better. The last recorded words we have of Abraham Lincoln are, what did he say? I have to go now, although I wish I didn't, although I wish I didn't, which is kind of sad, right? Anyway, great name. No, refocus. So refocus. Unfortunately, that's not true. As a matter of fact, if the Confederacy had won, they wanted to expand the American empire they wanted to create a bunch of more slave states. They wanted Cuba. They wanted to take over a bunch of the islands in the Caribbean. They probably would have taken more of Mexico and then turned it into more land for extensive plantations. So the Confederacy would have been far worse in terms of being a dominant power in the region. Okay. They would have been much more aggressive in almost every way. I'm not saying that the North was great because it was America, which made them not great. But the Confederacy had the basis of its society in slavery, which meant enslaving really anyone that wasn't white. They actually would have, but the North never ended up going to war again with Mexico directly. So, like, my point is we could either have a scenario where you have an expansionist slave-owning power that wants to expand slavery everywhere, or we know for a fact that the North didn't end up going to war with Mexico, which, anyway, but that doesn't mean, that's not that America was great, obviously, but the South was absolutely worse. And it was definitely worse for black people in America, absolutely. And if we would have allowed the South would have won, there would have been millions of people still enslaved. And by the way, it is likely that if the one thing, guys, if anyone has ever seen, what's his name, Spike Lee? I think it was Spike Lee who actually did a fake documentary where he tried to imagine an America where the Confederacy won. It is likely that the Confederacy, if they won, would have enforced slavery throughout the entire United States and would have put it into law that slavery was now allowed everywhere. And you can imagine a scenario where the America of today was still a slave-owning state, or at least way into the future was still owning slaves, and we would have a racialized, almost Nazi-level society. Like, it would have been very bad. Okay. Felix, black people would have freed themselves no matter the outcome of the Civil War. Folks, listen. This is, I think that is an oversimplification, Felix. I got to tell you, would they? like, I don't know why we are rolling the dice on the freedom of black folks. By the way, to be clear, um, black people did help free themselves during the Civil War. They were massively contributed to their own freedom during the Civil War. Okay. Well, yes, of course, refocus. But if they would have, that wouldn't have been good for anyone. That wouldn't have been good for anyone if they did. Um, okay. Yeah, Felix, you're right. That's what I said, Felix, is that they majorly contributed to their own freedom. Okay. It is an oversimplification, though, to say that Lincoln didn't contribute to that because he did. Okay. He absolutely did. But yes, enslaved people did largely free themselves. Okay. So, right. Um, okay. Lincoln didn't free the slave. Yeah. All right. Whatever. Let's keep going on here.
Dazed at the worst possible moment, right when his forces were.
Yeah, thank you. We're in the background. This is a pro Confederate song.
Told his troops, I hope by your future deeds and bearing you'll be handed down to posterity as the 1st Brigade in this, our 2nd War of Independence.
I hope by your future deeds and bearing you will be handed down to posterity as the of course. The South tried to present it as the 2nd War of American Independence. To be clear, guys, a lot of white Southerners didn't have direct investment in slavery. A lot did. Okay, even poor white Southerners could rent slaves. Literally, you could rent them and take them onto your property for a day because they were disgusting, right? It was a disgusting system. But a lot of white Southerners may not have felt as inclined to fight for the South if it was just about maintaining the power of the slave owners, okay? Because they were the elites of Southern society. They often mistreated the poor whites too. So the South had to come up with ideological reasons that would convince white Southerners to go and fight and die en masse for their war to preserve slavery. So the thing they came up with is this is about freedom. This is like the Second American Revolution. This is about our rights as Southerners and our heritage. And the North is trying to take your freedom and trying to take your heritage and trying to rape your women and trying to steal your homes and things like that. So yeah, a lot of Southern soldiers, if you read their diaries, they do view it as a war to protect their rights and protect their freedoms. But that was a lie concocted by Southern slave owners. When you look at the actual, so the Southern slave owners, actually wrote these documents that they sent. I'm sorry, let me take that back. When the South started seceding, Virginia sent representatives to all the other Southern states to argue to their legislatures that they should join the secession. And they gave speeches to the Southern legislators explaining why they should secede from the Union. And we have all the copies of these speeches. What do you think they said the reason for the war was to the elites? They said it was literally to maintain the slavery system of the economy and to promote white supremacy. They openly said it in the documents. You know what? You want proof, guys? You want proof of it? Okay. Speeches, pro-succession speeches. South. Okay, here's one of them. This is from Alexander H. Stevens. No, this isn't one of them, but this is No, that's not one of those speeches. I've seen that one before, though. That one also talks about it. Let's see here. Pro-succession speeches, Southern reps. No, secession, not succession. Jesus Christ. Pro-secession arguments, Southerners. There we go. Declaration of the Causes of the Seceding States. Here we go. The people of Georgia, having dissolved their political connection with the government of the United States, present to their Confederates and the world the causes which have led them to the separation. Number one, for the last 10 years, we have made numerous and serious causes of complaint against our non-slave holding Confederate states with reference to the subject of African slavery. They have endeavored to weaken our security, disturb our public peace and tranquility, and persistently refuse to comply with their constitutional obligation to us in reference to that property, still calling them property, by the way, okay, to our property, and they use their power of the federal government to deprive us of the equal enjoyment of the common territories of the republic, as in, we can't, literally, that's the first reason they list, as in, we're not allowed to use any of the territory in the United States for more slavery, okay? Their hostile policy of our Confederates have been pursued with every circumstance of aggravation. Let's see here. I'm trying to see. There was literally one where they talk about how they're especially upset by the party of Lincoln. The party of Lincoln, called the Republican Party under its present name and organization, is of recent origin. It's anti-slavery is its mission and its purpose. By anti-slavery, it is made a power in the state. Okay, so they're very upset that this party is pro-slavery. That's their issue. I'm trying to find here, guys. I want to hear, there's one of these I remember reading, literally said, we need to ensure white supremacy. Literally, guys, paragraph after paragraph about slavery. Here's another one about slavery. Okay, slavery, pro-slavery, literally, slavery is so many times. Let's do a document search here. Slavery. Where is the fucking, how do I find slavery? 39 references to slavery in the document. 39, okay? 39. Look at all these slavery references. Slavery. Okay. If you go down here, it starts claiming at the very bottom, it says, oh, by the way, these are against the rights of our states that we're having the slavery taken from us. All right? So there's that. Declaration of causes for the seceding states. Let's see here. Pro-secession arguments, Southerners' white supremacy. All right. So no argument there. They clearly, yes, they wanted slavery. Jonas says, is this the same source for the plans to enslave? No. So those plans are amongst other elites who had published books talking about their desire to get Cuba and to invade Mexico and establish that as a slave state, okay? So, let me see here. Let's see here. The Zin might actually have, this is actually a good site. I've been to this site before. I really want to find where it actually openly talks about white supremacy. Okay. Okay, here we go. Aha! Okay, this is a quote taken from Texas. The Texas advocates for seceding, and they said the following. We hold, oh my God, they're so blunt. We hold as undeniable truths that the government of the various states and of the Confederacy itself were established exclusively by the white race for themselves and their posterity, that the African race has no agency in their establishment, and that they were rightfully held and regarded as inferior and a dependent race, and in that condition, only could their existence in this country be rendered as beneficial or tolerable. So, like, they're so fucking open about it in private, okay? I mean, Jesus Christ, that's like the first thing they say in their documents. Oh, by the way, this is about slavery. and about white supremacy. Oh my God. Okay, yeah, no, it's states' rights, guys. Oh my fucking God, I'm gonna lose my mind. All right, let's go on here. Jonas asked about Cuba. Yeah, there you go, Outer Signal. No bill of attender, ex post facto law, or law denying or impairing the right of property in Negro slaves shall be passed. It would be literally part of their constitution that you cannot get rid of slavery. God. All right. Thank you, Outer Signal. That's great. Everyone look at that link there. Okay, let me show you something else. The South sought to expand slavery in Cuba. I can give you an example here. Yep. Before the American Civil War, white Southerners and leaders, expansionists heavily sought to acquire Cuba and to expand the American slave empire. This is what they wanted. This was their goal. Okay, look at this. The red is what the Southern leaders wanted to acquire and turn into slave states. That's almost all of Mexico. That is a bunch of islands in the Caribbean, including Cuba. They sought because they understood that in order to, unless if they existed along the north as an independent state, the only way they could expand was into Mexico and into Cuba. So again, this is why I point out that they would have been worse than the North. If they had won, they would have invaded Cuba, annexed it, and turned it into slave states. The same thing with Cuba, okay? And there were by the way, there were other people who actually wanted to expand the empire all the way into South America, okay? Philly Cheese, Jonas, is that due to many Afro-Cubans? Jonas, it's honestly, no, it's just that they view anyone who's not white as inferior. They likely would have turned and enslaved anyone who wasn't white. They didn't black, brown, same difference to them. These are racial inferiors. The Southern slave owners had a Nazi level ideology. They believed in a racial view of the world. Okay. That's one of the things Hitler liked about them. Okay. So again, the notion that if the South would have won, things would have been better. I beg to disagree. All right. So okay. Okay, let's see here. Fun and serious question. Had they won, do you think that Napoleon III would have let them take Mexico? Because at that point, then Benito Juarez loses Mexico and Maximilian becomes emperor. I don't know, Refocus. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, let them take Mexico. Would they be able to take Mexico? I don't know. But they certainly wanted to. And they would have tried in any way they could to take Mexico. So I don't know. Yeah. Right. But one thing is true though, there was no northern plan to conquer Mexico and turn it into a slave state. So I don't, all right. So whether or not they could have done it seems to me to be kind of beside the point. That's what they wanted to do. They could have taken Cuba, by the way, because America later did take Cuba, and which was not great. But it, all right. So just a note there, pretty unpleasant people, and everyone should watch. I forget the name of the documentary. Maybe we'll watch it sometime. Spike Lee documentary, or documentary Confederate Victory. There we go. I recommend this, guys. Most people don't know about it. I guess it wasn't Spike Lee. I guess I'm a racist piece of shit that I thought it was Spike Lee. I guess it was directed by Kevin Wilmot. It's called CSA, the Confederate States of America. And it's a mockumentary where it shows kind of what America might be like if the South had won the war. You know what? Maybe we could watch it together. Maybe we could watch it together. Let's watch it together at some point. Um, yeah, refocus. Okay, we should watch it together at some point. It'd be kind of fun to watch. Yeah, let's do that. The CSA, the Confederate States of America. And honestly, it's not perfect historically, but it's kind of a fun watch. It's really disturbing. Okay, so all right. Uh, I'll try to remember to do that at some point. Okay, let's keep watching this. So guys, do we all see now? All the documents show that they were institution. We don't like this very much. We're kind of being mean to these people. Like maybe we shouldn't be so mean to them. God, slavery's awful. They knew what they were doing was evil and wrong. Like, that makes it worse. It's that argument you often hear where people are like, well, at the time, this was a normal thing, and so it must be okay. They literally knew it was evil. They said it in all their documents. And I love when people say things like, well, Thomas Jefferson wrote about how he wanted to free his slaves after he died. That shows he knew it was wrong, but he kept the fucking slaves until he died. Yeah, it's like there's a class interest. So this is like the weakest argument. I love when people make this argument. Well, the founders didn't really like slavery. They wanted to get rid of their slaves and stuff, but they didn't. They kept them until they died, or didn't get rid of them in some cases. Okay, like they knew it was wrong. One of my favorite letters, I can show it to you guys. Letter. What is it? To what's his name? Patrick Henry on slaves. Okay, I'm going to read it to you. There you go. Let me read this to you. This is from Patrick. So Patrick Henry was the guy, guys, that gave that speech that said, give me, this is what's ironic. Okay. This is ironic to me. Patrick Henry was from Virginia, and he's the one who did the speech, give me liberty or give me death. You know that famous speech? He was a slave owner. Ironic, right? This was a letter he sent to Robert Pleasance, who was an abolitionist. Robert Pleasance had sent Patrick Henry a book about the evils of slavery. And Alexander Henry read it, and this was his response in letter form. Okay, let me read it to you. I take this opportunity to acknowledge a receipt of Abenezet's book against the slave trade. I thank you for it. It is not a little surprising that Christianity, whose chief excellence consists in softening the human heart, in cherishing and improving its finer feelings, should encourage a practice so totally repugnant to the first impression of right and wrong. What adds to the wonder is that this abominable practice has been introduced in the most enlightened of ages, times that seem to have pretensions to boast of high improvements in the arts, sciences, and morality, have brought into general use and guarded by many laws a species of violence and tyranny, which our more rude and barbarous but more honest ancestors detested. Okay? Is it not amazing that at a time when the rights of humanity are defined and understood with precision, in a country above all others fond of liberty, that in such an age and in such a country we find men professing a religion most humane, mild, meek, gentle, and generous, adopting a principle as repugnant to humanity and as inconsistent with the Bible and destructive to liberty? Now wait. Okay. He goes on. I'm going to skip the next part. He goes on to say, in another paragraph, how horrible it is. Then suddenly he says this: would anyone believe that I am a master of slaves of my own purchase? So he's like, it's weird because I own slaves. I am drawn along by the general inconvenience of living without them. I will not, I cannot justify it. However culpable my conduct, I will so far pay my devoir to virtue as to own the excellence and rectitude of their precepts, and to lament my want of conforming to them. He just says it outright, guys. I'll say that again. Did you hear that? Would anyone believe that I am a master of slaves of my own purchase? I am drawn along by the general inconvenience of living without them, and I will not and cannot justify it. He knows it's wrong. He knows it's wrong, okay? But he's like, It just makes it so much easier if the slaves do the work for you. Okay? Like, and guys, this guy was around during the American Revolution. This was far before the Civil War. There are tons of letters like this. Thomas Jefferson spoke this way. Washington spoke this way. Almost all of them admitted in private that this was a detestable and immoral practice. But they're like, but we're just too lazy to end it because we like the free labor. So, oh my fucking God. And he does go on to say, though, that we should at least treat the unhappy victims with lenity. Okay, and that might be, even though that might be the furthest advance we can make towards justice. Okay, so it's horrible, it's immoral, but since I'm not going to get rid of them, maybe we should teach them at least treat them kind of nice. All right, literally. Okay. So, like, that is the disgusting reality of America, by the way. Okay. Anyway, by the way, guys, I'm not joking. I would have my students read this letter. And at one of the schools I was at, a parent complained and said I was being too woke for doing this. Literally. This is only one school. All the other schools were fine with it. But it was only one parent. I had one parent complain at one school after I had my students read this letter, saying that, that you're literally use the word woke. This is woke nonsense. This is not what the curriculum says you should be teaching. Okay, which is not true. It does. It did say that you can teach about slavery in early America. So, like, that's America for you. Okay, like they don't even want to hear the reality. I mean, there are some people who don't even want to hear this reality. They just want to put their head in the sand. Anyway, so okay. I know they're fragile snowflakes. I know, guys. I know. A historical document is woke nonsense, right? We're more blah blah. Like, it's just this is the state we've come to. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right.
The Virginia House of Delegates failed to end slavery then, but it wasn't by an overwhelming vote. Many people didn't realize.
Yeah, here, you know what, guys? For those that want a copy of that letter, because I know when people have heard this letter, they tend to really like hearing it because they've never heard it before. I will send it to you. There is other ones. So I'll send, if anyone wants a link to that letter, there you go. Okay.
Is that the
literally, I know, I'm kind of a Lincoln stan, I know. If you look at his statue in DC, it's my favorite memorial in DC. I don't like many of the memorials in DC, by the way. Okay, I don't like most of them. But I do like the Lincoln Memorial. That's why there's a picture of me with it. But I'm going to show you guys the Lincoln Memorial. Because what it's representative of is really cool. Lincoln Memorial image. So here you have Lincoln, okay? In the Lincoln Memorial, it's very big. Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. He's problematic, but like I know, I like Lincoln a lot. I will defend him to my dying day. I need someone that I respect, okay? So, it says at the top here, in this temple, as in the hearts of the people for whom he saved the Union, the memory of Abraham Lincoln is enshrined forever. Notice on this, in Lincoln sitting here, that one of his hands is kind of like limp and the other one is a fist. You guys see that? All right. And the idea is that he balanced out empathy and justice with strength and like pushing for what's right using power and strength. Because, he decided to fight a war and he actually ended things like habeas corpus and censored the press during the war and used violence. At the same time, the soft side of him, okay? The fact that he was pro, he wanted to end slavery. He spoke greatly about being kind to people and things like that, all right? So, like, balancing out both of those ideas, his feet, one is set forward a little bit, okay? Exactly where was Bob. One is set forward a little bit, as in we need to move into the future while being grounded in the past, okay? And he looks over the Capitol building and the rest of D.C. to watch it, to kind of monitor it, to make sure it goes down the right path, okay? Like, and he looks out, like, over D.C., like, to watch it and be like, are you going to uphold the virtues I established? Okay, which we haven't, obviously. But, like, I just love the fucking, I love the Lincoln statue. Anyway, that's the only statue I really like in DC. Okay, moving on. Okay, so we'll finish watching this.
But in 1863, no
By
one.
the way, on the walls, if you ever go to DC, along the walls above his statue are lines from the Emancipation Proclamation, and the amendment that ended slavery is on the walls up there. Okay, so like if you look up, it's really cool that those are up on the walls. Like literally, guys, I know, right, Peck on Bed? This is what the next president needs to do because, yeah, okay, and I'd say like the next, Trump has done this shit too, but he's done it in a very dark way, right? So if we want to reverse what Trump has done, we better get someone in power who's going to use the power of the bully pulpit and actually utilize the power they have to make big changes like Lincoln did, all right? Because the country can't survive what Trump has done unless we literally reverse all of it in a slightly authoritarian way, I got to tell you. All right. So anyway,
At the time, controversial. He was also a human.
Exactly.
And a flawed one, like us all.
Of course.
He held contemporary views on race. He believed blacks were.
He's not being that bad to Lincoln. I'm actually surprised he is being bad to Lincoln, but not that bad.
Inferior to whites.
Yes.
In one of the Lincoln.
Well, again, that is also an oversimplification. Yes, he did commonly say that, like, he thought that black people probably were inferior to whites. But as I said this before, guys, as he got older, his views changed. And he ended his life by basically saying that, I don't know. We need to give black folks equal rights to everyone else and give them a chance because we can't know what they're going to be like unless they have equal material conditions to the rest of us. So by the end of his life, he was doubting the notion that blacks were inferior, that black people were inferior. Okay, so like that doesn't mean he wasn't racist. He was, but he changed his view, and he definitely was very open-minded compared to other people at the time. And by the way, this is another thing. I know I defend Lincoln. I know I defend even this. A lot of black people at the time. Well, he was a hero to black Americans. Black Americans loved Abraham Lincoln. Black Americans loved him. All right. And he was never mean to, like, he was never rude to black people when he was around them or anything. Let's put it that way. Anyway, but like, I'm just saying, all right.
Douglas, the happiest period of his life, far removed from the burdens of command.
Yeah.
At the moment of surrender at Appomattox, Lee could have urged his vote.
By the way, fun moment. They don't show it here.
No, God, please, no!
No! Signal.
No! No!
Oh my God, that was perfectly timed. Something that he doesn't show in this picture, by the way, guys, is Grant was kind of a troll. So, Grant, Native American, General Robert E. Lee. So let me show you this. Okay. Where is he? Yes, Ellie Parker. Ellie Parker. Okay. This man right here, it was a top general in Grant's army. I believe he was actually he was like an engineer. He was like the top military engineer in Grant's army, and he was Native American. Okay, now he was an Americanized Native American, as in, you know, his culture had been stripped from him, and he had become acculturated into European American society. Though he did still have some links back with the native group he came from. But still, you know, classic genocidal position to be in. Okay. I mean, you know, and when he went to, and it was before Florida was even, okay. Let me show you guys here. So I'm trying to see if we have a good, here we go. You will notice that in this picture, folks, I don't know if they show him. Do they show him? I think they do. Where is he? There he is. Notice this is a picture of, this is a drawing of Robert E. Lee meeting with Grant. Grant asked the Native American general to come with him to the ceremony to sign the surrender of Lee, thus forcing Lee to hand over a surrender to a Native American man. Which, come on, that's kind of fucking funny, right? Now, yeah, it's kind of turning him into a pawn, but apparently, uh, Ellie loved this. He enjoyed being there to take the surrender of Lee. Um, so yeah, there was a Native American general at the sign. Yeah, he knew come on, Outer Signal. We don't have documentation of it, but he knew exactly what he was doing. Right? He knew exactly what he was doing, and I love that. Anyway, I just thought, hello, Nathan. I'm so glad you're here. Just a side note there. One of those bonus.
That is the enduring lesson of the Civil War.
Okay, no, we're done with that. Yeah, we're done with that shit. No, we're done with this shit. Okay, hello, Oxpecker. How are you? Okay, we're done with it. Jesus Christ, folks. Oh, my fucking God. It's complicated, and my side wasn't so bad. That's exactly the message he was trying to say here. He was basically trying to do, be like, look, it wasn't as bad as it seems. My side wasn't that bad. Okay, like, oh, yes, it was. Okay, we all know which side he's with on this. All right, but it was weird how at the end he suddenly started talking about some things that were like, by the way, didn't mention at all how there was how the South would outright murder any black soldier they found, would slaughter them. Okay, okay. Anyway, remember, guys, how the South issued a declaration saying that any white commander found leading black troops was guilty of servile insurrection, and that the enslaved people would be sent back to their owners, and the white guy would be killed. But of course, they ended up just executing most black soldiers. Of course, Jay Williams, literally, guys, Jay Williams says a dead horse gets better treatment than dead black people. That's actually not an exaggeration. If any of you guys know about the grave of what is his name? Why can't I remember it? Why I'm having a mind blank. The kid who was killed. Emmett Till. God, I was like, Tiller? Tiller doesn't sound right. Emmett Till. So Emmett Till's grave, all right, Emmett Till monument. Keeps getting vandalized. Is constantly getting vandalized and damaged, which, is kind of evil. Like that. Like this. Pretty fucking evil. That, like, this sign keeps getting damaged. Like, you literally have to be evil to vandalize the sign commemorating a black child who was viciously murdered, okay? And, they keep having to recreate it. Here you have, these are a bunch of young white men who a fraternity had suspended. They should have banned them. For posed in front of an Emmett Till memorial with guns. I mean, like it makes me want to cry. It is so evil that this poor young boy, bullet holes in it, okay, and yet what upsets Matt Walsh is that they removed these headstone for Lee's horse. Yeah, they should have executed them, LaQuabwa, but I don't know if I can say that publicly. They should have executed anyway. So yeah, I like this country is really gross. Okay, and oopsie, that was my mistake, Philly cheese. I didn't mean to say that. Whoopsie, I didn't mean to say they should have been executed, but it must have just slipped out. Yeah, and they admitted it on their deathbeds. So nah, I don't think so, LaQuabwa. I don't think it's too harsh. I'll say it for you, LaQuabwa. All right. All right. So anyway, okay. So that is the kind of country we live in, all right? And all right. By the way, my father, okay, legally CR means, of course, yes. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I meant to say they should have executed search warrants on them. Okay, definitely executed search warrants, but with great discrimination. What I mean by that is they really should have gone to do those search warrants armed, and that's probably a gun in their hands and not a cell phone, and they ought to defend themselves if attacked by the people within those houses. Anyway, so that's okay. So real fast here, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go get my father. I want him to tell you guys a story in regards to Black history that I think you guys would be interested in hearing because for the Americans know this. Okay, no, so am I, Cicero Fields. I'm also against the death penalty. I am pro self-defense, though. So if in fact, you know, these officers of the law, who I deeply respect because you guys know I love cops, were in necessity to defend themselves against these folks, I wouldn't mind it. Okay, so you know what? I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. I want my dad to tell you guys a story. Give me 1 second. I'll see if I can get him to come here tell you because there's some interesting things in the United States about how people in the South talk about slavery. Give me 1 second. You can sit down, Dad. All right, go ahead. The audio's on, by the way.
Uh-oh.
So go ahead. So, Dad, would you tell them the story of you going to visit some historic sites in this? Oh, sorry, guys. There we go. It's muted. It's muted now. Sorry. Would you tell them the story, Dad, of going to visit some of the historic sites in the South and what you learned from some of the women down there who were basically in charge of those historic sites or doing gift shop stuff or whatever? Go ahead.
Yes, first of all, hi, y'all.
Thank you for the appearance, Papa Revolt.
Oh. Wow. You're welcome. Anyway.
We love you, Papa CR. Sam is okay too, we guess.
South.
We love you, Papa Revolt. CR is okay too. Someone sent that.
My wife and I were going south. We're talking deep south. Down to a beach, Orange Beach, I think it's called. Somebody my wife knew said, yeah, I go to Orange Beach. It's really nice. And it's on the Gulf. So on the way there.
Gulf of America?
Gulf of a what? Okay, I'm sorry. Gulf of Mexico. Anybody else who calls it anything else should be taken out there, put a millstone around their neck.
Now, careful. You know, you don't want to talk, you know, he means like theoretically.
Put a millstone around their neck and grind some grain into wheat there. That's anyway. We both enjoy history, and I especially enjoy it because when you teach about it, you're teaching about it from a perspective of what you've read and researched. So when you go to a historic site, you suddenly have all these aha moments like, oh, now I see what they meant by that. Oh my golly, how could they have done that when I'm standing here, and so forth and so on. So we went and stayed in Vicksburg, Mississippi. It's on the Mississippi River. It sets up kind of on a bluff looking over the Mississippi River. And during the Civil War, the U.S. Civil War,
It was a port for getting supplies from the west side of the Mississippi, because it's a pretty darn big, wide river, to the east side where most of the fighting was done between the North and the South. And it was decided if they could capture, the North could capture Vicksburg, that port, they would cut off the Mississippi. The Mississippi would be useless to the South, and that could help bring about a quicker end to the war. Um, so anyway, I'm not going to go into the whole story behind that. Long story short, the North captured Vicksburg. Well, anyway, it is a historic site now, National Historic Battlefield. And that's one of those places I really wanted to go see, and so did my wife. So we stayed over, like I said, in Vicksburg itself, the town. And so we went to the park, uh, the battlefield, and it's owned by the U.S. government. Um, and we went into what I want to say, the visitor center slash gift shop. And it's a pretty good size one. And oh God, was it hot that day. But there were quite a few people in there looking around and so forth. When an announcement came over, some speakers to announce that there's going to be a cannon firing outside, not too far from the gift shop, the visitor center, if anybody would like to experience the firing of a Civil War era cannon. Well, my wife came to me and said, "Do you want to go?" And I guess I got to throw in here, since I was a kid, I always was fascinated with this stuff. So since I was a kid up until relatively recently, I have been to a lot of cannon firings. And to be honest,
Join the club.
and to be honest, when my wife said, "Do you want to go?" I said, "No." I've seen these before, and it's the same thing for the most part, unless this one decides to blow up. And I said, "So no." And I asked her, she said, "No, not really. I've seen a lot too." So we stayed in the visitor center slash gift shop. And before you know it, everybody that was in there, all the tourists, had left to go see this cannon firing. Literally. My wife and I were the only tourists there. And there were two, um, what I want to say,
Black women?
well, rangers,
Oh, yeah, park rangers.
park rangers there. And they were both black women. And they stayed in the gift shop, and one of them stayed behind the counter if you were going to buy something. And this was quite a large, squared off counter. You could go around all sides. And another one was a few steps away further, straightening something up. And so I went to the one behind the counter and I explained to them that at that time, I was still a teacher. And I said, "I'm a teacher. I've taught about this." And I said, "I hope you don't mind me asking you a question, because I really want to know." And I says, "I'm come from Ohio, and I have heard from some people," I said, "that the South, in some cases, some of the people are still fighting the war." And I said, "I've heard that from some people that I trust, but I said, but that's secondhand." I said, "I've got to ask you, do you get visitors here from the South who obviously think that the South got a raw deal, and that, if they had a chance, they'd probably try to turn this around so the South could be free and all that stuff?" And she says, "No, I don't mind that you ask." When all of a sudden, the other lady, um, a little bit further distance from us from the counter, started to laugh, and she said to the other one, "You've got to tell him what happened the other day." And then she started laughing, and I kind of looked, and I'm going, "What happened the other day?" And she said, there was a bit of a crowd in there, and there was this older white lady who actually she didn't say older. She said this old white lady came up to me behind the counter, and she looked at me and she said to me, "I don't know what all the trouble and problem is. Y all of you slaves were treated nice and fairly by the owners. There was no problem." And I looked at her, and the other black lady is just laughing her head off. And I looked at the other one and I said, "Are you serious?" She said, "Absolutely." She said, "I'm serious," and she was serious saying that to me. And I looked at her and I basically said, "Oh my God." And she said, "Yes, and that's not the only one, although we just told you that one because it was just happened the other day." And I said, "So what was your reaction?" She said, "I just stood there being a park ranger at this national battlefield and kind of smiled and went, uh-huh." And I said, "Okay, I've got to ask you, was your deep down reaction, do you wish you could have leapt over the counter and strangled her?" She said, "Yes." But, I like my job. And I was just going, "Holy crap." And I was still I still am stunned today. I was stunned then, and they said, "Oh, yeah, we got more stories, but, that one says it all." And I'm going, "Oh, you gotta be kidding me." He said, "Nope, nope. It still happens down here, and they still think they're fighting it. They still think us people, us black folk," as she said it, "were treated fairly and as slaves, and there was really no problem. That was just all made up by the North." You hear that a lot down here. And my wife and I looked at each other and said, at that point, you could hear the cannon had been fired twice, and the one said, "Well, they're going to be coming back in." I said, "Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I think to hear that story." And for the next couple of years before I retired, I would tell the students in my classes that story. And basically, their mouths would just float and going, "Say what?" And the black students would just look at me. And I said, "Yep, that's what was said to us." And I said it was unbelievable. And they didn't know what to say. And I said, I kind of stood there dumbfounded also, but she did want to strangle her, jump over the counter and strangle that old white lady. So there you go. There are still people around like that today here, and they're just idiots. I mean, they're just, oh God.
Yep.
Anyway, and as you can see, I still have trouble understanding that. I, anyway,
Yeah.
so thank you for bearing with me. It was quite an experience, and anyway,
Thank you, Dad.
yes.
That was great.
Bye.
Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye, Dad. Thank you for telling the story. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Dad. All right, all right, all right. So, again, Dad. Oh, Dad, you left the chair nice and warm for me. Thank you. What? Oh, God, don't. Oh, Jesus Christ. Disgusting. Okay, that was awful. Don't you laugh at him. Don't you laugh at him. Don't you laugh at him. Okay? No. Laughing is bad. Okay? We don't laugh at Papa Revolt. That'll encourage him. Okay? That'll encourage him. Okay. So there we go, guys. There we go. Okay. So that was okay, so I thought he'd like to tell you guys that story, and that is actually kind of a common occurrence still in the South today. There are people down there who I've heard people say before that slaves weren't treated that badly, that black people were better off as slaves than they were not being slaves. Like there are still people who believe this shit today. Luckily, there's fewer and fewer of them, but oh, maybe not anymore. There might be a lot more now because of Trump, but anyway. So anyway, okay. All right, folks. Yes, Dad. Yeah, my dad says he wants to tell you guys about one more experience he had. So we'll let him do that. Here, I'll get up. Ugh. Eh. Yeah.
You probably don't remember me telling this one, but it's me again. The one with the hot ass. That means donkey. I got a hot donkey. It's warm outside. Anyway, I forgot about this one too. Another time, my wife and I took a trip toward the down south. Well, I know. Okay, I'm not going to tell you that part of it, but we went to Stone Mountain in Georgia, just outside of Atlanta. And here, are you going to get a picture up of it?
Yep. Guys, for those who don't know what Stone Mountain is, the Americans probably know, but maybe you don't. Stone Mountain. Okay, this is Stone Mountain.
Real good one.
We're getting a good big picture here. There we go. Scene. This is Stone Mountain.
Okay, and the people you see there, it's a relief carved on the side of this mountain, and it's huge. It's absolutely huge. Hell of a lot bigger life size. The guy in the background, toward the front, but in the background, he was the president of the Confederacy, Jefferson Davis. The guy in the foreground with his hat, well, they all have their hats over their hearts. But the one closest to us, he's Robert E. Lee. He was the general in charge of the Southern forces, a slave owner. So was Jefferson Davis. And behind those two, there's another man there whose name was, well, his nickname was Stonewall, and they called him Stonewall Jackson. And they're larger than life figures for people who wish for the good old days of slavery in the South. They wish the South would have won and all that stuff. And it was carved out and to honor them, these three men who committed treason, tried to overthrow the U.S. because they wanted to keep their enslaved people and all of this stuff. You know, heroes to me, I guess. Jesus. But anyway, my wife and I went there because I just had to experience this. And I also wanted to go to a plantation just to see. Now, most plantations in the South where there were enslaved people, most of the slave owners didn't own more than probably about a dozen or more. But the larger plantations, the really big ones that you picture with the big mansions and stuff, they would have a hell of a lot of enslaved people. And I wanted to see one of each. I had never actually seen one up close and personal. And earlier that day, we went and saw a regular farm that had like something 12 slaves there. Well, the Visitors Bureau in Atlanta said, well, the closest place to see an actual the owner's house and the plantation, there's one actually at Stone Mountain. And so my wife and I said, oh, we'll go and give me an experience to see this mountain, which I have no respect for this. Okay. None. Like going to Germany and seeing Hitler, Goering, and Himmler carved in the side of some mountain. But anyway, so we went there. You walk into there, and this is not a national monument. Okay. You walk into the visitor center in the front, and then when you walk out the back on this plaza, there this thing is in front of you, a distance away, but there it is. Then you can walk down some steps and along a walkway and get closer to it. My wife and I stop on this little plaza, and I just go, oh my God, this, you know, first of all, visually, if you don't think about who's on it, it's pretty awe-inspiring. But once you realize who it is, it's like, you've got to be kidding me. And as I'm standing there looking at this, a mom and a dad, and they had 3 children. I would say the oldest was no more than 10. they were standing practically right next to us. And the guy bent over, the father bent over and said to his 3 children, guys, and he had a Southern accent, a Georgia Southern accent. And he said, guys, see those 3 men? They're heroes. And he told them who they were. They said, never forget them because they tried to defend our land against the invaders. And they are great people. And then they continued to walk on. Now, I'm standing there figuratively throwing up in my mouth, just going, God, what? And the point I want to make here, those 3 little kids were racists in the making. Those 3 little kids were going to learn that the South should have been allowed to break away, allowed to commit treason, should have been allowed to keep the enslaved people. But I thought those 3 little kids, who are actually quite cute, are going, my God, I may confront them someday because they're waving the Confederate battle flag. And I just shake my head and God, who are the parents of these kids? But it just floored me. It floored me. These guys tried to destroy the U.S. and they're being honored for slavery. Now, the South will go, no, 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 it's for states' rights. I'm sure my son told you about what it was really about. It was enslaved people. Even in their own documents from back then, they say slavery. But of course, and there are some people in the South that don't want to hear that. When I say some people, there's a lot of people in the South who are like, yeah, right, this is ridiculous, making the rest of us down here look bad. So I want to point that out, but I also want to point out, how does this keep proliferating, going through generation after generation? Well, that father and mother and their 3 children were an example of how it gets passed on down. So anyway, I just had to tell that one. That's another one I would tell my students. And they would just, once again, look at me and go, Mr. Clark? Well, what? I said, yeah, I know.
All right. Thank you, Dad.
Okay, I am finished now, and your chair is burning hot, son.
Thank you. Nice and warm. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Ugh. Okay. All right, folks. Thank you, Dad. All right. All right, guys. So there's another story for you. I hope you guys liked it. I thought you guys would appreciate that. Everyone's clapping, Dad. Everyone likes it. Okay. All right, folks. So let's go on here, shall we? So now that we watched that horror show of a video, let's see what else we can find here to watch. There are a few other things I wanted to show you. Let's see what we got here. I'm crying at the beautiful storytelling. Good, Weird Morphous Blood. I'm glad. Okay, sure. We need a palate cleanser. That's a good point. Let me find something to cleanse our palates with, folks. Oh my fucking God. Jay Williams, I hate you so much. Okay. So I'm just looking at some of the things you sent. Oh my God. Let's do this one. This looks like a fun palate cleanser. This is from Jay Williams. Everyone ready for our Jay Williams bit? Is everyone ready for our Jay Williams bit? Okay. No, I'm not going to, Tiago. I'm not going to do that. Thank you, though. Okay. So we have a setup here, Tiago. Other people have sent videos before yours, right? So we got to do it in order, right? Okay. So let's do this. This was sent to us by Jay Williams. Jay Williams obviously sending us another grand little piece of thing here, okay? This is the many faces of God. The many faces of God, okay? This is totally a palate cleanser. What do you mean you suppose, elevator lady? What do you mean you suppose? This is going to be a... Jonas, calm down, okay? Whatever. We'll just do this as a palate cleanser. I don't fucking care. You're all going to have to live with it, okay? Fucking live with it, all right? Whatever. We'll watch this. There might be other ones we'll watch too. Let's just do a brief palate cleanser. All right, everyone calm the fuck down. All right. All right. Everyone ready? Everyone ready? Let's watch this.
My name's God. This here's my horse. Guilt.
Yeah, I'm God, so what do you want, huh? I'm God, all right? We got that, pal. I'm God, you're a pest. So what do you want, huh? Is this a prayer or something? It's not Sunday, you know. Why, y'all don't recognize me? Well, I'm God. I'm the one who threw the party. Oh, but of course y'all don't recognize me, because y'all can't really see me. Y'all can't really hear me, because I'm cosmic. I'm from outer space.
What? This is called The Many Faces of God? I'm very confused. I'm very confused. Okay.
Hello. My name's God.
Most of y'all are going down the chute, if you know what I mean. And the rest of you, I had it about up to here with you, and I'm just waiting for you to make a mistake. Oh, yeah.
I got angels to supervise here. I got bills to pay, and you just want to talk? I got tornadoes. I got hurricanes. I got earthquakes to create. I got the Boston Celtics to take care of, pal. And you just want to talk? Let me tell you something, pal. Talk schmuck. I got a universe to run here. Beat it. Why, of course we all gonna get up to heaven. City, too. Now, y'all just don't believe.
Oh, so God's a homosexual too? Because that's what this appears to be implying.
All them silly
I mean,
old
I believe
stories
that.
about me being such an old meanie now.
All right.
This is a bunch of silly old stories from a bunch of old party poopers. Well, usually the church people just let me out of this little bitty box on Sundays, and it gets sort of lonely during the week. But sometimes, on other days, the church people will bring some non-church people around to my box.
Yeah, I feel like I'm on drugs watching this. Like, I don't even have
about the way I used to be. And then they'll take the lid off my box very slowly. And
But
the
I would
church
not let
people
this
will say
man
to the
within
non-church
like
people,
60 feet of any children I had
our
ever.
God. Isn't he sweet?
Okay.
Well, when this happens, the non-church
Don't
people
worry, Chairman.
very
Our
often
elevator
just
lady will protect
shake
you.
their heads and walk away. I don't think they understand the box. And then the church people put the lid back on the box. And of course, some people let me out of the box all the time.
Okay.
Maybe someday everybody will. Hello?
All right.
Hello? Is there anybody out there? Hello?
I just sat there in those bushes shivering.
Okay.
Wishing I had another joint to smoke.
Well, that's the most human thing God has said. All right. Thank you. Thank
Trump
you
is the greatest
guys.
president? Absolutely.
Thank you. That was horrific. You know what? We need something better than that. That was not a great palate cleanser. I have to admit. That was not a great palate cleanser. My palate does not feel cleansed. Let's put it that way. Rainbow Bright San Diego Zoo Adventure. What? Keeping it PG. God's Grannies. What the fuck is this? The Adventures of Tommy the Tooth. That sounds horrible. That is traumatizing. I don't want to hear anything about teeth right now. Okay, I don't want to hear anything fucking about teeth. You hear me? Oops, excuse me. Does anyone have anything cute? Oh, you know what? Let's do this. Philly Cheese, thank you for sending this. This is the next, and this will be funny. This is the next installment of, I don't know Rainbow Bright. What the fuck is Rainbow Bright, Jay Williams? Whatever, we'll get there. Okay, we'll get there. So this is sent to us by Philly Cheese. This is the next installment of the, what is it called? JHS, the InfoWars, okay, which is now owned by The Onion. So this is The Onion's parody of the InfoWars. This is a parody, folks. It's a joke, okay? It's a joke. I know it might be hard. It might be hard to recognize. I don't know what Rainbow Bright is. Maybe we'll watch it after this. It might be hard to tell that this is a joke, but it's a joke, okay? Because, you know, there are right-wingers out there that do things like this. So this is called Is God Real? Unlocking the Bible's Hidden Truths, okay? By The Onion. Satire, thank you, Smith.
Those are the faces a demon would make. And then these 4 lesbians get out of their Subaru and start trying to kill me because I cut their brakes in the middle of the night.
These are not just moral tales.
There's scientific, biblical evidence for the existence of Yoda.
If you study the Bible closely, it clearly states that if you die while reading the Bible,
you die in real life.
Is the devil a demon?
Yes. The great reckoning is already upon us.
Okay.
Follow me, and you will not regret the life before we met. Now I have you under my thoughts. Our love goes stronger with every hour. Look into my eyes, and you will see my name is Lucifer. Now take my hand. Do you know who said that? Ozzy Osbourne, the Prince of Freaking Darkness.
For 35 years, I was part of the problem. A mouthpiece for the
Are you
mainstream
here, Philly cheese? Well done.
media, spewing their lies and kissing their feet, all while they turn me into something I'm not.
A pig? What?
But now I'm free of my corporate shackles, and my only business is freedom. My name is Jim Haggerty, and you are being lied to. It feels like nowadays, religion, and Christianity especially, is being used and mangled just to fit liberal talking points about feeding the poor or whatever else they can come up with, just to fit their agenda. And I think a big reason people make up stuff like that is because we don't know how many commandments there are in the Bible. So I wanted to ask you, Dr. Robin Thacker, one of our nation's leading alternative biblical scholars, how
He
many
looks like the devil with the red shirt he's wearing and shit.
commandments are there really in the Bible?
7.
Oh, he moves in mysterious ways. Well, anyway, thank you for joining us, Dr. Thacker. You also have a new book out. It's titled Fact Checking the Bible. It's All True, which is available now. But you first rose to prominence with your controversial campus speaking tours, where you dared touch on topics ranging from what the Bible says really happened on January 6th to definitive proof that Jesus was killed just for opposing radical liberal DIY requirements.
That's right.
Now, we only have 8.5 hours, unfortunately, so I want to jump right in here and ask you about the end times. Jesus' return. Now, Scripture says he'll return through the clouds under the black sun.
Yeah, exactly.
With a sword in his hands, we know this. But what role do we have as Christians?
Yeah, seriously, Jonas, this channel did originally have only like Christian nationalist viewership, right?
To make sure that when Jesus does return, he doesn't become addicted to pornography.
It will be our last and greatest test on earth.
Yes.
Things were obviously very different the last time Jesus was on earth. We didn't have the internet or late night cable or neighbors who sometimes forget to close their blinds.
Stepmoms, laundry rooms.
And between fighting the Antichrist and these luring temptations, Jesus will be stressed. And what do most people turn to when they're stressed?
Laundry room kink.
This is satire in your group. This is literally satire.
Kinks and porn. God and man are cut from the same cloth, so when Christ returns, why wouldn't he be tempted by places like Pornhub, OnlyFans, Chatterbait?
Plus, Pornhub just added a great new user-friendly interface that makes it easier.
But that's literally what's funny about this, guys, is that like it's hard to tell that it's satire because there are people that sound like this.
Find your preferred subgenre.
He will need to remain extremely disciplined, and he will need our help.
But how? I mean, do we even know what subgenre he's into? Goth, sensual, amateur, strictly coin-based laundry machine, smut only?
That's everything, most likely. You know, there's a reason they nailed his hands to the cross so far from his genitals. You know? God. Now we must be those nails.
We must be Christ's pornography nails.
I didn't even mention what happens when Jesus learns about phones.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I can see it now. Jesus will be like, what's this phone in my hand? And what is this washer and dryer? And why does this naked lady keep getting stuck in it? And why can't I stop watching this video on my phone while I'm on the subway? It'll be like a powder keg ready to explode into the nearest hamper he can find.
It's demonic.
Dr. Thacker, what can we do as Christians to stop God from getting off?
To start, join me on my Stop Porn Before Jesus Returns tour across the United States. We're hitting every city, as many cities as we can, to get the word out that at any moment Jesus could return and be faced with big-titted biddies bouncing on fully hung men each and every night.
Oh my God.
Well, I, for one, am prepared to do whatever it takes to make sure that that doesn't happen. And if I personally need to watch up all the pornography so that Jesus isn't tempted by it, I'm willing to do it if that's what it takes.
Me too. Me too. And it wouldn't be a sin.
Not if it's for Jesus.
I drank this and I felt like I was 15 again.
Wow.
This stuff is
What is
different.
this,
It kicks in
dog
fast
blood?
and it lasts all day and night. I feel more focused, more energized, more aroused. What's it taste like? Dude, it is so good.
This stuff is for real.
And it doesn't make me all jittery. It makes me shake, but not all jittery. It's like a good shake. This stuff is for real.
Wait,
I
what
feel
is
more
it?
focused, more energized, more aroused. It kicks in fast and it can last all day. It's for real. I feel more focused,
I
more
thought I said
energized,
it's
more
all about-
aroused.
It makes me
dog
shake,
blood?
but in a good way.
All night.
I'm sold.
Everyone should drink this.
Oh, God, that's disgusting.
No, not the dogs.
If you study the details in the Bible closely, and if we apply what we already know as fact, we can say with 99% accuracy, that's what Jesus Christ looked like.
Admittedly, for some of the people in our community, that might be the case. They might be more willing to worship that than Jesus. I got to tell you, from what I saw in the Discord earlier, there are some folks in here who I will not name, Chairman Bart, who would probably be more willing to worship one of these characters than Jesus. Anyway, all right.
This is unbelievable.
Yeah.
I'm actually getting chills. Wow. How did you find this?
It was made for me with AI.
AI?
Yeah.
What is that? Is that a...
And you too, Jay Williams. I'm not naming names. Or you, Outer Signal. Or you, Elevator Lady.
demon?
No. No, Jim, AI is perhaps God's most
Interesting. All the people that entered the chat right when I said that. Almost, anyway.
perfect and wondrous creation. Just look.
I feel like I'm in his presence. I really do. One question I often have while reading the Bible, maybe even IA can shed some light on this. Jesus got pretty famous from dying, right?
He did. He did, yeah. It's one of the major tenets of the Bible.
What if Jesus had survived?
That's
Let's
true,
say
Chairman
he
Bart.
had just got pretty hurt and almost died, but turned out okay. Like maybe the
AI
crucifixion
puppet
missed,
Sam. We don't need to remember that, Outer Signal.
or maybe one of the nails got him good, but he stayed strong and he pumped his fist and survived.
Rule 11.
Would he have been more or less famous today, do you think?
I would say likely less famous.
But still famous?
Possibly.
What does the Bible say happens after you die?
Never mentions it.
All right.
It literally doesn't. That's actually kind of funny because it doesn't mention it.
Well, how about this? According to the Bible, is God real?
Yeah, what everyone wants to know.
Yeah, Jonas, there isn't mention in the Bible of what happens after you die. There's actually not even a mention of hell. Literally, Jonas, when it comes to Christianity, later, that was kind of created later. The idea of like a heaven and a hell. Yeah, basically based off Greek mythology. I know. Let me show you guys. Let me show you here real fast, okay? Origins. So I can't remember the exact thing on this, but it is true that the Bible doesn't mention it. Origins of heaven and hell. Yeah, it's Zoroastrianism, Greek philosophy, and then shifts in early Christianity and Judaism. So like it was not in the Bible originally. It was only after the Bible was written that we start having mentions of Christianity that came from later Christians who were influenced by Zoroastrianism and other religious beliefs. Okay, so Zoroastrianism was okay to do. Okay, I'm trying to find here. Does the Bible mention heaven or hell? Does the Bible mention heaven or hell? Yeah, so the Old Testament mentions like the grave or the place of the dead. All right. The Greeks used a term by Jesus, which was literally a place near Jerusalem. So that like these are not actual like heaven and hell. Like the ideas, yep, there's no heaven or hell mentioned in the Old Testament. I love this though. This is funny. This is a church's site, and they say the heaven and hell is very clear in the Bible, but that's just not true. Yeah, the rich man died and was buried in Hades, but that's not okay. Um, so again, like there's no real reason about there's no real actual mention to modern heaven and hell. The idea of heaven and hell came later. All right. So anyway, just a fun side note there.
Let me tell you a little story, Jim. I was hungry.
Yeah, no, you're right. Especially of hell. Le Quabois comes from Dante's Divine Comedy, which was from a lot later in history.
I was poor.
It was a work of fiction.
I was crying on the side of the road, literally covered in my own urine and vomit and blood and spit and a bunch of other stuff that I don't need to get into right now. I was addicted to pornography, watching it 3 times a day, acting in it even more than that. I had hit rock bottom. And I didn't know what else to do, so I prayed. I prayed to God, and I said, Lord, show me.
So, Jonas, yeah, I think you're right. There is mention in the Bible about a lake of fire. But that doesn't, yeah, in the book of Revelation, which is the last book of the Bible, that was written long after Jesus was around and was like not linked to the Old Testament. All it says there, what does it say about the lake of fire in Revelation? It doesn't say it's heaven. It doesn't, let's see here. The beast and the false prophet are thrown alive into the fiery lake of burning sulfur. That doesn't say, that's like not the modern conception of hell. Like, so do they just burn? Or are they there for all eternity? Okay, it says the devil is cast into the lake of fire to join them for eternal torment. But that's like, does that mean that we're going to go or just the devil is being sent there? But again, I guess technically they do mention the lake of fire in Revelations, but that's like the latest book and it was added a lot later. Okay. Yes, Jonas, I don't know how to frame this I don't mean to disappoint you. Jonas said, for fuck's sake, so I ran from my first blowjob because of an afterlife that was put into a book years later and then later adopted by the Islamic faith. Yes. Sorry. Yes. Okay, I don't mean to be, okay, yeah. So anyway, by the way, some groups, if you look at the context of the book of Revelations, almost everything in the book of Revelations is symbolic. So it literally wasn't referring to a literal lake of fire. We know for a fact, like most historians and stuff would agree, that the book of Revelations was a political commentary on the modern era at the time. And that phrases like the beast and the lake of fire were symbolic and metaphors. They weren't literal. So it's okay. All right.
Me a sign that you're real. And almost 7.5 months later, almost exactly, you called me to be on this show. You think that's a coincidence? I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
And I'll tell you what I tell all the atheists and the freaks and the Jews I meet. I tell them, if there's no God, then explain to me why I think there is and why I talk about him.
That literally is the argument, guys, that a lot of religious folks run to is, well, you know, if there's no God, then you got to then explain to me why I think there is. Well, that's not how you make an argument. You need to present evidence. The null hypothesis, I mean, the base hypothesis is that there isn't a God. Now you need to provide evidence that there is God, right? Because you need evidence to know something is true. That's how like logical reasoning it takes place, okay? You don't start with an assumption of something existing. You start with a baseline, and then you need to have evidence to show that something exists, right?
All the time.
Amen. Amen.
Plus, I see demons all the time, dude.
Oh, I see them too.
And it would be pretty weird if they existed and God didn't, right?
Yes.
And if there is truly no God, then how do you explain this?
You've seen demons, Pet Gone Bad?
This is a clump of Jesus Christ's hair. Not AI. Not an approximation, not a recreation. This is Jesus's hair.
Explain that to me, Pet Gone Bad. I'm
how
curious.
can you be sure?
I'm guessing you're joking.
Taste it.
Jonas, my disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. Ninjester, hello. Ew.
It's phenomenal.
Straight from his pubics.
You're right.
For my full 8.5-hour interview with Dr. Thacker,
Ew.
click the link now.
Dr. Thacker. Okay, that was hilarious. That's fucking funny. Okay. Oh my God, but it's not that wrong. It's not that far from being true. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. You know what? We need to do a Bible reading with the Jester again sometime. Do you guys remember on Christmas or like the day before Christmas or something like that? I did a read the Bible with the Jester and we read Genesis together and I compared the different accounts. That was real fun. That was real fun. I love doing that. We should do a Bible reading with the Jester again. It also is a great way of getting people in here because apparently people like when I talk about the Bible, or at least they like coming in here. Yes, it would be nice to compare different translations. We should do that. Yes, I got it was fun when I did one Bible reading once and it got a lot of views. And then the last time I put Bible in the title, a lot more people came in here. So maybe okay, you said Pet Gone Bad. I had a schizophrenic episode back in 1999. I saw demons and they were all in church. Oh my goodness, Pet Gone Bad. I'm sorry you went through that. That's rough. So you actually did see demons, right? Like that literally, even though of course demons aren't real, I mean to you they definitely would have felt and seemed real. So I totally understand that. So that is a fair point to make, okay? Yeah, exactly, Pet Gone Bad. Like it's not much anyway. And then end in a prayer? Never. Never. Right, Smith? I know. Okay. All right. So, oh my goodness. I don't know if I want to oh, you know what? Here's a palate cleanser, guys. Philly cheese, you're on fire today. Philly cheese is on fire today. All right, which is rare. I don't want to give Philly cheese too much credit because most of the time Philly cheese is a failure when it comes to, I'm just kidding. I'm joking. I'm being an asshole for no reason.
Well, agencies from around the country are.
So this is called Utah Program Helping to Relocate Beavers to Restore Environment. Oh, this is going to be cute.
What?
We need an animal story. So let's watch this animal story. Okay.
Agencies from around the country are looking to Utah and a new program designed to help preserve our great outdoor spaces. And it all has to do with one little critter. News specialist Aaron Cox joined biologists in their effort and takes us along.
Out on a farm.
When we first bought this property about 11 years ago.
In Paradise.
And we noticed again just a few weeks ago the water level going up.
And though they're not showing their faces now, the culprits beavers.
Our grandkids think it is the coolest thing in the world that we have beavers.
Billy Murray called in help from the new Beaver Ecology and Relocation Collaborative.
We feed our beavers aspen, cottonwood, and willow.
A program dedicated to trapping and relocating beavers instead of eliminating them.
The only way to deal with these nuisance beavers was to have them lethally trapped and removed, but now we give people an option.
Nate Norman is the lead biologist
don't give them an
for
option.
the program.
Just save them. We don't need to give them an option. Don't kill the beavers. They have cute big teeth and shit.
Has started 5 years ago, and now it's getting national attention.
We've been contacted by people in Colorado, Idaho, Oregon, Washington, all looking to kind of replicate what we've got going on here.
Nate says the beavers restore environments and help
I've
preserve
heard beavers taste good too.
water, which is why Billy wants to relocate her beavers.
They need to recreate wetlands. They need to create meadows and re-nourish the land.
I'm here with Becky with the Beaver Relocation.
Is that a Chinese beaver? Okay. Thank you, Dolly Boy, I think. Oh my God, that was kind of scary. I don't know what that was about.
Folks, and we're going to first break the dam, and then we'll set the trap.
Oh, really? Peck on that? That's funny.
Becky Yeager sets the trap, then puts a stick in to show what happens when a beaver walks in.
Oh.
And we didn't have to wait long.
Oh, look, it's made a little beaver dam. It's so cute.
For the real thing. Just 2 days later, volunteers bring a 46-pound beaver back to what they call
46 pounds? What a fatty.
The bunkhouse.
That thing needs to go on the Atkins diet. Okay, that's a real old reference.
This is where Becky and Nate check in.
Ninjester, I hate you. Ninjester says, I'm not sure we're allowed to show beaver on stream. Oh my fucking God, Ninjester.
In the beaver.
Just pick them up and put them on our lap to look for injuries and determine the sex.
But just take a look at those incredible feet.
They measure the weight and gather stool samples. They let me put a pair of gloves on to help measure the beaver's tail.
15.
Yep, 15 right on. And numb it for the microchip. We learned our beaver is a female. They named her Wilma, and she has kits.
Beavers are really family-oriented.
Oh, look, they're like lubing up the tail. That sounds dark. They're trying to moisturize the tail.
And so if we can get the whole family together and release them all at once, that's our preference.
Okay, so Wilma is now all checked into the bunkhouse. You can see she's in the corner behind me here. She's got some snacks right here to munch on, and they'll go back and they'll see if they can trap her family. The most that she could be in this bunkhouse is about 2 weeks.
No, Jonas. Jonas, please look it up yourself so I don't have to say it on stream. But no, it's the other thing, Jonas. It's not a penis. It refers to something else, another body part. That's on a female. Okay, not some women don't have those, but like, you know what I mean. Okay.
And sure enough, 1, 2, 3, 4 kids were trapped along with their dad.
There's nothing cuter than a little beaver kit. When they come in, they're just a little ball of fur with a flat tail and just all about curiosity.
And they weren't
It's a vagina! It's a vagina! If you're all going to come in here and be like, can you be more specific? It's a vagina. Anyway. Okay, can we finish this beaver thing?
Camera shy, peeking over their den to get a look.
I'm calm, Sir Bart. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell about that.
Coming up close to groom.
Okay.
They're just adorable.
Typically, they quarantine beavers for 3 days, but to make sure they had the full family and the beavers weren't carrying any diseases, it took about 3 weeks before their next move.
Oh, look at them. They're so cute.
Out on a ranch.
There's about 8,400 acres in here total.
In Morgan County.
There used to be a lot of fish through here years past.
Where the water levels are lowering.
There used to always be beavers here, and so
Guys,
we wanted them back on the place to help with the repelling.
I would like to take a moment to apologize for screaming about vaginas. Okay, I'd like to take a moment to apologize for that. That was uncalled for, and that was rude. And I apologize in advance for any of, ex post facto, I apologize for any harm I may have caused in the screaming of a perfectly legitimate anatomical word. All right? But that's why you shouldn't mess with me. You shouldn't beg me to say what something is. Okay, when you know exactly what it is, all right?
In areas and stuff like that.
Clint Byram and his dad helped release 2 beaver families on 2 separate parts of their property.
It was pretty
Cool pick
cool.
on
It was
Ben.
a lot of fun to see them.
A bumpy road for the beavers. But finally,
Aw.
There you go, little guy.
Oh, look at him. He's so cute.
Wilma and her kids
How
Wilma.
docile they really are.
Aw.
have a permanent home.
Aw.
To start seeing them building some of their beaver dams.
Aaron Cox,
Yay.
KSL 5 News.
Aw. Oh my God, that was such a happy story. Thank you,
What
Philly
if that
Cheese.
was-
I needed that. I needed that. I needed a happy beaver story. All right. That was cute.
Trump's
You know
the
what?
greatest president?
Cuomo, I swear to God. Okay, you know what? You're all disgusting and you all sicken me. And you all purposely. No, Jonas, I'm not shaming. Oh my fucking God, Jonas. I'm not shaming vaginas. They are a normal, natural. You know what? It's fine. We're not gonna. You're all fucking with me. I'm not playing this fucking game with you. Okay, so fuck you, Jonas. All right. Okay. Now, let's go on to something. What's wrong with our little aquatic rodent friends, the beavers? Nothing. There's nothing wrong with beavers. Okay, I love beavers. They're cute. All right. So like they make dams and shit and all right. So okay. Let's go on here. So let's first you came for the I hate you so much, Philly Cheese. Let's watch something that a bit more painful, okay? I think we've had enough cuteness for now. The cuteness has triggered all of you to be rude to me. And I need to refocus your attention on something more serious so that you don't get distracted by attacking me, all right? So let's watch this. A Michigan rally, July 27th. Everyone ready for it? I know I am. Yay. Yay, guys. By the way, if you're watching and you're new to the community, please follow me. Please, I hate you, Jonas. Please follow me on Twitch. I only need a few more followers before I get to 500, so please be one of the few more followers I need, okay? Let's watch this.
Absolutely. I mean,
Do
look
you think he's the greatest president of all time?
Oh, I think absolutely he's the greatest president. I mean, look at he's brought all these wars to an end, 8 wars in there, and he's protecting our country from being nuked.
What were the 8 wars he stopped?
I don't know them all offhand, but he stopped them over. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, do you know? Can you name a couple?
Tell him, Gail.
Well, yeah. What were the wars that he stopped?
Other countries,
None.
Talk to him, I'll think of them.
Yeah. Just one war
Oh
that
my
he
fucking
stopped?
God.
I can't think of one now.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on, just say all of them. We all know you want to. You probably believe he ended every war imaginable. They probably think that Trump ended the 100 Years' War, that they ended the 30 Years' War, right? I did give boops earlier, Jester, but you weren't fucking here, so you don't get a fucking boop, Ninjester. Sorry, I'm getting defensive. I apologize. Philly Cheese said, "Don't you?" Sorry, Philly Cheese didn't say. Okay, who said that? LaQuabois, Trump ended World War I. Yes, he was there at the signing of the Treaty of Versailles. Okay, he ended the first war between Cro-Magnons and Neanderthals. He ended every war.
Yeah. He says it. He says it.
But he is.
But we can't name one. All right. Thank you.
Oh my fucking God! I'm gonna lose my mind.
I'm here in Michigan for a Trump rally. Donald Trump is supposed to speak here at 3 p.m. today. People are very excited to be here.
Yeah.
You guys excited?
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Explain the outfit to me.
Well, it's
Don't
all
do
about
it, Jay
gold for
Williams.
President
Don't
Trump.
do it, Jay Williams. You're not allowed to unless I'm there too, because I don't want to do it alone. I need so just wait.
This 250th anniversary of America's great birth, and I just wanted to wear the gold in his honor. He's fighting so hard for us.
He loves gold, right?
Yes, he does.
Do you see the Oval Office?
Not yet, but maybe someday.
Oh, have you seen pictures of it? There's so much gold there. Almost like
We
it's
can
almost like
hold
too much
hands,
gold, right?
Jay Williams. It'll be fun.
I wouldn't care if it was a Democrat.
Jay Williams, what is wrong with you, Jay Williams? What is wrong with you? God, she's a person, Jay Williams. She's a person. I would never make comments about what a person's body looks like. That is not what I do. I'm an angel. I would never say one person is attractive or whatever, okay? Very rude of you, Jay Williams.
I'd vote for anybody who would get rid of the property tax.
So property tax is your number one issue. What about health care?
I could care less about health care. I haven't had health care in 20 years. I could care less about it.
You haven't had health care in 20 years?
No.
What? You just don't go to the doctor?
And I'm 62 years old. I'm just fine.
But would you like to go to the doctor if you had it for free?
No, I wouldn't want it for free.
You wouldn't.
That is actually very depressing. He's 62 years old, and he doesn't want a doctor. I mean, it's your choice, I guess, under this system, but he shouldn't have that choice. I know that sounds authoritarian. He should have it. Guys, even though I disagree with this guy very deeply, even if he thinks he shouldn't have it, I want him to have it, okay? He should have it. That should be a human right, all right? It's like if someone says, I don't want the right to say what I want, or like I don't want the right to, I don't know, speech, even like with some limits, obviously. I still want them to have that right. Like he should have a right to health care because he can't control when he gets sick or when he might need some medication. And I know that he's kind of a gross person, that he's that dumb, but that's sad that he has the ability. Anyway, I know, but it's sad. Like guys, I don't know if you know this. Like I know right-wingers think we're all demons, right? That the left are all demons, but we are so much better than them morally. I'm just being honest, okay? Like I want people like him to have health care also. Like, that is sad. He's a human being. He shouldn't be suffering horrifically with some kind of disease he can't help just because he's a moron. Okay, you see what I mean? Oh, my God. That's horrible, Tater Tot. Okay.
You want free health care?
No. If I got it, I'd want to pay for it.
Why?
Why would you?
I don't want nothing
thank you,
for
Dolly
free.
Boy, for the kiss.
What kind of world does people get shit for free? That's just ignorant.
You deserve it, man.
Well, there's,
come on, buddy.
You pay taxes into a system.
Nobody deserves anything for free.
Like,
Nobody
that
deserves
is
anything
so
for
sad
free?
to me. That is so sad to me. He has such a low view of himself, doesn't he? And I know that's not the way he looks at it. But like that should be free. Like he should feel entitled to that. Yeah, I know, Philly cheese. It's sad to me. Like this is very sad.
Deserves anything for free.
What about public libraries, roads?
That isn't from the government. If it was from the government, no, we shouldn't have it.
Like he's not that bright, obviously. Okay,
it's from the government.
The roads are from the government. The government should do the roads. That isn't free.
I know exactly, Jonas.
Right. Well, you could pay taxes for health care.
Well, I don't want to. Everybody just pick their own doctor and go to the doctor they want to. When I need to go to the doctor, I go to the doctor and see them, and I pay them cash. And
but you wouldn't want everyone to have the ability to have free health care.
No.
What are your thoughts on the Iran war?
Jesus, that's sad.
Blow them out of the water.
Blow them out of the water?
Yeah, blow them out of the water.
Why do you want to blow Iran out of the water?
Well, they're kind of dirtbags, don't you think?
I have no mercy for this guy, by the way. He's a monster. He's a murderous monster. He likes the idea of people being blown to pieces, and he probably doesn't view Iranians as human. Like this, honestly, it doesn't take that much to understand how horrific war is, and it doesn't take that much to understand that you're blowing up human beings and killing human beings and things like that. Anyway, like I don't have much mercy for this. Yeah, we are stupid and have slow self-esteem. That's kind of what. Okay, Dolly Boy, yeah, blow them out of the water with what ammo, right?
Leaders over there.
Yeah. So, what should they? How should the U.S. respond with their military?
That's the way he is right now. You do something to us, we're going to do something to you.
That's not what's
what
happening.
Did they do?
You know, I agree. We should respond. We should do what we're doing now, which is losing.
To
okay?
us to start it.
What they do? They shooting at the ships, or they're shooting at ships
guys,
right
it's so
now,
funny.
right?
So many of these guys are having to ask their wives what's actually happening. Have you noticed that? That's kind of silly. All right.
Well, I think it started with the U.S. bombing Iran.
Well, nuclear, yeah, get rid of them.
No, you're right, Jonas. He probably is overloaded with propaganda. That Iran is an existential threat to the United States. But it's, a lot of Nazis were also overwhelmed with propaganda saying that the Jews are an existential threat to the Germans. At some point, ignorance isn't an excuse, in my opinion, right? If you want, I could talk about academically how people can get brainwashed, how their material conditions affect their view of the world. But one way to push back on this is to demonize those behaviors, right? So, I'm going to demonize this because this is evil to think in a way that you're willing to, be pro death and destruction and the mass slaughter of people just because, some TV channel told you that. You need to think more critically than that. But I know you're right, though, Jonas. Yes, to an extent, some of these people are somewhat victims. That's how the nature of propaganda and stuff. But I'm not going to let them get away with that shit.
Those leaders over there are something else. They don't need nuclear power over there.
Right. What does the shirt mean? Trump 2028, rewrite the rules.
We have hope.
Yeah.
That's what it means.
Would you like him to run in 2028?
100%. Yeah.
And why is that?
I think he's doing a fantastic job. All things considered, he's
To be
doing a
clear,
fantastic-
guys, you do know that Ohio and Michigan have a. Oh no, I got you, Jonas. I understand, Jonas. I really do. You're right. I do pity them too. I feel bad for them to some extent. Ohio and Michigan hate each other. For Americans know this, but Michigan and Ohio have a long-standing rivalry for a number of reasons. One is that our sports teams don't like each other. Another is that there was a brief, somewhat war between Michigan and Ohio over Toledo. We had kind of a land conflict over Toledo. There's a long history of conflict between Ohio and Michigan. As a matter of fact, Abdul Al-Sayed actually in an interview said how much he hates Ohio. If you guys want me to show you, Al-Sayed says he hates Ohio. Here we go.
We'll look forward to beating whoever his handpicked acolyte, probably J.D. Vance from Ohio, which is, I hate to say it, the worst state in the union. We'll beat him in election in 2028.
Wait, where does that come from? That
I'm from
Ohio.
Michigan. We hate Ohio.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wouldn't understand that. Not from that region of the world.
Look, I just tell you, it's just like a lesser state. I mean, it exists to hold up Michigan. That's the only reason Ohio exists. And I'll tell that to everybody from Ohio. I love the good people in Ohio, but you're welcome to come to Michigan. We have better lakes. We have better weather. We have better food. You're welcome to come. But for the rest of you all who are stuck in Ohio and the Ohio State University, I said what I said.
Well, one day, if you ever run for president, that clip
I
will
went
be
to
played,
Ohio
I'm
State
sure.
University.
It's okay. I'm probably going to lose Ohio anyway. I'm just not going to go and campaign there. 149 states lost Ohio. And you know what? Honestly, I'd wear that as a badge of pride. We'll look forward to beating.
I've heard him say worse than this. He literally in another interview was like, I just hate Ohio. I fucking hate. He didn't say fucking, but he said, I hate Ohio. I think it's hilarious. Okay. I think it's really fucking funny. But anyway, I thought you guys would think that's funny. So this is Michigan, right? Okay. And I love Michigan. You, Matt Saiga, you're an angel. I love you very much. Okay, thank you. Right? Yeah, Philly cheese. I know you love the Ohio State slander. Okay.
Absolutely. I mean,
You
look
think
what
he's the greatest president of all time?
Oh, I think absolutely he's the greatest president. I mean, look at he's brought all these wars to an end, 8 wars in there, and he's
Wait.
protecting our
This is a restart. Okay.
Who do you think? What are your thoughts on ICE?
Did we miss something? Did I miss something? Okay, we'll go back.
A couple, and the ICE agent.
And our people safe.
Do we already see
come
this?
from?
What did
No,
I do
didn't
wrong? I
say
did
they
something
shouldn't go
wrong. What did I
back
do
to
wrong, guys? I messed up.
And what are your thoughts?
Wait. What did I do wrong? Oh, here we go.
Good job.
If he just decided to run, said, I don't care about the Constitution, would you still vote
I
for
know,
him?
J-Mac.
I can't imagine him saying that.
Okay. You
But
think he'd
he's
try and go
literally,
through the
that's
process
literally what she's advocating
and
for.
And rewrite the rules?
We'll see. We'll see.
Okay. Amendment. Let me read you guys something. Amendment limiting the president to 2 terms. I just really want to highlight how dumb this is. Okay. Literally, this is a quote from the American Constitution. This is amendment, this 22nd Amendment. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice, and no person who has held the office of the president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected president shall be elected to the office of the president more than once. But this article shall not apply to any person holding the office of president when this article was proposed by okay, blah, 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 blah. So it literally openly fucking says it. Oh my fucking God, Peck on bad. Okay. And then she is now saying, listen to what he says. This just shows how uneducated these people are. Just re-listen to this. On her shirt, it says Trump 2028.
It's considered he's doing a fantastic job.
If he just decided to run, said, I don't care about the Constitution, would you still vote for him?
I can't imagine him saying that.
She is literally wearing a shirt that is promoting ignoring the Constitution.
You think he'd try and go through the process and rewrite the rules?
We'll see. We'll see.
And then, what's Trump's greatest accomplishment thus far?
Fight, fight, fight.
He put on a hat that said Trump 2028.
Oh my fucking God.
What are your thoughts? Do you want him to run in 2028?
If he's got the strength and the go.
Oh my fucking God, Jonas. That was fucking creepy. That was terrifying. Oh my fucking God. Was that from Attack on Titan? That was fucking terrifying. Okay. Jesus Christ. All right. Thank you, Jonas. That was kind of scary. I didn't like that. That was scary. Okay. The sound like really was all in my ears, and it sounded so looming and scary. Anyway, thank you, Jonas. That was horrific.
To do it, and legally it can be done.
It can't be done legally.
Well, we'll see. I believe Eric.
It is against the Constitution.
Eric, well, whatever. That's beside the point.
It says MAGA 2028. What does it mean?
It just means that we have to take the House and the Senate now so secure into 2028, and then we're going to have to make sure we secure a Republican to replace Trump.
And would you like to see Trump run in 2028?
Okay.
He can't run.
Because of the Constitution.
Yeah.
What is MAGA water?
The greatest water in
MAGA water? Yeah, of course. They don't, whatever. Yep, of course they don't care about the Constitution, Philly cheese.
That's greener.
Because they're authoritarians.
It's 8.3 artesian mineral water, and it's tested every year for PFAS, and it's PFAS-free, of course, and it's unadulterated. It comes from northern Michigan and Sheboygan, 300 yards from the Straits. It's commercial business and property, and it's just the purest water. Zero iron, 8.3 natural alkaline
Oh my
pH,
fucking God.
and we
Of course there are
we
Philly
sell
cheese.
a lot of it.
How much do you sell on average, if you don't mind me asking?
So he sells MAGA water. Literally, I would never, ever in a million years the Sahara Desert with no water for miles, no oases for miles, and I would gladly dehydrate to death rather than drinking MAGA water, okay?
I'd rather not.
Did it remind you at all of Iraq?
Okay, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but you get my point.
What we heard from leaders with Iraq, with weapons of mass destruction back in 2003?
I know you would, Jay.
I don't know. I don't know if there was any mass destruction weapons over there.
No, there wasn't.
Yeah, I didn't think there was. Yeah. That's a Bush. I wasn't a Bush supporter either. Okay. But I didn't vote for liberals either, so I voted. I didn't vote that year.
But do the circumstances remind you of it? Like,
Christ.
this is
He has a Mike Rogers thing too. Okay.
a threat, weapons of mass destruction.
I think
There
they're
was
more of a threat than Iraq was. Iraq was no problem. They took them out with ease.
Well, 500,000 people died.
Iran's playing games right now.
What are your thoughts on
the immorality? It's just like so weird to me how like the mass death of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, by the way, that occurred because of the United States attack on Iraq is blown off by this guy as, yeah, well, we took them out pretty easily. Such an imperial mindset. It's such a disgusting mindset. All right.
Donald Trump's
job? Playing games, right, Smith? I mean,
thus far, second term.
I think he's done an excellent job. Excellent.
Have the higher gas prices affected you at all?
They do. I don't like the higher gas prices, but for the short term, I guess you got to suck it up and take it.
What are your thoughts
really?
on the
How
higher
short term
gas
has it been?
prices?
Well, when Obama was in there, he said Americans can afford $5. Well, you know, he said it right out loud. Remember that when he said Americans can afford $5 a gallon? I don't think Trump has anything to do with this. I think they're just doing this to make him look bad.
Who?
Peck on bad. That's not. No.
The liberals.
That's like, you mean if you're talking about Scud missiles, they had like a few, but they didn't have a mass quantity. And not only that, it was like the main thing was nuclear weapons, right? That was the whole thing the Bush administration was pointing to.
They're controlling the gas prices?
No, I think the liberals are doing it, though. Are you a Trump supporter or not?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand, though, who's doing raising the gas prices to make Trump look bad?
Who do you think is?
I got you,
don't
Peck on
know.
bad.
I have no idea.
You don't think it has anything to do with Iran?
Huh?
Listen, guys, I'm not against mullets. This is gonna sound so classist of me. There are a lot of mullets in this audience, okay? I just keep noticing there's mullets all over the place. That's kind of bizarre. Listen, there's nothing wrong with a mullet. I'm sorry. If you have a mullet, you know what? Never mind. I'm gonna shut up.
Control the gas prices.
That's true. He doesn't just control the gas prices.
Right. But they've gone up since the war in Iran.
No, sir, Bart, I don't. It's just funny because there's a stereotype about mullets. You know what? Never mind. I'm gonna shut up.
Trucks got to pay for their gas, and it gets to the consumer, which is us. You know.
Yeah. Do you blame Trump for that?
No.
No.
No, I don't.
So who do you think's at fault?
I have no idea. I don't blame Trump though.
I don't care about the gas prices. To me, it's more about getting people out of here that don't belong.
She looks like Starlight from that show. She looks like Starlight, the superhero from what the fuck is it called? Why can't I think of anything? Why is my brain? The Boys. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Thank you. You're always the best, Dolly Boy. Okay.
And making our streets safer.
And what are your thoughts on ICE?
I love them.
You love ICE?
Never do without enough ice. Does that make sense?
I think she means meth in this case.
Yeah.
I love ice. You can never get enough ice
Yeah, I'm sure she means meth.
to keep our streets and our people safe.
There was a shooting in Maine a few weeks ago, and the ICE agent, a couple of his exes came out and said he was abusive, racist. What are your thoughts on the vetting process that ICE has?
I think that ICE doesn't go after anybody unless they've got the documentation that tells them who it
Right,
is they're looking
right.
for.
Right, of course. Right. Okay. Yeah, they only go after people if they have the documentation. They don't go after anyone unfairly, I'm sure. No evidence of that. No evidence of that. By the way, even if they do have evidence, I'm sure it's a very just thing they're doing, right? Even, especially when there is evidence, still very just. Wow. Okay.
And if somebody
Yeah, she does. She needs a new news channel for sure.
wants to be stupid enough to resist them and not just stand there and talk to them and say, well, hey, I'm not the person you're looking for, but then they try to...
I love this. Bow down to authority. It's your fault if you defy authority. Be obedient. Be a dog. Bow to authority. Lick their boots. And if you don't, they can kill you. And they're justified in killing you.
escape or run them down, then I guess they get what they
Yeah, comply
asked
or
for.
die. Which is to die?
Yeah.
Well, if they're hindering federal agents that are trying to do their job,
Then they should die?
no,
Fascist.
but they shouldn't
Fascist,
put their ass in the front of trouble.
Okay.
You want to talk about ICE? Let's talk about ICE.
What are your thoughts on ICE?
Oh yeah, they got to take care of the illegals and all the criminals over here, which they are. It's slow doing a slow thing, but they're still doing it. And you got the liberals hiding them out, these sanctioned cities
And why is having ICE so important?
Because it's keeping our streets safe. It's removing people that...
No, literally, these people are... She is people like her are endangering all of us. I love this fucking argument here that like the migrants are the dangerous ones when she is spewing fascist propaganda and saying how the authority figures should be allowed to kill us if we defy them. Like, she is the threat to all of us. We know that, right? These people are the threat to all. They are a much bigger threat than any migrant is. Okay.
Crossed our borders, and we don't know who they are. Some of them are violent criminals. Some of them aren't. But even if they're not violent, they're still lawbreakers because they're coming across our borders.
What if they've been living here for 20 years and part of a community?
Doesn't matter. They're still here illegally.
And they should be deported even to a country they didn't come from?
Well, no, I didn't.
We need to deport her ass into the middle of the fucking Pacific Ocean. That's what we should do. Dump her in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Say they shouldn't go back to a country they didn't come from, but they can go back to their homeland.
That has happened. Detention centers.
Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Swim to safety. You got this.
That they've been sent to in other.
Heck gone bad. Jesus Christ. That's kind of the reality we're living in, right? Squid Games type scenario. Anyway, elevator lady, as if she's never broken a law. Of course she has, right? She's. Do you hate the fishes that much? What did they do to you? Well, I'm actually feeding them, so. All right.
I don't know. I'm not going to say either way because you never know.
The tagline is taste the pure difference.
Thank you, Dolly Boy, for the 500 bits. Really, thank you so much, Dolly Boy. Thank you for all your contributions, Dolly Boy. You know how much I appreciate you. All right?
The pure difference.
The pure difference.
MAGA water tastes the pure difference.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Do you worry that there's like, there's people that have like accused Trump of being racist before and using the word pure?
Yes, Jonas, thank you for saying it. Jonas says the vast majority of people like me want three main things. 1, make a decent living. 2, live in a happy, accepting society. And 3, hatch a batch. Yeah, true.
People like the KKK uses the word pure.
You see, I would have never known that, but I see where the left gets so, they get the Trump.
Okay, I got to tell you, guys, am I being too nice to him? I really don't think he meant pure as in racially pure water. I think he literally meant, but kind of, right, elevator lady? Like, seriously, though. I think that is like a word you see on a lot of water, like it's pure water. And, like, I don't think he meant it in a racial way. I really don't. I don't know if he's smart enough to think that way. I could be wrong, but, okay. It's kind of a stretch to say that he's talking about, like, racial purity if he's talking about pure water, okay? Anyway.
Derangement syndrome and their whole bodies explode. And I think if somebody's going to think like that, then they're not a rational person. If they're going to try to dissect every word, every letter in the alphabet, and every phrase, then I think those people literally have a mental health problem because you can't, that's not rational, that's not reasonable, and it's not truth.
No, I'm just saying that's a word that's being used. Like David Duke would use purity and say pure a lot. I'm not trying to like say you're trying to do that. I said, are you worried?
No, I'm not worried because God's our. We put on the armor of God every morning.
Yeah, like he's also using. Imagine analyzing every word you use. Yeah, like it's
okay. And God protects us.
I know, Texter Splunky.
I fear no man.
But I just want to make one more comment.
Yeah.
But MAGA is not about a party. So people might say, oh, MAGA, all this MAGA water. But no, it's not about a party. It's about our country. And if you love our country, you abide by its rules. You come here and you assimilate. You don't try to force your stuff down our throats.
Oh, poor Texter Splunky.
You want to have
I
your
love you,
culture and
Texter
your-
Splunky, by the way. I'm sorry you're tired.
Yeah, you keep it pure. Good point. And you can...
I agree, Tater Tot. Tater Tot, you speak my language, yes. This outfit should be against the law.
Celebrate your customs in your own home. You can share it with us as long as you don't try to change the American way of life.
No one.
Do you think that elected officials should be able to trade stocks?
No, they should definitely not be able to trade stocks. And they shouldn't be able to
Oh my God,
stay
refocus. Actually, maybe.
in office as
It'd be a more accurate representative of what America is today if we had her as the Statue of Liberty.
Is what they are either.
Yeah, Tater Tot.
Donald Trump has done a lot of stock trading since he's been in office, as well as buying stocks and things, companies that he has saved. Are you?
He personally has not traded a single stock, and you're lying to say that.
Well, he's profited from stock trading.
He's allowed to profit.
Jonas.
He's allowed to profit. He's a millionaire. He has other people doing
No,
his.
he's a billionaire, first of all. Well, he might not be. But okay. He's made so much money in office.
Stock trades.
All right.
He's not doing them. It's an ignorant person would say that he's doing the stock trades. He's not controlling anybody. You show one person that says he told somebody to do this stock trade, and then you'd be right. But until you can do that, you shouldn't open your mouth about it.
Okay, guys. I'm gonna go grab some food, and then I'm gonna come right back, and I'm gonna keep streaming. Okay, so I'm just gonna stream for longer than I normally do. All right. So let me go get some food. It's already ready. I'm gonna go grab it, and I'll be right back. So hold on. Give me 1 second.
In the dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you. Where the spaces can't erase this, you're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lost the feeling. You're disconnected in your touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? 'Cause all on you now to figure out how you lost the fire in your eyes. 'Cause I can't change it, what you're wasting. Now that your gaze is polarized. When the haze clears all of your fears, now we have nothing left to lose. Fill the spaces, we can erase this, and not the feeling that you choose. You're tired of running, 'cause I lost the feeling. We're disconnected in our touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how you lost the fire in your eyes. 'Cause I can't change it, what you're wasting. Now that your gaze is polarized. You lost the fire in your eyes.
All right, folks. We will finish this up. Maybe watch something else after it if still got enough people here. Let me see here. How's everyone doing out there? We good? Everyone good out there? Let's keep up with the video. Watching these lunatics for a bit longer. All right.
Do you think it's suspicious that his sons have invested in companies that he has then given benefit to as president?
Thank you, J-Mac.
No, not at all.
Have you been affected by the wildfire smoke here?
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the wildfires?
Well, I think somebody needs to do something to try to stop all this burning bush, all this dry brush.
Yes, I
that's
have,
just going
Jonas.
up in flames.
And how would you rate the job?
But actually, I might take it off now.
I think 100%.
Because I don't want to get stuff on it.
100%?
Yeah, 100%.
There's been a lot of
Mass
people
attack
supported the
starts
country. They
in
didn't-
5,
they were
4,
There's been
3,
people have been
2,
killed, protesters have been
1.
killed.
Mass attack.
Oh my God, a mass attack while I'm eating? That's perfect timing, actually. Okay. Oh, thank you, Dolly Boy. All right. Thank you, Peck on Bad. You got us the mass attack. I love all. Thank you. That's like I rude. Stop it. I'm trying to eat. All right. Thank you, everyone, for that mass attack. Forgive me. I know that was a low energy response, but I'm hungry. So I'm going to keep watching this.
Photos to Renega.
If they'd obey the laws, they wouldn't get killed. If they'd obey the laws, they wouldn't get killed.
So what's for dinner? This is beans and hot dogs. It's baked beans and hot dogs. It's very sugary. It's not that great for you, but hey, I'll be pooping a lot, so that's good because beans will make you poop. Okay? Yeah.
That's it. Listen to what ICE is telling you. Get the hell out.
And what laws specifically?
Coming into the country legally.
Yeah, bean poo.
If you come into the country, if you come illegally, do you deserve to get killed?
No, that's what I'm saying. If they obeyed the laws and came in legally, they wouldn't have to worry about ICE.
Right, but
oh my God,
if they came illegally, does that mean they deserve to get killed by ICE?
They don't, but if they obeyed the laws, they wouldn't get killed.
Oh my fucking God.
What are your thoughts on the climate change?
Thank you, Jonas.
That type of thing.
I don't have anything to say on that. God's our creator. He's the one in charge of the weather. So.
Do you think humans have contributed to climate change?
That'll stop the climate change. Don't worry. God will stop that, right?
I think humans have contributed to the pollution in our environment.
Yeah.
I can't say, I'm not a scientist, so I can't say whether or not what we've done is altered the skies and the weather.
A lot of scientists have said that it's been humans, greenhouse gas emissions.
I agree, you might say that, but there's also scientists that might say otherwise. So
There
I try
aren't.
not to.
There aren't.
I just
I'm
put my
sorry.
faith in God and don't worry about what this scientist says or that scientist says, because everybody's going to say a different thing.
No, they're
And-
not.
It is the scientific consensus that
Yes!
humans have,
Some people's consensus, yeah.
but like a majority of the respected scientists believe that humans have
Yeah,
contributed
99%
to
agree.
climate change and the environment changing.
Say that again?
That it's the consensus
right.
that
You're right, Chairman
humans
Bart. That's
have
fair.
affected and brought about global warming.
I don't think so.
No.
Jonas.
Billionaires pay more in taxes?
You should pay dollar for dollar the same as everybody else.
So yes, because they hide a lot of that in property and things like that.
Who are you to say somebody hides something? You're ridiculous.
It's true. A lot of billionaires do that. So you don't,
They might, but are you a billionaire? Are
No.
you hiding
Oh
money?
my fucking God, I hate this.
Well, then you should shut up about it.
This is so depressing. This is so depressing. Like, I honestly, this guy, I almost feel bad. Like, he's so naive. And he's fucking himself over. And he can live a much better life than he's living now if he weren't so ignorant. Like, if he were actually, if he lived in a society where the billionaires were held to account and he's defending billionaires for free. He has been so propagandized to. Oh my fucking God. Okay. Yeah, Peck on Bad. The big oil company scientists, the big oil companies figured it out a long time ago, and then they covered it up. So even the big oil companies know climate change is real.
If that's basically robbing from everyone else if the billionaires aren't paying taxes.
If you can prove they're not paying taxes, prove it. But until then, don't say a word about it.
Wow.
Where can people get MAGA water?
Taste the pure difference, magawater.com.
It's
All right.
not Taste the Pure Difference.
It is.
Not the whole website.
No, I said the taglines. Taste the pure difference.
www.magawater.com.
Yeah.
No, he's wrong. It's megawater.com is our URL. Our tagline is Taste the Pure Difference.
Exactly.
Well, the way he said it, it was different.
Exactly,
Try it one
Jonas.
more time.
And Jonas, isn't that funny? So Jonas, great Marxist analysis. Jonas says petite bourgeois. Yeah, remember what the Nazis did? Okay, they like really appealed to the petite bourgeois, and then they backstabbed the petite bourgeois when they got into power. That's exactly what Donald Trump is doing. Okay, he is supporting the largest companies and corporations at the expense of the petite bourgeois. Now he's not doing exactly what the Nazis did, but like they are suffering probably because of Donald Trump. But you know, they still are hook, line, and sinker for Donald Trump. So okay.
Let's just try one more. Okay.
www. You got me all screwed up now, Jay.
Do you want to do it?
No, I mean, I'll do it. Magawater.com. That's it.
You want to
taste.
If you want to taste the pure difference, go to megawater.com.
Easy.
Okay. Let's go to magawater.com. Here we go. Magawater.com. I know, I really should, Jonas. Magawater.com. Taste the pure difference. 10% of proceeds go to Gold Star families. I know, you're right, Jonas. I know. I'm a horrible sinner, I know. A single gallon is $9. Jesus fucking Christ. What's the point? Naturally alkaline, naturally mineral rich, no toxins, no chlorine. Well, I hope so. No pesticides, thank God. Pure artisan water. Veteran owned. Jesus. How fucking weird. Okay, you know what? More power to him, I guess. Whatever the fuck, okay? Whatever. I don't give a shit. It's just really fucking funny. Okay. By the way, don't buy this. Don't buy this water. Please don't buy this water. No, Jay Williams, please do not send me this water, okay? Please. No, yes, Texture Splunky, don't. All right. Let's see what else we have. You ordered hilarious Liquabwa. Stick with your RFK tap water. There you go, Oxbecker. Texture Splunky. I hate all of you so much. All right. I hate you, Dolly Boy. I hate you, Texture Splunky. Okay. All right, let's find something else here. Oh my God. Oh my, okay, fine. I don't know if I want to. Let's watch. Oh my, okay, fine. We'll look at Rainbow Bright. Okay, let's, just for shits and giggles, let's watch this Rainbow Bright video that was sent to us by Jay Williams while I'm eating. Okay. Yeah, maggot water. Okay, so I don't know what the fuck this is. I'm like not, this is going to be horrific. Okay, let's watch it. God help us. Who I don't believe in. Rainbow Bright San Diego Zoo Adventure. Oh my fucking God.
Along with me, if you want something to do, I know a place.
Oh my fucking God, kill it. What the fuck are those? Kill it.
It's a perfect day for the zoo.
Just then, a magical rainbow appeared in the sky over the zoo. It came all the way from Rainbow Land.
I'm trying to think of a joke to make about LGBTQ folks because of the rainbow, but I can't think of one.
To everyone's delight, Rainbow Bright and her faithful sidekick, Twink, arrive at...
Did you all hear that? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did I hear that right? The name of that? Wait a minute. Wait. I'm going back. Did they say that the name of the sidekick was Twink? Okay, I'm sorry. They knew. I have to go back. They knew. They had to know when they did that.
Light, Rainbow Bright and her faithful sidekick, Twink, arrive...
They literally named it Twink. Oh my fucking God, they know, right? They have to know. The rainbow, oh my fucking God, that is fucking hilarious. It had to be, they have to know. Come on. They have to know.
Live at the zoo to see how they can help their friends Pete and Tracy.
Have you seen Twink?
Well, I know I've seen a few twinks in my life. I'm sure. Okay. Rainbow Twink is from the 80s. Let's find out. I don't know, LaCroix. I bet it was, but let's find out. Was twink? When was the term twink invented? This is gonna be funny. When was the term twink invented? 1950s. 1950s. So yeah, it was around in the 1980s. It was definitely around in the 1980s. They had to know. They had to fucking know. Okay, they had to know. They had to know, okay?
Have you seen Twink? Have you seen Twink? Have you seen Twink?
Bear.
Have you seen Twink?
What is going on? What is going on? They had a sign that said bear on it. Well, I guess it is a zoo, but still. They have to be doing this. They have to be doing this on purpose.
No. Twink!
Everyone here at the San Diego Zoo would like to thank Rainbow Bright and Twink for bringing all the color back to the animals.
Come on. This has to be a joke.
It's a perfect day. There's always something new to do. A perfect day for the zoo.
Is this why I became gay, guys? Because I saw this in the 90s or something? Was this around in the 90s? Because, like, were they just talking about twinks all the time? All right, you know what? Okay, Jesus. Let's just go. Yeah, probably. Let's find a that was insane. I can't believe they had to know, right? They had to know. They absolutely had to know. I can't understand how they couldn't possibly not know, right? All right. What the fuck is this? The crying wedding singer. Jay Williams, you are a degenerate monster. Okay.
Now, as I look at you, I can't believe that you are married. To think that a little girl.
I know, right? Dolly Boy.
Like no other.
This is actually kind of sad.
Sing out loud.
I feel bad for him.
I'm so damn proud to be your bride.
Oh, okay, he's trying. It sounds bad, but he's trying, okay? He's trying his best. He might be a little intoxicated. It is a wedding after all. I was like one of my sister's maids of honor. I was like the person of honor because, you can't really have, gender norms and shit. I was a person of honor. And like, yeah, I never did this, but it's fun to be a person of honor. Let's put it that way. But anyway, like he's probably a bit intoxicated like I was at my sister's wedding. And this is kind of funny, okay? He's trying his best. He's trying to do best. No, I know, LaQuabois. She decided to say person of honor. Okay. Or I think, no, or she may have said man of honor. I can't remember. But. I would have been fine with being a maid of honor, let me tell you. Okay, but guys, seriously though, it wasn't her fault. There was some, well, I don't want to go too much into this. There was some consternation with that choice, okay? With some of the other people in the wedding parties, okay? Which was annoying. But my sister didn't want a traditional wedding, so she pushed back and she's like, no, I want my fucking brother to be a maid of honor. So I was a person of honor, all right? Anyway, so. All right. Oh my God, that was
Uno with
bizarre.
Clark and
What's
Scott.
this? Friends shocked to learn Princess Diana is dead. Okay, listen. Yeah, my sister's awesome. This is gonna be pretty fucking funny. Because honestly, I don't give a shit. I know, guys, I know there are people out there who love Princess Diana. I just don't. I'm sorry. I know, guys, don't hate me. Don't be like, oh no, you don't like Princess Diana. What's wrong with you? You're a sociopath. I just don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about her. I don't give a shit. She was a privileged person. I don't give a shit. She didn't do like what. All right. She was a sweetheart, but I don't give a fuck. There are lots of people who are sweethearts who like don't have any power and like she just happened to be, but okay, I know. I'm just saying, I don't give a shit about Princess Diana. Regardless, I know, but I don't give a fuck, Jonas. Right? I really don't give a fuck that she donated, okay? Royalty shouldn't fucking exist. Anyway, okay, you know what? I do wish that I had been there at her car accident so I could have been the sole person along the side of the road to be clapping. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. That was uncalled for. I apologize, okay? Whatever, it's fine. Okay, so let's see what these people do when they hear about... I'm joking, Jonas. I'm sorry. That was an exaggeration. She wasn't that bad. She wasn't that bad, okay? Compared to other royalty, she wasn't that bad. I know, Jonas, I'm an asshole. She was a sweetheart, etc., etc. Whatever, it's fine. Okay? Well, I know. Uh-oh. You know, just like if I had been, you know what? Literally, if I had been there when Anastasia was getting shot, I would have been sitting there with my plate of Franks and beans just being like, like, that's it. That's what I would have done. Okay? I wouldn't have taken the time to even stop eating. I would be hungry. Because the czars had probably starved me to death. So, you know. Anyway, Jonas, you said, well, most of your presidents have been awful. That is true, Jonas. Admittedly, Diana didn't do much harm. Whereas most of our presidents have done massive harm in some way or the other. Okay. Yeah, she was nice to AIDS sufferers. Wow, way to achieve the lowest possible bar. Okay, I'm sorry. Anyway, let's see these people reacting to Diana's death.
Scott and John and Jeffrey and Alan.
John, Jeffrey, and
Labor Day weekend, and Scott and Jeffrey are visiting us from Raleigh, Durham, where they just moved to a fabulous new home. We're having a swell time, although Princess Diana
I don't
has
think I've
been
seen it before,
injured
guys.
gravely. It's been reported, allegedly.
Not allegedly. We're watching it on
Allegedly.
We're watching it on CNN.
There's a huge accident. It's alleged.
It happened 2 hours
Cover
ago.
my bases. I cannot afford a lawsuit.
Oh.
It's breaking news.
So who's winning?
The news broke. Well, Alan's ahead right now.
She was to black people. She was what to black people? Forgive me, Jonas. So a lot of black folks liked her. Is that what you're saying, Jonas? But I guess we're even lower than that hypothetical. Oh, she was nice to black folks. Okay, well, again, very low bar. That should be the standard, right? Like, listen, she was a good person. I want to point that out. I think Diana was a good person. She was better than a lot of royals. She really was. I don't mean to be too mean to her. My point, my main complaint, guys, is like the obsession with her death. Like, people were like falling over themselves in like sorrow and like that goes to show you how much of a problem there is in the UK that one nice royal gets everyone so fucking upset about themselves. Okay, like everyone is like, oh my God, no, oh no, Diana. There are people dying every fucking day in the UK. I literally do hate Mother Teresa, Peck on Bad. Don't get me started on Mother Teresa. I could rant about how much I hate Mother Teresa for hours. Anyway, so she honestly, Mother Teresa was much worse than Princess Diana. Thank you, elevator lady. Like the obsession with the royal family. Listen, it's not that big of a deal. Okay, I just don't like Princess Diana that much. It's not that I don't like her. I get annoyed by having to hear about her a lot. Okay, whenever I hear about her, I just don't care. Okay, I just don't care. Okay, let's go on.
Oh, I didn't
Alan's
just say
only
that.
got 68.
Okay.
And Clark's next with 88. Yeah. Our hosts with the most are beating our pants off. So to speak. So to speak. Mine are
I would not be
coming
want to be sitting next to me at this
I have
particular moment in time.
I have 8.
Oh, Dennis.
I have 7.
These are Jeffrey's cards.
You want to see my card?
Can you play that back immediately, please?
Owen Carter, hello. You say hello, fastest MAGA fanboys and people. Oh, fascist MAGA fanboys and people that are on the Epstein list. What? You're right that MAGA fanboys are on the Epstein list, and you're right that they're fascists. I think that's what you meant by fastest. You meant fascist. That is correct. Okay. By the way, we're not MAGA here, Owen Carter. We are lefties, so we don't like MAGA at all. All right. Okay. Jay Williams, CR doesn't like Princess Diana because she was nice to black people. Wrong. I don't like Princess Diana because she was celebrated for being nice to black people. As if that's something that needs to be celebrated, because it should be standard. But because she's a rich, famous person, and they have very low standards for the wealthy and the powerful, everyone trips over themselves when she dies, when, like, her morality should have been basic human decency, right? God damn it, all right? I can't stand her. Like, she wasn't that... Did she advocate for the end of the monarchy? I don't know. Maybe she did. Did she say that we need massive socialist changes in the country or something? I don't know. Maybe she did. But, like, I don't know what she did, really, apart from, like, charity and shit like that. Okay. Whatever. It's fine. It wasn't a fucking tragedy. I mean, it was a tragedy, but, like, no more than any other fucking person dying. And I don't want to hear one, like, oh my God, who cares? I don't care, all right? And then obviously there's a bunch of conspiracy theories out about it, about Princess Diana, because whenever one of these big events happen, you always hear all these conspiracy theories, all right? Whatever. I don't care, all right? Who cares? I don't even care if the rest of the royal family killed her. Who the fuck cares? All right? No one cares about how the royal family killed thousands of Indians and people around the world. But oh my God, shocking. They may have assassinated Princess Diana. By the way, there's no evidence of that. None. Zero evidence that they killed Princess Diana. But if they had, well, that's predictable. They already killed people all over the globe historically. Anyway, whatever, it's fine. Let's go on here. I'm done. Okay? Millions, Texture Splunky, millions. That royal family killed. Anyway, whatever. I'm sorry. I'll shut up. Let's keep going.
Go put it on the TV.
Yeah.
Whose
turn is first?
Whose tongue is first?
Turn.
Oh.
You have a lot of those
words.
Everybody go out fast.
It has changed. Princess Diana seriously injured. Oh. They've added the word seriously.
That's not good.
That's not good.
In other words, her face got it.
Dodi Al-Fayed is dead, as was the driver from the Ritz in the Mercedes, but her chauffeur was also injured.
No, her bodyguard was injured.
Wait, so are they going to react in a negative or positive way?
That's why I'm not on CNN, and they are. They just keep breaking the news over and over again.
Princess Diana.
Seriously injured.
Now, my question is, this has been on now for, what, a good hour? If this didn't happen, what would CNN be playing?
You know what? Oh, I get it. So they have the right take. They have the right take on
Be a
this.
Larry King repeat.
You know that will be the most photographed car.
Roadside
assistance.
With loader towing.
Oh my God, that's a shame. Look at that car.
Pushed way back up into the.
Wow.
They had to hit the front
They're lucky anybody's alive.
Yeah.
Word normal and Ken in the same sentence.
Yeah, if anything, it was a miracle that there was anyone left alive at all.
Is that on tape?
That's true, Owen Carter.
That's how I'll be remembered.
Thank you for the bits there, Owen Carter.
Princess Diana dead.
Oh, she died.
Where's the remote?
Oh my God.
Yeah, she didn't make it.
Oh my God.
Just use the volume.
Are these homosexuals? They seem kind of gay. Like,
Jesus.
Get it loud.
Why can't? It's a damn thing.
Who cares? Oh my fucking god! I turn off the fucking TV. Like, is there a like literally? I would watch propaganda other than this.
Where you're gathered. How did you find out?
I'd be like, can someone turn on like I don't know Boston PD or something? I'll go watch Cops. I don't give a fuck. Do we have to watch the Princess Diana death coverage?
Who told you?
I was told. I have to step out because it's still going on.
Right, LaQuan. They have a house together.
We were
They're
told
roommates.
by hospital.
Oh my God! Look, they
employees,
do have a house together. They are queers. Amazing.
making public.
This is embarrassing. Owen Carter.
Statement, and now the French Interior Minister Jean-Pierre Chevènement is speaking and expressing his condolences. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
This is the gayest shit imaginable. I'm sorry, okay?
Now,
For my
I'm
gay
going to have to
friends
go
out
back
there, you
into
know
the briefing
exactly
room,
what
and
I mean.
cannot speak up. They don't have the microphones turned on, so nobody can hear terribly well what's being said if I'm speaking to you. But
all right,
Christopher, it is confirmed that she's dead. She succumbed to massive internal injuries.
Yeah, this was gay 9/11, right?
Officials are saying at the hospital, but it appears to be official. Princess Diana, at the age of 36, has died of massive internal injuries she suffered in a car accident, along with her companion, Dodi Al-Fayed. Let's go now live to CNN's Jim Bitterman in Paris.
Yeah, rest in
Jim.
peace, Bozo. I'm sorry. That
Lyndon,
was
it's
rude.
very tragic news indeed coming from the hospital just across town from where we're sitting. I'm here with some of the eyewitnesses who arrived on the scene just after the accident took place, within seconds in some cases after the accident took place. It's been announced officially by the French Interior Minister that Princess Diana has died from the injury suffered. I just wanted to get your reaction. How did you feel?
Sorry.
I think it's sad, really, you know, to see that we were there and what has taken place since then. Matter of fact, we just was in London yesterday and had taken a tour of a place where she stayed, so we just had to.
Because through all the media and everything, I think they're going to be a little bit forgotten about this whole situation.
Who cares? How does this affect the world?
Times when someone of this magnitude dies, they overlook a family and loved ones of the deceased. It's tragic.
Think you'd be witness to something like this evening?
No. The accident we just came upon, and you see a car, an accident is serious.
Really, Peck on Blatch?
You pause, and the next thing you know, that people have died, and we find out that the Princess Diana is in the car, and we were shocked when we got back to the hotel to find out that we just witnessed that scene. No more than an hour.
Are they gonna cry or something? Okay, I don't give a shit. I'm done. You know what? This reminds me of when the Hindenburg blew up. Does anyone? Speaking of historical events that people reacted to in a famous way, Hindenburg blows up. Now, yeah, I love this. This is hilarious. If anyone, the humanity and the, okay, I don't know why this one makes me laugh. Watching the Hindenburg down makes me laugh, especially the commentary. So if you want to hear it, it should be pretty funny. I think this is it. Is this it?
Her last flight, saved her envelope are 6. And you are about to.
No, I want to hear the recording. Hindenburg recording. Hindenburg blows up recording. It's kind of funny how they panic in the language at the time.
For the season, the Hindenburg 7.
Well, that's funny to begin with. It looks like. Hindenburg live broadcast. Here we go. Oh, the humanity.
We both flew down from Chicago yesterday afternoon aboard one of the giant new 21-passenger flagships of American Airlines.
That's
true. It took us
Dolly
only
Boy.
3 hours, 55 minutes to fly non-stop from Chicago to New York. When we landed
This
at
was
Newark, we
this
found
was
another
live coverage,
flagship
by
of
the
American Airlines waiting to take us to Lakehurst with our
They have
equipment.
that transatlantic accent. All right, you can speak in the way you want to speak. This is not a real accent. This was a accent that was invented for the newswire. and they speak like this in a kind of a funny, kind of Mickey Mouse kind of way that's kind of silly. Okay?
When we're ready to go. And incidentally, American Airlines is the only airline in the United States which makes connections with the Hindenburg. The Hindenburg left Frankfurt, Germany, Tuesday evening rather, at 7:30 their time. And for
again,
better
this
than
is
2.5
literally a
days,
made-up
they've been
accent.
speeding through the skies over miles and miles of water here to America. Now they're coming in to make a landing of the Zeppelin. I'm going to step out here and cover it from the outside. So as I move out, we'll just stand by a second. Well, here it comes, ladies and gentlemen. We're out now outside of the hangar, and what a great sight it is. A thrilling one. It's a marvelous sight. It's coming down out of the sky, pointed directly toward
That
us
is
and
true.
toward the
To be
mooring
clear,
mast.
guys, I feel more bad for these people than I do for Princess Diana, okay? Fuck Princess Diana. These folks are innocent. Like, this guy is innocent. Like, this is kind of cool. Like, it's a cool aircraft. And, like, it was kind of depressing when it blew up. And it's like, this guy didn't expect to be traumatized today, okay?
The mighty diesel motors just roared, their propellers sighting into the air and throwing it back into a gale-like whirlpool.
Yeah.
No wonder this great floating palace can travel through the air at such a speed with these powerful motors behind it. The ship is riding majestically toward us like some great feather, riding as though it was mighty proud of the place it's playing in the world's aviation. The ship is no doubt bustling with activities we can see. Orders are shouted to the crew. The passengers are probably lining the windows looking down at the field ahead of them.
No, you're right,
getting a glimpse.
Leonis. I'm being an asshole. You're right. Princess Diana was innocent, okay? She married into royalty. I mean, most of us don't have that advantage in life. Regardless, like, my point is that, like, I care more, I feel worse for these folks that died here because they were just average workers than I do for her. I probably shouldn't. She's a human being. Okay, let's put it this way. I view them equally. Okay, I view them equally. All their deaths are sad, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, I know I'm an asshole. Ignore me. I know I just get annoyed because, like, it's such a talked about thing, all right? That's why I don't like it, because everyone, is so sad about Princess Diana. Okay, well, a lot of people die every day. Okay, I'll stop. You're right, Jonas, I'm a dick. Let's go on.
To the mooring mast. It's practically standing still now. They've dropped ropes out of the nose of the ship, and it's been taken a hold of down on the field by a number of men. It's starting to rain again. The rain had slacked up a little bit. The back motors of the ship are just holding it just enough to keep it from... It bursts into flames. Get it, Charlie. It's crashing terrible. Oh, my. Get out of the way, please. It's burning and bursting into flames and it's falling on the mooring mast, and all the folks agree that this is terrible. This is one of the worst catastrophes in the world. Oh, it's like 400 or 500 feet into the sky.
I know, Chairman Barr. I think it's so funny. I don't know why. I'm an asshole. I know. I mean, I do feel bad for the people, but how they speak is silly to me. So, yeah, I know. I hate you so much, Jonas. I hate you. Okay. I know I'm awful. I'm sorry, but they have silly, funny voices, don't they?
Terrific crash, ladies and gentlemen. The smoke and the flames now, and the frame is crashing to the ground, not quite to the mooring mast. All the humanity and all the passengers screaming around it. I can't talk to people. His friends are out there. I can't talk, ladies and gentlemen.
Aww.
Honest, it's just laying there, massive smoking wreckage. And everybody can't hardly breathe and talk and screaming. Lady, I'm sorry.
Aw, okay, I feel bad now.
I can hardly breathe.
I feel bad,
CRTM
folks.
finds people dying funny. Unlike the Dally Boy cult? Please join today.
Whatever, Dolly Boy, I hate you. Listen. I hate you, Dolly Boy. Listen, that was actually very sad and tragic. And I know I'm a monster. It's whatever, it happens, okay? That was actually sad, and I apologize for being a dick, okay? I do. I know I'm a dick. Now, I do say I think it's soon enough. I think enough time has gone by since this event for me to kind of make fun of how they sound. But, it's fine. That it was a disaster. Innocent people died, and that was horrific, okay? Yes, Sir Bart knows a lot about the Hindenburg. Sir Bart sits around crying about the Hindenburg crash every single day, okay? Sir Bart has an image of the Hindenburg crash on his wall, and he sits in front of it and weeps for hours every morning, okay? Were you, Sir Bart? Okay, well, then I apologize. That's pretty bad, okay? Then that's probably not good then. So let me one other thing here. Let's do one other thing. Did anyone know about the War of the Worlds shit? This was kind of funny. Okay, maybe I should stop calling things funny because it's like not. It is funny, kind of. You can say not a good time. Well, it was funny for me, Sir Bart. Let's put it that way. No, that War of the Worlds audio. Okay, War of the Worlds. Yeah, really, the War of the Worlds thing was fucking funny. War of the Worlds broadcast disaster. Does anyone know about this? So, God, okay. So this literally, this is really fucking funny. So we can't watch the whole thing because it's an hour long. Let's watch a clip here. So guys, there was, yeah. So what happened, guys, is that the War of the Worlds by Orson Welles was broadcast on the radio. Was broadcast on the radio. The story of the War of the Worlds. And it was done really fucking well to the point where people turned on the radio and they thought it was a real broadcast explaining that aliens were invading and that the world was ending. It caused a mass panic across the United States where people literally were killing themselves. Okay, like I'm not even joking. People thought we were legitimately getting invaded by aliens. And it caused a massive problem, and it was kind of funny and silly in a way if you think about it. So I don't know if the BBC here is going to explain it to us. They basically mass panic took over the population. So let's watch this little clip about it.
To show exactly what would have happened if the world had been invaded.
Okay.
That little music playing and then an announcer coming on and saying, "Excuse me, we interrupt this program to bring you an announcement from Jersey City."
And guys, it's actually a really good broadcast. If you listen to it, it's scary. It was like really well done. It was almost too good because people at the time weren't used to actually scary broadcasts and stuff. Like, it's really good horror. It would be really good horror for today. But for then, people were kind of naive.
Jersey City has just fallen.
Yeah.
Take you back to our studio, a little organ music, and then another interruption, so on. We did all of that very carefully and exactly reproduced, as I say, what would have happened, thinking to make the whole thing more effective. But we had no idea how effective it would be because about halfway through the show, as we were continuing with the script in front of us, we saw that in the control room, there were a great many policemen, and every moment more. I had no idea that I'd suddenly become a sort of national event. And it was immediately after our show went off the air that Walter Winchell, who was on a rival network,
of course,
had heard about how all the telephone lines had been jammed and all the excitement going on, went on the air on his network, on his program of news commentary, and said, "Mr. and Mrs. America, there is no cause for alarm. America has not fallen. I repeat, America has not fallen." It's only a little while ago that I again ran into some Quakers and Red Cross people who had been up in the Black Hills of Dakota some 5 or 6 weeks after this broadcast, persuading the people to leave the mountains and go back home because Martians really hadn't come.
Yeah, a bunch of people actually picked up and went and fled into the mountains and the forests.
4 or 5 years later.
Yeah, Outer Signal.
I was on the air.
I'll show you another clip after this, Outer Signal, where Reagan made a joke about nuclear war starting.
Yeah, doing a show.
And it got
I was
caught
in the
on
midst
air.
of some hymn of praise to the American cornfields or something of the kind when suddenly a gentleman darted into the radio studio, held up his hand and said, "We interrupt this broadcast to bring you an announcement. Pearl Harbor has just been attacked."
Yeah.
Of course, this very serious and terrible news was never believed. Not for hours by
I
anybody
haven't,
in
Dolly
America,
Boy.
because
That
they all
sounds
said,
funny.
"Well, there he goes again, really." All the bad taste was funny once, but not a second time.
So they thought that Pearl Harbor must not be real because it was just another bad recording done by Orson Welles or something.
I suppose we had it coming to us because, in fact,
Yeah,
we
exactly,
weren't as
Jonas.
innocent.
Like, They really should have been. Honestly, it's not people's fault. Like, they didn't have any signifiers in the broadcast that it wasn't real. So at the beginning, they said that, but they didn't do it throughout. So people tuning in partway through had no way to know whether it was real or not real. All right?
As we meant to be. When we did the Martian broadcast, we were fed up with the way in which everything that came over this new magic box, the radio, was being swallowed. People, you know, do suspect what they read in the newspapers and what people tell them, but when the radio came, and I suppose now television, anything that came through that new machine was believed.
Wow, that sounds familiar,
So in a
doesn't
way,
it?
our broadcast was an assault on the credibility of that machine. We wanted people to understand that they shouldn't take any opinion predigested, and they shouldn't swallow everything that came through the tap.
Guys, you don't have to swallow. All right? That's the point of this. You don't have to swallow. You don't have to, right? Try to think for yourselves, right? You don't. You know what? I'm framing that badly. Anyway, okay, yeah, so let's watch what Dolly Boy just sent us. Orson Welles drunk outtakes. This is hilarious. So Orson Welles. Oh, I have seen this.
With overlap, action please.
He's so drunk. So this is Orson Welles, the guy who did the War on the World stuff. He's so drunk.
Action Orson, please.
You just do anything?
No, sorry. Go rolling. 102, take 2.
Ah, the French champagne has always been celebrated for its excellence.
Put her signal.
There is a California champagne by Paul Masson, inspired by that same French excellence. It's fermented in the bottle, and like the best French champagne, it's vintage dated. So Paul Masson.
102, take 3. Action please.
Ah, the French champagne has always been celebrated for its excellence. There is a California champagne by Paul Masson, inspired by that same French excellence. It's fermented in the bottle, and like the best French champagne, it's vintage dated. So Paul Masson.
Okay. Oh my God, that's hilarious. Oh my fucking God. Okay. Look, Orson Welles on American Imperialism. Guys, he was way ahead of his time. Like, he was not. This was not a well thought. This was not a common opinion at the time. Okay, like he. Yeah.
Talking with
like he very interesting guy. So let's listen real fast. I wanted to show you this. I know I'm kind of rambling here, but this is so Lincoln not Lincoln, Jesus. Reagan. God, how dare I call Reagan Lincoln? Reagan was once on either, I forget, was it TV or the radio? And I think it was the radio. And he made a joke, not realizing that he was being recorded, where he joked about Russia bombing the United States. Joked about the United States bombing Russia, about the Soviet Union. And the Soviet Union was not happy about this. And this was not fucking funny. Like, he could have sparked a nuclear war, by the way, because you don't joke about that when you're on the brink of nuclear war with another power. Okay, because like, I don't blame the Soviets. I might be panicking too if I hear that, and you might click a button to launch the nukes back, right? So just listen to this. This is Ronald Reagan.
My fellow Americans, I'm pleased to tell you today that I've signed legislation that will outlaw Russia forever. We begin bombing in 5 minutes.
He said we will begin bombing in 5 minutes.
Coming through right now.
And that's not fucking funny, okay? Like, anyway. So that, he said that. Okay, I will begin bombing in 5 minutes. Not good. Anyway, so that was another cute little recording. Let's see what else we have here. Weirdomorphous Blob, what was the name of the guy who interviewed Buckley? He was a gay guy. what is his name? He's funny. He's really fucking funny. He interviewed Buckley. Buckley. Interviewed. What is his name? What is his name? Why can't I think of it? Well, there is James Baldwin, who was awesome. I meant the what is his name? There he is. What's his name? Oh, I saw him. I just saw his face. I just saw his face. Him. No, that's not him. Thank you, Gore Vidal. Okay, Gore Vidal was not perfect. Gore Vidal is another favorite character of mine. Yeah. So just to so guys, this is a famous debate that happened. I haven't seen this one, I don't think.
Winston. American people. Now, I thought that deserved an answer.
Okay, right. One thing, I want to establish your relationship with Joe McCarthy. You were the attorney. You were the guy who was behind him pushing, right?
Means that you make a reckless and malicious charge against somebody which you then cannot substantiate. This is going into the language. And I think that if he represents anything...
Okay, here we go.
Well,
so
maybe it does.
We'll watch this one. I know I'm kind of going off on random things here. The guy... this Gore Vidal, who's this man right here. Okay, well, first of all, let me start over. This is Mailer. Okay, and Mailer is a author who wrote a number of very well-selling books. And in these books, he celebrates masculine violence. And it's kind of a weird also celebration of violence against women. It's a very strange, he was a very strange guy who kind of romanticized the idea of like men being violent and using this masculine violence and shit like that. Really strange guy. And he also later apparently either killed or tried to kill one of his wives, which makes sense given that he is like a massive promoter of violence towards women and things like that. And she was so scared that she ended up dropping the charges against him. There's a whole thing here. So he comes on this show, the Dick Cavett show, and he is, I'll show you here. This guy who's standing up right here is Gore Vidal, who is a queer guy. He kind of hides it. He's bisexual, let's put it that way. And he's kind of a jester. He's a favorite character, like person of mine from history. He would write these essays making fun of people in power and like different cultural trends and stuff. Okay, I agree, Weird Amorphous Blob. And he was renowned for massively criticizing Mailer in his writing and like calling him a misogynist and like a Neanderthal and like saying that he hates women and that he's a dirty degenerate and like saying he loved pissing people off when they were being monsters. And so Dick Cavett had them both on his show, and you'll see here that Gore Vidal gets up to shake Mailer's hand, and Mailer refuses to shake his hand, and it's downhill from there. They do not like each other. All right, and right before the show started. Exactly. Gore, he had some good enemies to have. Yes, horrible people hated him, okay? Which is why I like him a lot. Right before they went out on the stage like this, Gore Vidal claims, and so does the woman sitting here, that Mailer actually grabbed Gore Vidal and threatened to punch him in the face and actually hurt him. He did physical violence to Gore Vidal right before the show started. Okay, so just watch it. See, ignoring him, not shaking his hand, sitting down.
Oh, wait a minute. Are you? First round. We all seem to be standing.
Oh, I'll sit down.
Yeah. Couldn't help noticing that you failed to shake hands with one of my guests.
I guess so, Weird.
I guess I forgot.
Yeah. Well, no, wait a minute. Are you fellas not...
What? No.
Well, let's get... Are you friends? Are you polite enemies? Let me put that another way. Are you impolite friends?
Well, I'll tell you what we are, because it's interesting, really. I don't know any other case in my life like it. We were friends last time we saw each other, which was about 2 or 3 years ago. And
Yeah,
since then,
we
we've
were
been doing
worthwhile.
nothing but write atrocious things about each other.
I don't like to book people on because they don't like each other, and I don't even book the people necessarily. Occasional opinion, but I did realize that you two have written a number of things about each other.
Yes, yours have been long and mine have been short.
But you said
Yours
seem long. Time magazine asked you for a quote. I think this is in the beginning of The Prisoner of Sex, and you said that the subject needed some thought or something like that, and if you want short quotable quotes, you would go to somebody like Gore Vidal. But you made it sound a little more
No,
snide than
it was worse than that. I said that that the need of the magazine reader for a remark which he could repeat at dinner was best served by writers with names like Gore Vidal.
That's right, I badly misquoted
All
you.
those writers called Gore Vidal.
I know there are
thousands
of them, yeah. Well, I'd really like to get into a discussion with Gore. He's been saying absolutely unspeakable things about me. He's been acting even worse than he usually does as a polemicist. You know, he's really, he's shameless in intellectual argument. He's absolutely without character, a moral foundation, or even intellectual substance. Okay. I mean, the perfect proof of what he does is that leave it to Gore to write a play about Richard Nixon. You know, I'm getting to the point where I'm going to end up liking Nixon. I mean, it's getting to the point, if you want to make $1 million, you know, carve up Richard Nixon's back with a knife. You know, poor president, he can't defend himself.
You said
vote
he's...
for him? Well, if I keep reading and hearing, you know, and you and Roth keep making these killings, which just excites my economic envy, of course I'll vote for him. I'll finally say they're doing too much. He's not a bad man. He created peace with China, you know. Watch out.
Yeah, we're...
Well, it's a very quiet moment here that we
There is a
have,
quiet
Dick.
moment. I wanted to give you time to defend yourself slightly there, if you felt you needed to. Do you feel you've been attacked?
No, I'm very fond of Norman. There's nothing he can do to attack me.
Gore Vidal, you don't want to argue with him. He'll crush you. Okay.
Gore, you can afford to be fond of me because you said the scurrilous things about me.
What did I say about you that was so scurrilous? I attacked your piece.
No, don't bring up everything.
No, we'll just go. Bring a little bit.
This lady, by the way, is supposed to be the moderator.
I attacked.
I want to tell you something,
attacked
Janet
your
Flannery,
piece.
if I may. Gore may bring up everything because the contents of his stomach are no more interesting than the contents of the stomach of an intellectual cow.
And Norman Mailer, the veal.
While we're slinging meat at each other, we will be, there'll be a message and we'll be right back. Somebody bring this all into focus.
I'll try to bring it into focus. Norman did a book on women's liberation. And his attitudes towards sex, some very interesting, some quite outrageous. He was very anti-women's liberation piece, and he was very mean to a couple of the girls, particularly Kate Millett. And I answered this, his piece, and a number of others. You know, Norman is taking everything too personally. This is something I care about. And he happened to be one of my examples of what was wrong with what the women's lib people would call sexism. He has come out firmly against masturbation. He has come out against contraception, against abortion. He has a line that good sex makes good babies. Well, maybe it does, but
that wasn't
I worry. You give us the exact word. And my point...
Give good babies.
Yeah, good blip gives good baby. Which may or may not be true, but...
May or may not, but interesting.
No, I didn't think it was very interesting. No,
I think it's fascinating as a premise. I mean, did Muhammad Ali come out of a good or a bad one?
On muscles, that doesn't. How about geniuses? They're born in the most rachitic people, very often, in disgraceful situations.
We're not talking about geniuses. We're talking about good babies.
Maybe they were delightfully good babies. How
Some,
can
and
you
some were
tell?
probably atrocious babies. Genius is transcendence. You know that. You can't bring in
He's
genius
so annoying
into any
and like
discussion about these
Well,
good
I expect
babies,
an infant
really.
genius is not so transcendent all the time.
Always.
Still has to be changed and things of that sort.
No, don't you think genius is transcendence, really? What else is it?
Transcendence of what?
Of the given.
What?
Otherwise, we're not talking about genius. We're talking about talent, about style, about manner.
Oh,
about,
my gracious, I
about-
don't think I've
about
ever...
superb
Which of us has ever
economy.
met a genius?
Which is what?
Which of us has ever met a genius?
I met Chaplin. He was a genius.
I think that's fair.
And I knew it
I'd
when
make
I
him
met
too.
him. There was no question. You didn't argue with it.
But you will admit that you were accused of being a chauvinist of the worst kind.
Well, I
by
know, but that's what's
Kate Millett
wrong. That's what's wrong with women's liberation, which is it's a new and it's a young
Oh, for
movement.
goodness sake, now let's not go back onto that.
I'd love to talk about it for 2 minutes
Oh
every day.
dear, oh dear, oh dear. We've heard it all.
Angel, it's my time now. And the law of the dinner table is that we now talk about what I want to talk about.
Yeah, he's a gross guy, okay? I know this might be boring, but, you know, talking to a woman that way, the law of the dinner table is that it's my turn to talk, okay? Like, all right.
Who passed this law?
Didn't you? Don't we agree?
Who passed this law, did you say?
This law, this dinner table law, I never heard of it. Never
Well,
heard of it.
it's just that I listen to you.
It's going to be coffee time any minute.
I knew
know,
that when I
Chairman.
came to your house for dinner, I wouldn't get anything to eat.
But
But pass the coffee.
Yeah, that's it.
But no, you have been called in great detail a male chauvinist of the worst kind, and various stories of yours, as you know, were cited. And this is all water under the bridge, I suppose. But
it's just nonsense. It's just ridiculous. You know, if I have anything at all, I have a complicated mind. In fact, I have a mind so complicated that Gore has said with some justice that my style is getting unreadable. You know, it's one thing in his critique that I agree with. My style is getting difficult. You know, it's hard when you have a lot in your head to write simply. It's true. Gore has never encountered this problem.
What did you say? I wasn't listening, Norman. What was it? What were we talking about?
Small mind, no matter.
No, don't be autobiographical all the time.
Well.
what did you ask him if he had a copy of this notorious piece of writing?
This notorious piece of writing, yes, he brought the one page of it, which was my piece on women's liberation.
It was more of the same after that.
And piece on women's liberation, and particularly on the people who had started to attack the women, and some of the attacks, particularly Mailer, Irving Howe, I thought uncalled for in their tone, and I suppose I was kind of rough in mine. But you know, these things aren't personal.
Oh, I know
this to me is a position that I'm taking, that I have taken. I'm very serious about politics. I'm very serious about this kind of thing.
No, Gore, you're not. And that's what I objected to in the piece.
Well, then that's up to you to prove.
Well, it's our little
you...
argument, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
You know, you're not serious about politics. You've been in politics all your life. You've dabbled in it superbly well. I mean, you know, you made a marvelous race for Congress some years ago in New York. You worked very hard. I admired the way you worked at that time. You're a sort of you know, one of the wonderful things about you is that with all your sort of profound, essential right-wing snobbery, you become America's second or third or fourth most lovely liberal, you know, which is one of the prestidigitation games of the intellectual world of the last 20 years.
Second, third, fourth?
Well, you know, who's ahead of you? Nader and a couple other people. At any rate, the thing is that you have no standards.
Because he kind of is a Jordan
really,
Peterson type.
Are serious about,
Chairman.
And you pay and play terrible games. You go in for intellectual adulteration, and that's what I won't put up with. You can do anything you want to any piece I ever write. You can rip it apart, you can tear it up, and by God, I may be bloody on the floor, but if you taught me something about writing, I'll look up and I'll love you for having taught me something about writing. But when you teach me something about the tricks of adulteration that exist in the world, when you talk about the sort of rot that goes on in ecology, you see about the rivers will never be clean again, and you pollute the intellectual rivers. Good God!
Well, you know, I must
mean, that's
say,
vomitous.
I think it worries you that I made some comments about your recent writing not being very good.
Well, I think it's
wasn't
excellent,
I wasn't setting myself up as the famous writer's school, you know, to give you any hints. It's just that I thought
Why don't you
that,
try
I thought
to
that your
talk
subject...
just once, Gore, without yucks? Why don't you just talk to me instead of talking to the audience, huh?
Well, by a curious thing, we have not found ourselves in a friendly neighborhood bar, but both by election are sitting here with an audience, so therefore it would be dishonest of us to pretend otherwise.
All right, Gore, look. We are here with an audience by choice. But let us at least, hey, Miss Flanner, are you working as the referee or as Mr. Vidal's manager? I'm perfectly willing to accept you in either role.
It is hard when you both talk at the same time. Yes.
You know, but my mind is fragile. I find it very hard to think, and if you're muttering in the background, it's difficult.
Wow! He lost for mayor of New York. I've never learned how.
You both lost, didn't you? I mean, you're two unsuccessful political candidates.
Gore was a very good politician, actually. He fought an uphill fight and he almost won. He did very well. He worked very hard at it. I ran an absolutely foolish, scamming, bad campaign. Stupid campaign. I was a total amateur, and I'm ashamed of that campaign. It was awful, and I did the most to defeat myself. So it's not a matter of that.
It's not that.
I'd like fair measure
the reason
on
I'm
things
showing this to you guys, you guys can sense the anger in this room, right? Like you can feel it in the air. Like they hate each other so fucking much, and you can tell how mad Mailer is.
And Gore worked. I know how tough politics is now, and Gore was a very good politician when he ran. Very good, a serious, sensible, hard-working, and he played the game, which is a tough game.
What's happened to him since then, according to your lights?
He's gone up and he's going down. He's going up and he's going down, like many another.
Well, I know what annoys him about you because he's written it, and it's the idea of your having sort of assumed the Hemingway lifestyle when Hemingway died, and he called it the.
I haven't assumed
that
Hemingway.
Once, the boozing, brawling, goyish fool, worried about his liver.
That worried me. That was an earlier period. That was an earlier period. That was the period of advertisements for myself when Norman was sounding like that. No, he's changed again. The good thing about him is his constant metamorphosis. He does re-bear himself like the phoenix, and what the next incarnation will be, I don't know.
Well, you seem to have me figured out as the next reincarnation for me is going to be Charles Manson.
That's true.
Well, you let yourself...
Why don't you read what you wrote?
For it.
You let yourself in for it, and I will tell you, I'll give a little background here, that Mailer has
all know that I stabbed my wife many years ago. We do know that, Gore. You were playing on that. Now, come on.
I'm not to forget about it. Listen,
well, no, you don't want to forget.
Yeah, because he said in a piece... Yeah, he said in a piece that, he fits in a long line of people, and then he listed several people and then said, and Charles Manson, because of his brutality towards women, okay?
Forget about it. You're a liar and a hypocrite. You were playing on it.
But that wasn't a liar or a hypocrisy. I wasn't going to talk about it.
The fact of the matter is that people who read the New York Review of Books know perfectly well. They know all about it. And it's your subtle little way of doing it. You know, the New Yorker once...
Oh, I'm beginning to see what bothers you now. Okay, I'm getting the point.
Are you ready to apologize?
I would apologize if it hurts your feelings. Of course I would.
No, it hurts my sense of intellectual pollution.
Well, I must say, as an expert, you should know about that.
I would like to... Yes, well, I've had to smell your works from time to time, and that has helped me to become an expert on intellectual pollution, yes.
Yeah, well... I was going to say, I was not going to...
Men insult each other, not only in public, but you act as if you were in private. That's the odd way.
It's the art of television, isn't it?
It's very odd that you act so. You act as if you were the only people here.
Aren't we?
They are here. He's here. I'm here, and I'm becoming very, very bored.
I don't think the audience is bored. Yeah, I like her though, but I do like her.
You still haven't told me whether you're Gore's manager or the referee.
If you make history here by punching a lady...
I won't have it.
Now, look, you see the sort of thing that goes on. Now you say if I make history by punching a lady. You know perfectly well that I'm the gentlest of the four people here.
What?
I just hope it lasts through the next whatever we have left.
I guarantee you I wouldn't hit any of the people here because they are smaller.
In what ways?
Intellectually. Intellectually smaller.
Well, let me turn my chair and join these
three. Condescending, threatening piece of shit, isn't he? I hate him so much.
Perhaps you'd like 2 more chairs to contain your giant intellect.
Like, he's turned everyone against him. Oh.
Why don't you get your question sheet and ask a question? Hey, can I talk to the audience for a moment?
Why don't you fold it 5 ways and put it where the moon don't shine?
Oh.
have it on your word of honor. On your word of honor. Did you just make that up, or have you had it canned for years and were you waiting for the best moment to use it?
I have to tell you a quote from Tolstoy.
You just made it up, didn't you? You just made it up on the spur of the moment. You're a poet.
Yeah, right.
You're really a poet.
Are you in awe of the creative ability?
I'm always in awe of the creative ability whenever it appears in its fair presence, which
Yeah,
is
he's an
as
asshole.
itself. Now, look, I want to get
You see how he's trying to intimidate the host?
something, if I may. I'd like to talk to this audience, because this
Your show
audience
now.
has been curiously hostile to me from the word go.
Now he's going to fight the audience.
Now, I want to ask
God.
all of you something. Are you really all truly idiots, or is it me?
Oh, that was the easy answer. Come on.
I kind of listen. This, America was not great at this time. I want to point out. I do kind of miss, it would be nice if people were shown less respect in public if they were being bad in public. Now, admittedly, there wasn't much disrespect being shown to people who were being bad in public at this time, but there were at least more interviews and stuff where the whole audience would fucking turn against you if you if you said certain things or did certain things, right?
I was going to ask the audience what I was doing that was making them cheer every time the other side connected with a pass from one to the other of my three opponents. All right, that's fair. Someone said I'm rude and someone said I'm being a snot. The joint is loaded with libbies. My God, it wasn't enough to trundle Janet Flanner along, the most formidable presence in the history of television, but you had to load the balcony with your libbies, your little libbies.
Nowhere else to go for a good laugh.
Well, now, wait a minute. There was only one lady's voice that rang out. Do you consider that loaded?
It was the voice of legions.
Okay.
Well.
Why do you have to argue so negatively and insulting to your guests or the other people up
They're not my guests. They're not my guests any more than they're your guests.
It assumes it's your show now.
Why do you have to answer them with always insults and nasty statements, and they're answering you maturely and with dignity?
Well, that's because they are mature and full of dignity, and they'd cut my throat in any alley, and I answer rudely because
He literally stabbed his wife, folks. He was renowned because he stabbed his wife. And now he's saying that they're the dangerous ones.
Crude and a lout and a clod.
Yeah,
that's
he
why.
stabbed his wife.
Now, have we progressed at all? Can I reach you? Can I talk to any of you, or is it hopeless? I mean, do you care to listen? I do have a thing or two to say, believe it or not.
Sir, I can accept your honest responsibility. It's very hard for me to get to.
Well, I'm bored with being misrepresented, you see. I've been misrepresented by my own power.
No, Jonas, he already had stabbed a wife of his before this interview. You'll hear.
Lights for 25 years in this country, something like that. And to find...
Not right before the interview, a few years before he had stabbed his wife. Everyone knows that he stabbed his wife. Because like I said, he's a violent, horrible guy.
Old literateur like Gore Vidal, who knows his way around. You know, in prize-fighting terms, Gore is like a fellow who is always ranked.
Exactly.
I mean, he's been ranked at anywhere from number 9.
His lack of self-esteem and his low view of himself is so obvious, right? He's compensating.
To number 3, for 2 once in a while, for 20 years. He's sort of like Archie Moore, but not nearly as good. And he's been around for all those years. He knows the ropes. And then suddenly, after all these years, he suddenly developed a particularly dirty literary game. Well, it inflames me. You know, I've been so bold as to pretend to be the presumptive literary champ. You know, whether I deserve to be or not.
He tried running. He lost, though.
The reason people always talk about me in relation to Hemingway is just that Hemingway at a certain point said to himself, with his huge paranoia, they're going to kill me for this, but I am going to be the champ. It's all I care about. And it shifted the course of American letters. Because up to that point, people who wrote books were men of letters. They were gentlemen. They wrote books. And Hemingway, it said in effect, no, people who write books take as much punishment as prize fighters, and one of them has to be a champion. Now, we've had a time that has not been interesting in terms of champions. In Hemingway's time, there were great writers. There was Faulkner, and there was Hemingway, and there were many other writers like Steinbeck and Farrell and Dos Passos and Thomas Wolfe. Many really wonderful writers. Our time has been much more complicated.
Boring.
And there haven't been that many really extraordinary writers around. And I have presumed, with all my extraordinary arrogance and loutishness and crudes, to step forth and say, I'm going to be the champ until one of you knocks me off. Well, fine, but, you know, they don't knock me off because they're too damn simply yellow. And they kick me in. And I don't like it. All this is about is I wrote a book called The Prisoner of Sex, which started off to be a book about women's liberation and what I thought of it for Harper's magazine. And in the course of it, I found I couldn't begin to think about what I thought about women's liberation until I began to decide what I thought about sex. Well,
I'm going to go forward, guys.
Dull. It's beneath us as Americans to think in thick, frozen terms of intellectual pollution.
Excuse me.
Then Gore, Gore comes along on his toes. He's a marvelous little boxer, as you saw. And Gore comes along and starts polluting these waters further. But he knows what he's doing. That's the trouble. He's a bad man.
To answer Norman's charge about what a bad person I am, the attack on him really, if you want to know Norman, simply what I detest in you, and I like many things in you, as you know. I'm a constant friend despite this. But your violence, your love of murder, your celebration of rage, of hate, American dream, what was the dream? A man murders his wife and then his woman afterwards to celebrate an American man's dream. This violence, this knocking people down, this carrying on, is a terrible thing. Now, it may make you a great artist. It may make you a great artist.
At the end. I'll listen, but I demand 1 minute at the end to return.
It may make you an interesting artist. I don't say that. But to the extent that one is interested in the way that the society is going, there is quite enough of this stress, quite enough of this violence without what I think are your celebrations of it, your attitude towards women in this thing, which I thought really horrible. And you said I compared you to Charles Manson. I said Henry Miller in his way, Norman in his, and Manson in his far-out mad way are each reflecting a hatred of women and a hatred of flesh. And frankly, if I may say so.
There has been from Henry Miller to Norman Mailer to Charles Manson a logical progression, period. The Miller, Manson man, or M3 for short, has been conditioned to think of women as at best breeders of sons, at worst objects to be poked, humiliated, killed. And from there on in the piece, you speak of Miller, the great writer, Henry Miller, the greatest writer alive in America. If we're going to talk like muckers, I'll talk too like a mucker. Henry Miller, the greatest writer alive in America, and myself, and Charles Manson, a hugely complex Raskolnikovian figure, are spoken of, lumped together as M3. Now, do you call that good intellect working? To lump together 3 people as curious? As Henry Miller, Norman Mailer, and Charles Manson?
Well, you must read the piece. You can't go...
I read it.
You have to read it, but the audience is not. You are selecting this one passage as representative of the whole. I make my case very carefully, but I will say, giving you a few minutes more on the program, you will prove my point. It is, I come back to what I said. I detest this violence in you. You have actually written that murder is never non-sexual.
Well, is it ever non-sexual?
Well, I'm even told...
Don't you know, Gore?
Not having murdered anybody lately, no, I don't know. I'm going to give you a line that Degas said to Whistler, 2 celebrated painters, and Whistler was a great performer like Norman. And Degas said, you know, Whistler, you act as if you had no talent.
Yes, Gore, and I read it...
You present yourself as though you really had no talent at all, and of course you are one of our best writers.
And I read it in the same place you read it, which is Edmund Wilson's answer to Vladimir Nabokov in last week's Times.
What's that got to do with it?
I thought it was marvelous.
Good. I'm happy that we both agree that the sentiment is correct.
The difference is that I'd savor the remark and you throw it into the battle. He speaks of a character in a book of mine murdering his wife, a woman, as a celebration of American manhood. Now, I throw myself upon your court, hanging judge. I say that's intellectual muckerism of the worst sort, because the character I had there was a particularly complex character, and in fact, he did not simply a woman, he her the other way as well, and there was a particularly complicated...
Oh, goodness sake.
Well, it's possible to... I know you've lived in France for many years, but believe me, Janet, it's possible to...
He literally wrote a book glorifying men being violent towards women and being violent generally, and he viewed it as a great act of freedom to break out of societal constraints and murder or beat a woman or to like hurt or kill anyone, okay?
As well.
So I've heard.
Well, this has been an interesting evening around the old table, and Miss Flannery.
Okay. There are actually more parts to it. We're going to stop there. I know that's kind of a nerdy thing to enjoy. You need to like, if you ever look it up, you can find the rest of it. You also, there are also, hello POB, how are you doing, by the way? He has a lot of debates. That is actually one of the least famous ones. Gore Vidal has a lot of great debates. Okay, I'm gonna go now, guys. So I'm gonna put my face up. Boop. Yep, Tater Tot. He stabbed his wife during a party and only got 3 years of probation. She nearly died. Yep. Okay, where's my face? Why can't I see my face? Why is the screen blank? I don't know. We'll figure it out though. Thank you so much, Low Tier. Thank you very much, Low Tier. Okay. Thank you so much. Love it. Okay. Everyone check out Low Tier's channel, by the way. Thank you, Low Tier. You're the best. Okay. You're the best. All right. So guys, I am going to, I'm going to go now. First of all, yeah, I know. Okay. First of all, free Palestine, right? Free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. We're living in a fascist moment in this country, and fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions, so they turn to more radical ends of the political spectrum. What we need to become more radically to the left, but not to the right, okay? We need major reforms or revolutionary change in this country. You cannot stand in the center against fascism. If you do, the fascists will walk all over you. Do not let them walk all over you. Fight back, okay? On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker, and it's been passed down in my family for many years. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights, freedoms, things we have, material things we have. We cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. And please, 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 always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, I love you all very much. I'm going to send you all somewhere on Twitch, okay? I streamed for what, 7 hours or something like that? Yeah, 7 hours. That's good. Let me find someone to send you guys to. If you're over on Twitch, where the fuck is it? There it is. Let's see who's on right now. We could do, I'll send you guys to Ray K. Should I do Ray K? Who is Ray K? Ray K. I think I know who Ray K is. I'll send you to Ray K. All right. So here we go. Raid. Oops. Raid. Ray K. All right, guys. I will see you all. I don't typically stream on Wednesdays. I might anyways, but I'll definitely see you on Thursday. Okay. Love you all very much. Catch me in the Discord later. It's linked at the top of the Twitch chat and the bottom of the YouTube chat, okay? Bye-bye, guys. I'll see you later. I'm going to start the raid now. Oops. Raid. There we go. Go ahead and join the raid of Ray K if you want to. It'd be fun. Let's do that. Okay. And I will see you guys on Thursday or tomorrow, okay? All right. Bye-bye. Okay, as for everyone else, goodbye.